Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 51:48. Rushing into the Great Maelstrom. Please follow. Chapter 51. Chapter 48. Rushing into the Great Maelstrom. Please follow. The rocking cabin and the continuous screams from above interrupted the conversation between Lynn and Johnny, who exchanged a glance before rushing up together. As they opened the cabin door, the biting gale howled, and cold raindrops poured down like a dense barrage on the deck, heralding the onset of a storm. The previously calm sea surface was now churning fiercely, with the relentless beating of the water against the ship's hull causing the sail warship to rock incessantly. The continuous strong wind had thinned the initially thick fog considerably, doubling the visible range, but the fog was no longer pure white. It had turned an eerie shade of gray. Chaos reigned on the deck as hundreds of sailors from the ship gang ran around in disarray. Laud's face was extremely unsightly as he yelled loudly, but to no avail. Many sailors were kneeling on the deck in despair, crying out endlessly. Mr. Lin approached quickly and asked. Laud shouted back in panic. The maelstrom? Suddenly Lin recalled the intelligence he had gathered earlier in the harbor town. He looked again at the turbulent sea and realized what he had previously overlooked. The rolling waves were surging in the same direction, and the sail ship beneath him was gradually being pulled towards the center of the vortex. But the diameter of this vortex was simply too vast, and with the sea covered in fog and no point of reference, it gave him the illusion that the ship had been sailing normally. How big is this thing exactly? Lin frowned. The diameter of this maelstrom had to be several kilometers to create such a visual error. What kind of force could freeze such a vast ocean? The spark of hope in Laud's eyes extinguished instantly, and he sat on the deck, deflated as if boneless, muttering to himself. The mist sea was so dreaded not only because of the dense fog that enveloped the entire region and could lead one completely astray, but more importantly because of the maelstrom known as Death's Eye. It was an existence that filled countless seafarers with dread, like the Grim Reaper wandering through the vast mist sea, appearing without warning in any corner of the area, unpredictable and with no pattern. And once encountered, sailors were sentenced to death. For the terrifying suction of the maelstrom far exceeded any sailing ship's speed. It was rumored that those ultimately drawn into the vortex not only faced certain death, but their souls would also fall into the abyss, hence the origin of the name Death's Eye. The only way to traverse the mist sea safely was to wait until Moon Day, when the Death's Eye maelstrom would briefly subside. Taking advantage of that time, ships sailed as far away from the area where Death's Eye often occurred, and the rest was left to luck. That's why in previous years, when transporting goods, they would always try to set sail in the first few days of Moon Day to avoid a direct collision with the maelstrom. But this year was different. The church had blockaded the port town, causing their departure to be a bit too late. Lin didn't pay it any mind, strode quickly to the cargo stacked on the deck, picked up a few barrels, weighed them by tipping them, and threw them down in different directions at different angles, then extended his right hand to measure the relative distances of these objects. On an individual level, just using a few floating barrels as reference points to calculate the diameter and flow rate of a giant vortex was complete nonsense. But for a smart brain, this level of computing power was child's play. The vortex's diameter is 7 kilometers. The escape velocity is 20 knots. Lin quickly received the analysis from the smart brain and couldn't help but frown. In his former world, a mere 20 knots of speed was something any small craft could achieve, and after the energy reform, these antiques could only be left collecting dust in the warehouse. But now he was in the evil alternate world, and the sailing warship they were on seemed to have a maximum speed of 7 knots. This is impossible. Laud also heard Lin's words and shouted in despair. Although he didn't understand what escape velocity actually was, he was very clear about what 20 knots entailed. Lin said very seriously, tossing the helmsman who had collapsed on the ground aside, and looking towards the people around him. "Do you even understand ships?" The helmsman, previously pushed aside by Lin, immediately jumped up and screamed. With the current situation, he didn't care about any wizard or not. But the next moment, his words were swallowed back down his throat, because a huge fireball was condensing in Lin's palm. Lin's tone was very cold. The yellow-white phosphorus fire flames made all the sailors on the deck shiver uncontrollably, and the helmsman was even frightened into sitting down on the deck with a thud. However, in an already certain death situation, with desperation, there were hardly any who obeyed the order, and some even felt it better to die under witchcraft than to have their souls swallowed into the giant vortex. Just then, the sound of the capstan turning violently came over. Lin and the others turned their heads to see, and the person taking action was Johnny. The girl at that moment was tightly gripping a sail rope, looping it around the capstan, continuous raindrops falling from above her head, flowing over her hair tips and delicate profile, drenching her robe, but Johnny didn't care in the slightest, pulling even harder on the rope until the last loop was securely fastened to the capstan. Johnny's eyes, like sapphires, stared at the people present, and she spoke out with determination. Laud quickly snapped out of it too, drew the long whip from his waist, and viciously lashed it on a sailor kneeling on the ground praying, angrily shouting. Chapter 52:49, Conquering the Eye of Death. Chapter 52. Chapter 49, Conquering the Eye of Death. Under the command of Laud's whipping hand, the sailors, clutching at their last sliver of hope, sprang into action. The ropes were tightened, the winches continuously turned, and the sails made of camel hide leather were raised. These hides being exceedingly tough, capable of withstanding fierce winds and torrential rain. The rest of the crew began to jettison the cargo piled on the deck to lighten the weight of the sailing vessel. Watching as the cargo was cast off, one piece after another, into the water, Laud's heart bled, but he was powerless to stop it, for his own life was always more important. The howling wind and rolling waves made the massive sail ship seem like a leaf that could capsize at any moment. The vessel rocked ceaselessly, as if it might plunge to the ocean floor at the next second. Lin's method of response was straightforward, relying on the adjustment of the sail's angle and harnessing the power of the fierce wind to stabilize the ship. It was an operation of fine precision, and fortunately, the sailors on board, though ignorant of aerodynamics, each had decades of sailing experience, enabling them to barely maintain control of the situation. The warship, under Lin's guidance, slowly steered around, heading at full speed in the direction of the currents. "Wizard, sir, could you be mistaken?" Laud, who had just gotten the sailors moving, turned to look at the course and was so scared he felt his soul might leave him. Would they try to escape the whirlpool or rush headlong into their deaths? He now believed what the helmsman had said. The other party simply didn't understand ships. "Of course I know that's the great whirlpool," Lin said solemnly. The speed of the sailing warship was only 7 knots, and escaping the pull of the whirlpool was nearly impossible. The only way was to align the ship's direction of travel with the spiraling currents, circle halfway around the great whirlpool, then use the powerful centrifugal force to speed away. As it turned out, Lin had no experience with sailing ships, but he had been assessed in starship piloting and knew how to use the gravitational pull of planets for slingshot maneuvers. The principles of both were more or less the same. In short, it was a matter of charging and then being flung out. Lin explained his plan in very simple terms, but Laud didn't understand a single word, although he vaguely felt it made a lot of sense. Laud muttered to himself. He had never imagined that one day he would sail straight into a great whirlpool. Apart from Laud, the rest of the sailors soon realized there was something wrong with the course, but they didn't even have time to despair, as several of the sail ropes on deck couldn't withstand the strong winds and snapped. In such a dire situation, there was no choice but to temporarily rely on manual strength to tightly pull the ropes, avoiding any adverse effect on the warship's navigation. Lin constantly adjusted the rudder, and with a violent yet brief shake, the vessel swerved sharply to the right, then stabilized again. The surging waters propelled the sail ship rapidly forward, firmly charging towards the great whirlpool. A thunderous, deafening boom came from the distant sea, like a thunderclap from clear skies. The edge of the great whirlpool soon came into view through the thin black mist. It looked like a gigantic, hair-raising funnel had appeared on the sea, with vast amounts of water spinning into the bottomless abyss. At the very bottom of the whirlpool was a gray and eerie coldness, exuding a breathtaking aura, obscuring any view of what lay hidden within. Gazing at the terrifying whirlpool, Laud's face turned ashen, and the reactions of the sailors were even worse. Many began to babble nonsensically. "Mom, I'm coming to find you." Lynn faintly sensed something was off. This great whirlpool, known as the Eye of Death, seemed able to affect a person's mind, suggesting that it was not a natural phenomenon caused by ocean currents or gravitational tides. "We must sail away from here as quickly as possible." But it seems the current speed is still lacking, Lynn shouted to make sure Johnny understood, even specifying the direction. The girl with silvery gray hair immediately got the hint and activated Mage Hand, instantly conjuring a huge fireball in her palm, tossing it towards the aft side of the sail warship. Lynn, at that moment, performed the same action. The two massive fireballs collided, and the intense shockwave made the ship creak and groan, but the force of the impact also increased the warship's sailing speed once more. The constantly shaking sail warship dangerously skimmed the edge of the great whirlpool, and under the influence of the strong centrifugal force, it burst out at a speed several times faster than usual. The violent noise also awakened Laud and the others, allowing them to break free from the mental impact of the great whirlpool. As they saw the terrifying abyssal maw receding, a look of having survived a catastrophe spread across everyone's faces. After a brief calm, the deck suddenly erupted with passionate shouts, each person venting the joy of having escaped the clutches of death. All the crew were overjoyed, celebrating with each other, and two bearded uncles even embraced each other tightly. "First mate, after we get past this sea area, take out my collection of liquor. Let's all celebrate properly," Laud said, his hands and feet shaking, but he still generously voiced his offer amid the lively scene. "But, Boss Laud," the first mate hesitated, then carefully said, "Your box of liquor, we just threw it overboard." Laud's expression immediately froze, as an immense sorrow welled up in his heart. For years he had accumulated treasures, mostly stored in wooden boxes on the deck, and now they were all gone. In Laud's heart, there even emerged a wild idea to dive into the whirlpool and salvage his money. But that, after all, was just a fantasy. Amidst the heartache, Laud did not forget the great hero of this conquest, of the Eye of Death. "I am immensely grateful, Wizard Sir. You saved all of us. Should you have any commands in the future, please feel free to instruct." Laud looked towards Lynn, took his hat off, placed it over his chest, and bowed as a sign of respect. The once noisy deck immediately became extremely quiet. The sailors and ship workers present, one after another, mirrored Laud's action, which was the highest respect among seafarers. If after the Sea Harbor battle they held immeasurable fear for Wizard Lynn, now it was genuine respect. Having just experienced the power and terror of the Eye of Death, they were naturally full of gratitude and belief in Lynn, who had led them in the escape from the pursuit of death. Chapter 53, 50 The Current Situation in Wizard Land. Please follow. Chapter 53. Chapter 50 The Current Situation in Wizard Land. Please follow. Lynn looked around at the crew waiting for his instructions and spoke with ease. "Since that's the case, I'll have to ask you to keep up the hard work. Until we have completely left this area, we cannot consider ourselves safe." Under Lynn's command, the sailors temporarily restrained their excitement and returned to their positions. But unlike before, they looked out at the vast mist sea without a hint of worry in their eyes. "I never thought I'd escape the Eye of Death twice in my lifetime," Laud remarked with a sense of wonder. Lynn asked out of curiosity, having suspected from previous conversations that Laud had faced such dangers more than once. Laud nodded, and then began to recount his experience from those years with a tinge of emotion. It had happened more than a decade ago when he was just an ordinary pirate, living a life of killing and plundering at sea. Since their operating range was near the Mist Sea, they didn't have to worry about pursuit by the Imperial fleet. If necessary, they could simply hide in the mist. As long as they didn't venture too deep and stayed on the outskirts, they wouldn't completely lose their way back. Then, one time, his pirate gang encountered a large ship sailing out of the Mist Sea. At first, they thought it was a merchant ship that had accidentally entered the Mist Sea and had luckily found its way back, so they decided to attack it with their superior numbers. Unexpectedly, they ran into a wall of steel. The attackers weren't Helram himself, but two official wizards accompanying him. Even so, their entire pirate gang, with hundreds of members, was decimated, and Laud's right leg was blown off by the residual blast of a fireball technique. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to keep someone for questioning, he would have died long ago. However, it was precisely this opportunity that allowed him to completely change his destiny and become the spokesperson for the great wizard Helram at Yaida Harbor. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but glance at Laud, wondering what he had done to be able to shed his status as a prisoner and gain the favor of the great wizard. He had witnessed this old fox's integrity before, not to say it was completely absent, but it was quite limited. If it were up to him, he would never trust such a person so much. Had he been caught with some leverage? While thinking this, Lin did not interrupt Laud's story. After arranging the affairs of the Yaida Harbor, I had the fortune to accompany Master Helram to the Wizard Land, and it was during that sea crossing that we encountered the great whirlpool, Laud said nostalgically. Of course, the Eye of Death wasn't as terrifying then as it was this time. It covered only about a kilometer. Helram's approach was simple. He froze the entire whirlpool solid. Even so, this was enough to surprise Lin. It seemed the power held by a great wizard was far greater than he had imagined. Right, the final destination of our voyage this time is Master Helram's territory, Yaida Harbor, Laud added. Lin nodded. It seemed that before long, he would have to deal with this great wizard. But how exactly should he confront Helram's censure? He had yet to figure out. As the two talked, the sail warship beneath their feet had completely left the vicinity of the great whirlpool, and the sailors on board cheered loudly. Even though they had suffered heavy losses while braving the Eye of Death, Laud was uncharacteristically generous this time, allowing everyone to eat and drink their fill, letting everyone properly celebrate tonight. However, life at sea was truly somewhat monotonous and dull, and the so-called celebration was just everyone sitting together, clasping a barrel of beer and guzzling it down, boasting about their past heroic deeds, and casually fishing for sea fish. Perhaps their luck had begun to improve, as they encountered no further frustrating incidents in the following days. The entire sea was nothing but white fog. If it weren't for constantly following the compass needle, Lin would have thought they hadn't left their original position at all. This was also the terrifying aspect of the Mist Sea. Should a great wizard like Helram lose direction, even if they could handle the great whirlpool, they would still be completely lost in this sea area. During these few days at sea, Lin also had not been idle. Aside from the routine practice of magic, he spent every day asking Johnny for intelligence about Wizard Land and quickly gained a general understanding of this holy land of wizards. First and foremost was the attitude towards the outside world, which was roughly divided into two factions. One was the conservative faction that adhered to its old ways, which was the choice of most wizards in Wizardland. They completely ignored the outside world, focused solely on studying magic within their own domains, and even considered the people outside Wizardland, who were under the control of the church, to be incredibly ignorant. For wizards, the pursuit was to unravel the mysteries of things through magic, to seek the truth of the world, rather than to fight for power and land like those so-called kings and nobles. Hence, studying magic was the same anywhere. After all, within the wizard land, there were extremely rich reserves of magical mines, and with the blockade of the Mist Sea, the church couldn't invade, and it was not easy for them to venture out. It made more sense to focus on developing various magical theories and crush their enemies with one fell swoop in the future. The other was the progressive faction that advocated demonstrating the power of witchcraft to the outside, like the Great Wizard Hellram. They believed that although Wizardland was a super large island, many scarce materials could not be self-sufficient, and the population was too small, necessitating the continuous absorption of new blood from the outside world. But the downside was very clear. The more contact with the outside world, the more dangerous it became. Relying solely on the current power accumulated within Wizardland was not enough to contend with the Church. Once their position was completely exposed, Wizardland could face a disastrous calamity. This was the fundamental reason most wizards preferred the conservative faction. It's worth mentioning that their instructor Crow was a member of the progressive faction, belonging to the school founded by the Great Wizard Hellram. Lynn mused as he spoke. Probably so. Johnny nodded. In these 4 years, she had only visited Wizardland once, and most of her knowledge about it came from what Crow had said normally. If that's really the case, Lynn gazed thoughtfully out of the porthole, as if trying to see through the boundless white fog to the Wizardland that stood deep in the ocean. He had already thought of how to handle the Great Wizard's censure. Chapter 51, Secret Magic Society. Chapter 51, Secret Magic Society. Since boarding the sail warship, Lynn had been pondering over what identity to assume when entering Wizardland. Crow's disciple? A wizard apprentice with no more than half a year's practice in magic? If he were to take on this identity, it was obvious that he would encounter countless troubles. Everyone on board the sail warship had witnessed his spell casting, not to mention the explosion at the harbor town, which was certainly not within a mere apprentice's capabilities. As the saying goes, an innocent man bears the blame because of his wealth. A weak person with significant secrets often becomes the target of the ambitious. Their current status was also extremely awkward, hounded by the church constantly like dogs that had lost their homes, fleeing to Wizardland, and having destroyed a very important sea route. They wouldn't find it surprising to be detained for interrogation upon arriving at Yaida Harbor. Therefore, to break the deadlock, a change was necessary. The teacher said the second daughter of the Duke of Nordland possesses a decent talent for magic. Johnny paused for a moment, then added with conviction, "And we're running low on money." A twitch appeared at the corner of Lynn's mouth. He had known that Crow's enrollment of noble scions like themselves was calculated, all for the sake of research funding. Of course, there was a second reason. Nobles were generally literate and well-cultured, so there was no need to teach them everything from scratch. Learning magic was also a very expensive affair. For instance, the cinder of the ruby flame needed to cast the fireball technique cost 1 silver and 37 copper coins, enough to sustain a poor family for a whole month. Magic was not something the poor could afford to learn. Crow might also harbor the desire to cultivate 1 or 2 noble wizards. Although these apprentices were not the primary heirs, opportunities could be created. Johnny looked puzzled. It's a very secretive wizard organization within the Sika's empire, gathering many significant figures. During the time the teacher took me to study magic, I had the fortune to have some contact with members of the Secret Magic Society. Lynn bluffed smoothly. Crow's approach to teaching apprentices was quite casual, usually keeping each apprentice by his side for a while before leaving them in a relatively safe place to practice magic on their own. This meant that during the time Crow taught him alone, only the two of them knew what happened. Johnny had no way to refute his words. After coming into contact with the Secret Magic Society, the teacher told me that much of the research theory in Wizardland was outdated and couldn't keep up with the times. That's why, in secret, he compiled a confidential research manuscript, planning to meet with a colleague from the Secret Magic Society in the capital of Nordland territory. In just a few words, Lynn shifted their identity from that of desperate refugees fleeing the church's pursuit and accidentally destroying an important seaway to Wizardland to unfortunate dogs that had lost their way. He had become the meritorious agent who, following the instructions of his mentor Crow, struggled painstakingly and dodged the church's stringent encirclements, ultimately delivering a research manuscript containing important information to Wizardland. As long as the weight of this research manuscript was sufficient, bringing explosive news, not only would they avoid censure, but they might also be rewarded. Is that so? Johnny looked bewildered. Crow had never mentioned anything about the secret magic society to her, and Lynn's expression didn't seem to be joking, either. Johnny pondered aloud. He did not correct the misunderstanding. In Wizardland, only official wizards possessed a certain status and the ability to protect themselves, which aligned with everyone on board's minimal assessment of his strength. If he didn't want trouble, willing or not, he had to be an official wizard. While responding, Lynn also contemplated the contents of that research manuscript in his mind. Based on Johnny's descriptions over the past few days, Wizardland's understanding of the world was roughly equivalent to the level of Western Europe during the Renaissance. As long as he put forth a slightly advanced theory, it would be enough to make those wizards' jaws drop. Due to the existence of magic power, wizards were particularly lopsided in their scholarly pursuits. Even though they made significant strides in the microscopic domain, having discovered gravitation early on and created alchemical ships powered by steam, the vast majority of wizards still adhered to geocentrism, believing that the land under their feet was the center of the entire universe. They even used this land as a reference point to chart out each planet's trajectory within the solar system, constructing a unique theory of the stars. Lynn had seen the so-called star trajectory diagrams in Crow's research documents. The entire continent was suspended in the void, encircled by a solid magic barrier. Then, the sun and the moon revolved around the continent in circular motions, with other celestial bodies following specific paths, forming an extremely complex geometrical pattern, which was in accord with the church's depiction in the Genesis chapter of the Bible. However, with a slight rearrangement of these celestial bodies and positioning the star at the very center, everything would again become familiar. It was clear that the church's creationism was utter nonsense. Surely Ella couldn't be so confused as to whether she created a continent or a sphere, right? Of course, such erroneous beliefs were a pitfall almost every civilization had to stumble upon at some point. In plain terms, so-called common sense had constrained thought. At birth, one always tends to see oneself as the protagonist, believing that everything exists solely to revolve around them. The land beneath one's feet seems to be a uniquely special entity in the vast universe, the center of everything. Yet upon deeper study, a harsh reality is revealed. Not just planets, but even entire star systems are inconsequential in the grand scheme of the immense cosmos. Attacking the flat Earth doctrine as a starting point is undoubtedly a good choice. Not only shocking, but also supported by substantial evidence to prove its fallacy. By tearing away the shackles of common sense, without him having to say much, those wizards would naturally come to realize what is true. Lynn also planned to use this as a way to probe the scientific environment of Wizardland. Faced with skepticism, it would be essential to whether they carefully verify and accept the truth or vehemently suppress those voices that deviate from the mainstream. This would determine his future course of action. Chapter 55, 52, This is probably just a farce. Please follow. Chapter 55. Chapter 52, This is probably just a farce. Please follow. After finalizing their subsequent course of action, Lynn turned to Johnny again and spoke. Although we have successfully escaped the pursuit of the church this time, we have also destroyed a very important shipping route. When we arrive at Yaida Harbor, we might face some difficulties. Only then did Johnny realize the gravity of their situation and felt a surge of anxiety. But seeing Lynn calm and collected, she felt somewhat relieved. Together, the two considered possible troubles they might encounter upon entering Yaida Harbor and roughly discussed countermeasures, until Lynn hesitated for a moment and spoke again. By the way, from now on, you should call me Lynn. It's a new alias I thought of. The giant sail warship drifted at sea for half a month before finally emerging from the enshrouding fog, and the outline of a vast island at the limit of their vision had now become visible. Lodge shouted loudly, and all the sailors on board were also exerting their fullest strength, none wanting to stay in that accursed fog any longer. At that moment, Lynn stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. As the ship gradually approached, the port city ahead became vividly clear. However, several patrol boats floating nearby in the sea quickly surrounded them. The boats had a very peculiar appearance, looking rather flat overall, with no yardarms visible on their bodies nor the large, tall sails. Instead, atop the cabins of the ships, there stood tube-like structures, emitting smoke with a puff, puff, puff. A steamship, perhaps? Lynn looked with great interest, and seeing his curiosity, Laud explained, "These alchemical ships are a unique product of Wizardland. They are much faster than the sail warship we're on and are less susceptible to strong winds." While he explained, the sail warship gently docked under the escort of several alchemical ships. The sailors skillfully lowered the rudder and planks, and a man dressed in a blue robe, a wizard, was already waiting at the dockside. Laud strode off the ship and warmly embraced the wizard, then turned to introduce the two following behind him. How rare! Theodore's scrutinizing gaze lingered on the two for a while before he eventually spoke. "But you're welcome to Yaida Harbor." Lynn replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, while Johnny respectfully curtsied to the man. Theodore exchanged a few courtesies and then looked back at Laud. "By the way, old limper, why did you come personally this year? And on a sail warship, no less." If it hadn't been for him using the alchemy goggles to spot Laud standing on the deck, the magic crystal cannons in the harbor would have been activated long ago. "I'm afraid the situation is more complex than you imagine," Laud said with great gravity. Upon hearing Laud speak so solemnly, the smile immediately faded from Theodore's face, and he frowned. Laud was well aware of the procedures and specifically instructed all the sailors to stay on the ship and wait for inspection before leaving. Since the distance was not far, the group did not take a carriage but walked with Theodore towards the inner city. The inner city of Yaida Harbor was a completely different scene from within the Sika's empire. The black asphalt roads were clean and even, the streets wide enough to accommodate 3 carriages racing side by side. Buildings with rows of white walls and red roofs were scattered in an orderly manner. Even the roadside trees and flowers were trimmed to perfection, exuding a strong Western classical style. Although Johnny and Laud had been to Wizardland before, they were still profoundly shocked on this visit. Lynn almost thought he had traveled through time again. If the people of the Sika's empire were still living in the wicked Middle Ages, then Wizardland had already leapt forward to the 17th or 18th century. Walking along a stone path leading to the depths of the city, Theodore pointed at a large fountain and a group of variously shaped sculptures inside the city, introducing them quite proudly. The entire Yaida Harbor was designed by Master Raphael. Then he must be obsessive-compulsive. Lynn thought to himself. All the buildings in Yaida Harbor were meticulously orderly, with not the slightest difference between the left and right sides. If there was a decorative flower bed on one side, then there would definitely be another identical flower bed on the other. However, having seen the city's scenery, Lynn also came to understand why most wizards would prefer to stay in Wizardland. After experiencing such an environment, no one would want to go back to the dirty, chaotic, and foul-smelling Sika's empire. Along the way, Theodore introduced everything about Yaida Harbor to the group with a bragging tone, from the road surface to the architectural design, even down to the materials used for each sculpture, and then he watched their surprised and shocked expressions with enjoyment. Every time someone from outside Wizardland arrived here, a strong sense of superiority would rise in his heart. Lynn looked around the unique harbor city with great interest. His gaze swept over each building. Such an ancient architectural style he had only seen in black and white photos in the archives, and he also couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Weren't there too few people on the streets? After entering the inner city, the number of people they saw altogether didn't exceed 100. Just as he was thinking about it, a din of noise and clamor suddenly came from ahead. Lynn looked forward to see that the huge central square of the city was already packed with people and seemed to be gathering more and more. Lynn asked, slightly curious. Theodore opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally shook his head in a somewhat helpless manner. Chapter 56-53. The Girl Who Longed to Fly to the Sky. Chapter 56. Chapter 53. The Girl Who Longed to Fly to the Sky. It must be those halflings coming up with something new again, Theodore sighed, then led the group through the dense crowd. Lynn quickly realized the prestigious status of wizards, as the packed residents of the harbor, upon seeing the badge on Theodore's chest, voluntarily cleared a path for them, allowing them to quickly squeeze to the front and get a clear view of the scene in the center of the square. There lay a massive flying machine, about 2 meters tall with a wingspan of nearly 7 meters, placed on the smooth, flat cobblestone pavement. No, calling it a flying machine might be somewhat inappropriate, for it seemed far too rudimentary. Nothing more than a framework of wood and steel bound tightly with leather ropes with a layer of camel hide canvas spread over the frame. It looked like a monster poised on the ground, wings flapping, drawing continuous exclamations from the onlookers nearby. Johnny looked at the flying machine in awe, utterly shocked. Theodore slapped his forehead, turned his face away, not daring to look, hoping not to embarrass himself too much in front of outsiders. However, Lynn found it quite intriguing. He hadn't expected such a peculiar sight right upon entering Yaida Harbor. Were they trying to test fly it? Lynn spotted the propeller hanging from the double-layered wings at a glance. But with only steam as power, the outcome seemed doubtful. Despite those thoughts, Lynn continued to stare intently at the flying machine. Every human attempt at flight was worth boasting about, especially in a world where magic existed, making nothing impossible. Hey, as he thought this, Lynn saw a small figure deftly climb atop the flying machine, securing the last joint with leather rope, then promptly sitting in the cockpit. She looked to be only about 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a dirty, dusty, fine short robe, her hair messy from the wind, her face smeared with dusty mud, and her sleeves and trousers rolled up, her head crowned with large wind protection goggles, brimming with energy and determination. Lynn asked, surprised. No, you're mistaken. Lydia is a halfling. In fact, she's already 16 years old this year. Theodore interrupted to clarify. Is that so? Lynn took a closer look and then noticed the girl's slightly pointed ears and unique eye and hair color. It was hard to distinguish between halflings and normal humans during their youth. And since her face looked so youthful, he hadn't recognized her at all. Lydia, maybe it's better not to do this. At that moment in the square, several halflings were huddled around the flying machine, making the final checks. One of them, an elderly-looking halfling, placed both hands on the fuselage of the machine, giving it a few vigorous shakes, seemingly testing its sturdiness. Of course, it would be better if it fell apart. Then they could give up this impractical fantasy. But that's what you said last time. The halflings silently complained to themselves, yet they still moved aside, mainly feeling that gathering here was quite embarrassing, and that they were likely to be more embarrassed soon. And although the wizard masters didn't openly say anything, they definitely had their opinions about the chaos Johnny caused by occupying the city square. Toot toot toot, accompanied by billows of smoke continuously emerging from the top of the machine. The steam power started rotating the propellers on both sides. Once everyone in front had cleared a path, Lydia pulled the lever, using the straight street as a runway, and the massive flying machine charged straight ahead. Johnny was immensely curious. Of course, she also realized that it was meant to ascend, looking from its shape like a very large bird. It should be able, but it's very likely to be only a little bit. Lynn had not sensed any magic power fluctuations during the whole event. He had already foreseen the outcome of this device. Johnny was completely baffled. What does it mean it can only fly a little bit? Theodore just shook his head, believing the contraption simply couldn't take off at all. Independent flight was the prerogative of high-level wizards, and apart from those Griffin Knights trained by the Seeka's Empire, no one could freely soar across the skies. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the massive flying machine's speed increased, and it rushed past the city square. Across the street, There was a very large, long ramp erected to provide an elevation difference. Lydia was extremely tense, her eyes fixated forward behind the wind protection lenses. As the flying machine reached the top of the ramp, the girl forcefully pressed the controller. The flying machine, like a bird, fiercely vibrated its massive wings and, taking advantage of the last lift, flew straight over the ramp. Theodore was completely disheveled, his face filled with disbelief, and the civilians watching the spectacle were also utterly shocked. Worthy of skillful hands, Lydia, truly remarkable. I bought some of her small gadgets before. They are as magical as the wizard's magical tools. She will definitely pass the selection this year. The halflings below were even more ecstatic, dancing and cheering loudly. Lydia is the pride of the halflings. She will definitely become the first halfling wizard. However, they celebrated too soon. After the flying machine ascended with thrust, a myriad of problems were suddenly exposed. While Lydia was adjusting the course to celebrate the successful takeoff, planning to fly around Yaida Harbor, she discovered within a few seconds that her flying machine had lost its balance and was rapidly falling. In a panic, Lydia hurriedly pulled the lever, tried to control the wings to flap up and down like birds to provide lift, but it only made matters worse. The flight path of the flying machine immediately became erratic, resembling a dragon struck by magic, spiraling down from mid-air. P.S. This book is updated twice a day. Don't say I'm a one-chapter-a-day person anymore. The update times are at 12:30 noon and 7 p.m. Updates might be slower during the new book phase to stay longer on the new book list. There will be additional updates after it's on the market. Also, everything is begged for in the new book. Chapter 57-54, Grand Wizard Hellram. Please follow. Chapter 57. Chapter 54. Grand Wizard Hellram. Please follow. Seeing the flying apparatus tumbling out of the sky, Theodore couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, followed by a soft complaint. Master Hellram really shouldn't have indulged her like this. Lynn focused on the sky, where the massive flying apparatus swayed midair, falling in the direction of the plaza. However, the faces of the people gathered in the plaza showed no sign of panic. Lynn therefore abandoned any intention of intervening, reasoning there must be designated individuals to take care of the chaos. Sure enough, just as the flying apparatus was about to crash to the ground, several wizards in the plaza took action, concurrently casting the slow fall technique to smoothly land the apparatus in the center of the plaza. Although its battered wings had long since fallen apart, and the camel leather that covered them had been blown to who knows where. It really can only fly a tiny bit. Johnny watched the entire process of the flying apparatus taking off and landing, then turned to look at Lynn with great curiosity about how he knew so precisely. Lynn shook his head and replied softly. He had seen the apparatus's problems at a glance. But this halfling girl named Lydia, who managed to construct this flying apparatus out of such rudimentary materials and even get it operational, was undoubtedly a genius in engineering. Imitating birds flapping their wings to provide lift was not a bad idea. It was just too presumptuous, remaining only a basic mimicry of form without understanding the underlying principles. Overall, history has proven that steam-powered airplanes have no future, lacking enough power to fly high or far. The two were chatting when a gentle voice rang out from behind them. Lynn turned around and saw an old man wearing a black robe with a rounded cap, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s with neatly trimmed beard, his eyes twinkling with an indiscernible gleam. Theodore promptly bowed in greeting upon seeing the man. The newcomer was none other than the ruler of Yaida Harbor, Hellram. As a highly esteemed wizard, his attire was so simple that the town's residents around him didn't recognize him at first glance. Lynn bowed his head in respect, following local custom to show reverence to a great wizard. But instead of answering the question directly, he countered with one of his own. Don't the alchemy ships that use steam as a power source sail the seas without relying on magic? Hellram raised an eyebrow, finding the question intriguing, whereas Theodore, who was more impatient, spoke up. Who told you those alchemy ships have nothing to do with magic? It seems your alchemy must not be very good. As he spoke, Theodore enlightened Lynn, the outsider yokel, on the two operating methods of alchemy ships. Either a full-fledged wizard must manage the alchemy engine, or a magic stone is used to energize the corresponding alchemy array. So, steam was being created using magic power? Lynn felt embarrassed. He had really not considered that those alchemy ships weren't coal-powered. Could this be the legendary 100-kilometer drain of a wizard's magic power? Helram actually gave Lynn an unexpected glance. More than 20 years ago, when the steam engine was just invented, it indeed did not require any consumption of magic power. Afterwards, using magic stones as an energy source was merely more convenient. In fact, neither the steam engine installed on Lydia's flying machine utilized any magic, but within Yaida Harbor, there were very few young wizards willing to delve into the basic principles of these alchemy formulas. Master Helram, as a few of them were talking, Lydia, with the help of several halflings, had already extricated herself from the deformed cockpit, a sleeve of her robe torn, but the girl paid it no mind as she hurriedly ran up to Helram, eagerly asking, "Did I succeed? That can't count as a success, only as—" Helram paused for a moment, teasingly repeating Lynn's words. Lydia's face immediately fell, like a defeated ostrich. Then she quickly claimed she had made significant progress this time, and with just a bit more tweaking, this thing would definitely be able to fly successfully. Helram listened patiently to Lydia's narrative and complaints, then turned back to Lynn and the others. Theodore nodded. This indeed wasn't the place for conversation, but before he could turn to leave, Helram's voice rang out again. Obviously, Helram had not only heard Lynn's comments on the flying machine, but also his murmurs of complaint. "No, Master, what I mean is, Lydia, conducting flying experiments in the square, is too dangerous. If there were any accidents, not only could it easily harm the townspeople, but also, Theodore's expression suddenly froze, frantically trying to explain, but Helram waved his hand, cutting him off. "All right, I get your point. Next time I'll set up a magic barrier." As the flying machine crashed to the ground, the commotion in the square also came to an end, and town folks driven by curiosity began to disperse in a buzz of noise and gossip. Theodore, feeling rather dejected, led the group toward the nearby Yaida Magic Academy. It was a sprawling complex at the very heart of the city, with towering spires, thick black walls, and the most conspicuous building of all, visible even from outside the harbor, the Tower of Whistling. Stepping through the academy's gates, Lynn, having just witnessed the flying experiment, couldn't help but ask. He had also heard that the girl named Lydia needed to complete this experiment to qualify for joining the Magic Academy, which seemed a bit too difficult. It couldn't be that everyone had to go through such trouble to enroll, could it? Theodore explained. Actually, Master Helram has good intentions. These halflings don't have much magical talent. Admitting her into the academy would just be a waste of time. Chapter 58. 55 My name is Lynn, and I am a scholar. Chapter 58. Chapter 55 My name is Lynn, and I am a scholar. Theodore seemed to possess an unusual desire to showcase himself, and seeing Lynn and the others interested, he started to complain a bit. In recent years, Lydia had become a well-known figure throughout Yaida Harbor. This halfling youngster was very keen on researching some odd and bizarre things. For instance, last year, she replicated the propeller from an alchemical ship and made a little gadget called a fan, which could bring a cool breeze with the aid of an alchemical steam device, quite handy during the scorching summer days. But who would keep such a large and very expensive alchemical machine at home, just for a breeze? For a wizard, casting a wind-controlling magic would be much more convenient than that. Of course, it was not impossible to operate by manual hand cranks, so there were some townsfolk in pursuit of novelty who were willing to purchase these gadgets. This was also the source of funding for Lydia's flying machine projects. With Lydia's talent, joining any alchemical workshop as an assistant would garner her a decent living, but she insists on becoming a wizard, which is merely asking for trouble. Theodore shook his head. Even he had to admit that this halfling girl indeed had many brilliant ideas, but in the wizard land, no halfling had ever successfully become a wizard. Listening to Theodore's narration, Lynn somewhat understood why the tech tree of the wizard land was so cluttered. Magic was too convenient, and many things were not impossible to create, but wizards simply had no use for them. As they walked into the academy's lobby, along the way, apprentices clad in simple attire bowed and greeted Theodore. These apprentices varied in age. The youngest looked to be only about 11 or 12, and the oldest no more than 30. Or rather, if one hadn't become a full-fledged wizard by that age, they would be deemed untalented and expelled from the academy. "This is the place. Please wait here for a moment. I will go inform the other instructors of the academy," said Theodore as he arranged for the visitors to stay in a large waiting room, served them tea by his apprentice assistant, and then he quickly left the room. Lynn sat down towards the back. In front of him, a mahogany table was cluttered with a few magic books, probably left behind by a wizard who hadn't had the time to take them after reading. Apart from this, there was also a piece of paper carelessly tossed aside. Who knew that even this existed in Wizardland? The front page contained entertaining stories happening within Wizardland, while the back page held the latest theories about magic, with the authors' names credited below. Experiments with 24 fundamental elements, the Cosian force, the power that supports the world, the relationship between object movement and gravity. Lynn flipped through Magic Weekly for a bit and quickly became engrossed, finding the unique perspective of interpreting the world through magic quite intriguing. Meanwhile, Johnny sat upright, looking extremely nervous, not at all as relaxed as Lynn. Before long, the sound of the door opening was heard again as Hellram, whom they had met before, entered with several academy instructors. "I'm afraid the situation might be more serious than you imagine. The entire docks of the harbor town have been destroyed, and even the ship gang has been annihilated." Laud spoke cautiously, and before he could finish, a hoarse voice rang out. The speaker was none other than Kevin, a shaping science professor at the Yaida Magic Academy. He appeared to be in his 40s, tall and thin, dressed in a gray robe with a shiny badge on his chest. It bore 3 mysterious, linear patterns, the mark of a third circle wizard. Laud quickly shook his head, not wanting to take the blame, and hurriedly started to explain. But from his perspective, the information he had was very limited. He only knew that the whole affair began when Archbishop Amluoke arrested Crow, who was attempting to kidnap the Duke's daughter in Nordland territory, and the investigation had followed a trail to the port town. "I knew that fellow Crow would cause trouble. We should never have let him leave the wizard land," muttered Philip, the elemental studies professor, quite dissatisfied. He certainly knew Crow, who had been a spiritual energy professor at the Yaida Magic Academy before leaving the wizard land. Crow had also made respectable achievements in elemental, alchemy, and shaping magic. If he had continued to devote himself to the study of magic, he might have one day become a great wizard. However, several years ago, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly abandoned everything and set out to cross the Mist Sea to the Seeka's empire. It was an utterly mad undertaking. Compared to living comfortably in the wizard land, where one could study magic freely, the empire was completely the opposite. It was said that people there lived in smelly wooden houses and were subjected to the ignorant rule of the church, not even knowing what elements were. Philip was about to go on, but a colleague beside him stopped him. After all, Crow's departure for the Seeka's empire had been approved by Master Hellram himself. As the wizards repeatedly interrupted him, Laud didn't dare to have any complaints and took advantage of the moments when no one else was speaking to recount the entire event as quickly and accurately as possible, without daring to omit a single detail. When they heard that Lynn had used an incredibly powerful magic to kill an archbishop, destroy 3,000 armored elite guards, and even reduce half a city to rubble, the professors' faces showed disbelief, and even Hellram was somewhat moved. Theodore even wondered if Laud had messed up and then made up a story with this wizard named Lynn to cover up his own mistakes. With various thoughts in mind, all the wizards present turned their gaze unanimously toward the two who had not yet spoken. They recognized Johnny. For years ago, when Crow returned to the wizard land, Johnny had followed right behind him, but they had no recollection of Lin at all. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Lin, a scholar from the secret magic society within the Seeker's Empire and a good friend of Crow's," said Lin, putting down the magic weekly in his hand with ease as everyone looked on. This identity had been agreed upon with Johnny aboard the vessel. Chapter 59-56. Forgive my bluntness, but the magic theory of Wizard Land is outdated. Seeking followers. Chapter 59. Chapter 56. Forgive my bluntness, but the magic theory of Wizard Land is outdated. Seeking followers, Crow's good friend, a scholar of the secret magic society, a formal wizard. These were the three identities Lin had bestowed upon himself, able to dissolve most of the potential troubles into insignificance. It wasn't easy to expose these lies. For the people of Wizardland, Crow's experiences after going to the Seeker's Empire were completely unknown. Even with magic communication, it would be impossible to cover everything, and claiming to have only recently met was perfectly plausible. After all, his mentor had already been captured by the church and taken to the Holy City. By now, he was either being tortured or undergoing trial, and how long he could survive was hard to say. In any case, he certainly wasn't in a position to correct Lin's words. The only person in the know, Johnny, had his life saved by Lin twice in succession, which could be said to have established a bond between them. More importantly, their fates were now intertwined, dependent on each other's success or failure. Even just to avoid accusations, the other party had no choice but to keep silent. As long as he could establish his identity during this period, who would take the word of a wizard apprentice seriously? Sometimes, the truth is less convincing than a lie. Nobody was willing to believe that an apprentice who had been exposed to magic for only half a year could kill an archbishop, destroy half of a harbor town, and possess extremely profound knowledge. After Lin gave a brief introduction, the professors present exchanged glances, and Theodore was the first to speak up, asking with a hint of skepticism. In Theodore's mind, the witchcraft capable of such extensive destruction had to be at least a 5-ring spell, and only a great wizard could single-handedly take on an army. But Lin looked far too young, probably only about 20 years old. That certainly wasn't reasonable. After all, even the most gifted wizard in Wizardland, known as the Star of Magic, August, only became a great wizard at the age of 24. Now, he was regarded as the hope of the entire wizarding world, the one most likely to reach beyond the realm of legendary wizards. Of course, I am not a great wizard. Destroying the harbor town was merely a trick, and Mr. Laud's help was crucial, Lin explained casually, without a trace of fluctuation in his tone. Theodore paused, then remembered Laud had mentioned that before the full-blown conflict with the church, Lin had ordered him to collect a lot of basic ingredients. Was it the enhancement of a powerful alchemy array? The professors of various academies racked their brains, but could not think of any powerful alchemy array that required these basic ingredients. In the end, they all turned to Archwizard Helram. After pondering for a while, he finally spoke. "I have heard that a few years ago, the alchemists in Wizard City discovered a unique alchemical formula that doesn't even require the use of magic power." Surprise showed on Lin's face. Had the alchemists of Wizardland actually touched upon the technology of black gunpowder? But then again, it made sense, as black gunpowder was not a high-level invention. It had been discovered at the end of the 9th century in his previous life, and its power was mediocre. Back at Yaida Harbor, the main reason for the good result was the substantial amount combined with white phosphorus that he mixed in to enhance its potency. In fact, if there hadn't been such a limited time, he would have certainly given those natives quite a significant task to undertake. After Helram presented his statement, Theodore and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be some kind of alchemical product that required hiring over 1,000 people and preparation over many days to unleash its power. This contrivance could only serve as a trap and was definitely not something that could be used in battle. Regardless of what these academy professors thought, Lin continued to speak. Crow had actually planned to meet with another scholar from the Secret Magic Society in the capital of Nordland Territory this time to verify a very important magic theory. As for the abduction, cough. As for taking on Apprentice, it was just a cover. Unexpectedly, the church's personnel still managed to detect something amiss. Before setting off, Crow had earnestly requested that I organize a manuscript from the Secret Magic Society. At this point, Lynn expressed regret with a sigh and looked around at the surrounding academy professors. Speaking in a low tone, Crow told me that Wizardland is far too insular. Many magic theories are likely already outdated. Absurd. Kevin immediately stood up upon hearing this, his eyes wide open, almost bursting with anger. What place is Wizardland? It is the birthplace of countless top schools. It is the center of magic development, and also the temple of wizards. They had spent hundreds of years transforming this wild island into a paradise for magic. Here, every wizard strives on the path of seeking the truth, with new elements or magic theories being discovered almost every week. Now, the other party dares to say that their magic holy land is outdated and can no longer keep up with the times. This is simply madness. Crow must have been away from Wizardland for too long. He doesn't understand the current magic theories thoroughly enough, Kevin said sarcastically. He believed that Crow's thoughts must still be stuck in the time of his first voyage to the Seeka's Empire. So just seeing one or two new theories made him overly amazed. Little did he know that over the years, the great wizards and legendary wizards had developed enough magic theories to fill an entire bookshelf. The other professors also criticized Crow one after another for talking nonsense and tarnishing the reputation of Wizardland. Lynn didn't offer much of an explanation, but instead took out the research manuscript that had been prepared and placed it on the table. Kevin was the first to grab a manuscript, eager to see what kind of novel theory could have inspired Crow to entertain such an unrealistic idea. The law of free fall? Kinetic energy formula? Ha! I knew it. Crow must have never read Master Yade's magic book when he was at Yaida Academy. 200 years ago, he had already proposed that the falling speed of an object is directly proportional to its weight, which is the basis of the gravity formula. Kevin had just flipped open the first page and read the title, shaking his head and sighing, but after looking closely at the content for a moment, he was completely stunned. Because the law of free fall in a manuscript was completely opposite to Master Yade's theory. The author believed that two objects of different weights, when undergoing free fall, would have the same acceleration and would reach the ground at the same time. Theodore was so exasperated that he laughed. Could it be that if one threw Mount Kogel and a pebble into the air simultaneously, they would land at the same time? Ridiculous. P.S. The data for every Tuesday and Wednesday are particularly important. Please give a click, everyone. I've seen everyone's comments, and I'll see if I can adjust to releasing 2 chapters together tomorrow. Chapter 60-57. The water balloon in my hand is this continent. Chapter 60. Chapter 57. The water balloon in my hand is this continent. Theodore's irritable words suddenly captured everyone's attention. Facing the amazed stares of the crowd, Theodore didn't say much, but simply passed over the so-called research manuscript. Kevin and the others took it and began reading, their faces displaying mocking expressions. When the manuscript reached Hellram, the great wizard did not laugh, for he discovered that it mentioned something called air resistance. He had based his manuscripts on existing theories in Wizardland, and they were very easy to verify. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the dozen pages of the manuscript were read by the wizards. Considering that the so-called law of free fall was too unreliable, they merely skimmed the rest of the content. Then, to their astonishment, they discovered an even more absurd hypothesis in the manuscript. Listen, you're Lynn, right? I don't know what Crow was thinking, letting you bring this extremely absurd manuscript to Wizardland, but I must say that the Secret Magic Society's magical theories are simply full of holes. Kevin casually threw the pages in his hand onto the table and spoke with a resigned tone. And you actually believe that this continent beneath our feet is a sphere? Why can't this world be spherical? Lin calmly set down his teacup. Although limited by his abilities, he hadn't yet been able to fly into space to verify this point completely. But the fact that he could stand here explained a lot. The mass and gravity of this planet beneath their feet must be very similar to Earth's, because the gravity, he felt, was almost indistinguishable. The changes in the seasons and the sun and moon could be used as evidence of the planet's rotation and revolution around a star. Moreover, after leaving the Mist Sea, the first thing he saw at the harbor was the top of the Tower of Whistling, then the body of the tower. The most critical piece was the star map. By placing the star at the center, one could construct a perfect model of the stellar system's movements. This was the most direct evidence. If it weren't for the star map indicating that this star was only surrounded by 5 planets, Lin would have begun to suspect whether this was another Earth in a parallel universe. Because it was too similar. Since Yaida Harbor faces the sea, I think you must have noticed something on ordinary days. As he spoke, Lin opened his hand, and under the surge of magic power, a huge and murky water globe appeared before everyone. He then inserted a quill straight into the flowing water. The water immediately began to flow, and the quill turned from the bottom directly to the top. The first thing seen was indeed the tip of the quill's feather. The wizards present immediately understood Lin's point. The giant water globe was just like the continent below their feet, and the quill represented a ship. If the land were flat, they would see the entire body of the ship from afar. Only if the surface was curved would they see the sails first. Theodore and the others looked at each other, frowning with locked brows. This theory seemed to make some sense, but something felt off. This doesn't prove that the continent is spherical. It could be semicircular. Another academy professor eagerly countered. And according to your statement, under the effect of gravity, the water above should have flowed downward much earlier. While speaking, the academy professor also mimicked Lin by creating a dirt sphere to simulate the continent and then coated it with a layer of water. He then released the mage's hand, and the water immediately began to flow downward, separating from the dirt sphere and forming a puddle on the table. The academy professor said smugly, and Theodore and the others nodded in agreement. Lin asked incredulously. The group of academy professors immediately froze. The phenomenon of ships seen from afar on the ocean implied that the sea water was likely clinging to curved land, and thus should also flow downward, not stay in place. This completely defied common sense. Before they could clear their thoughts, Lin continued. Isn't it obvious? Theodore retorted, furrowing his brows, confused by such a silly question. Is it? Lin raised an eyebrow, dispelled the water globe, and placed his hand on the dirt sphere created by the professor. He invoked Mage's hand, and the originally loose dirt sphere slowly compressed inward before turning into a solid sphere. Theodore was completely stunned. Lin's metaphor of the land as a dirt sphere was very straightforward and easy to understand, and he certainly saw it very clearly. But precisely because he understood, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. For the center of the sphere, gravity would be on all sides, meaning every direction is up, while down would be at the center of the sphere, so the water would necessarily cling to the sphere. The professors at the scene also realized this point and began discussing heatedly. Kevin completely refused to believe in this so-called planetary theory, insisting that the continent was flat and that the ship's distant viewing phenomenon was just a coincidence, not direct evidence. Philip and others held the opposite view, thinking that Lin's words might not be without reason. At the very least, it was a plausible theory that could definitely be referenced for further research to confirm its validity. As everyone argued further, nearly coming to blows, Theodore turned his gaze back to Lin and asked again. Before Lin could answer, Hellram, who had been perusing the manuscript, finally spoke. Actually, it should be the opposite. Chapter 61, 58. Truth can withstand any form of test. Please follow. Chapter 61. Chapter 58. Truth can withstand any form of test. Please follow. Lin nodded, glanced around at the assembled crowd, then spun the newspaper in front of him half a turn and pushed it toward everyone. At this point, Lin also felt somewhat emotional. After reading the paper published in Magic Weekly, he realized that this was essentially the rudimentary concept of universal gravitation. It was just unknown how far this legendary wizard had researched, whether he had already developed the law of universal gravitation or whether he knew what the essence of gravity was. Regardless, this would surely prove his theory, as this paper described gravity not merely as a force pulling downward, but as something that could affect the surroundings and possibly even stretch and distort space. Lord Harrow's argument is indeed magnificent and irrefutable, but using this alone as evidence to completely disprove the flat Earth theory still lacks some persuasive power, Helram said thoughtfully. Indeed, after reading the manuscript, he was more inclined to believe the flat Earth theory was mistaken. But Helram also knew that this was a theory capable of shaking the entire understanding of the world in Wizardland. Once published in Magic Weekly, it would undoubtedly cause a massive controversy, which made him cautious. I've seen your star charts, and the theories of rotation and revolution you mentioned are also quite interesting. I will send this theory to a few grand wizards who have made some achievements in the study of gravity. If they agree, it's not too late to publish it in Magic Weekly, Helram said solemnly. That's certainly no problem. Lin nodded. Everything he wrote in the manuscript was the purest theory, and having professionals confirm it was naturally better than great. Let's leave the topic of the flat Earth theory and spherical theory there. Helram moved on from this topic, then took out another piece of paper and continued. This law of free fall is also very interesting. Could you explain it in detail for me? Lin shrugged, as practice is the only criterion to test truth. Kevin, who had been listening to their conversation and could not find an opportunity to interject, spoke out eagerly. He admitted that the planetary theory developed by the secret magic society could indeed stand on its own, but this so-called law of falling bodies was pure nonsense. Kevin immediately used Mage's hand to lift the solid dirt ball from the table, and by the same method, he lifted the feather pen high into the air, then canceled the spell, causing both to fall from the same height. In just 2 short seconds, the dirt ball smashed heavily onto the ground, breaking into several pieces, while the feather pen took more than 10 seconds to gently land on the ground. Seeing this result, the wizards present all looked at Lin with either mocking or playful expressions on their faces. Lin said calmly, having already conducted a simplified version of the ball experiment during his half-month drifting in the Mist Sea, he was naturally not worried about any mishaps. Vacuum. The professors from the academy pondered this new term and, with Lin's explanation, quickly understood its meaning. Helram thought for a moment, then asked everyone to step back and slowly extended his hand to lightly tap. Lin immediately sensed the elements in front of him being stripped away at an extremely fast pace by some inexplicable force, and moments later, a rectangular vacuum domain, 4 meters wide and 7 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. Seeing how easily Helram had created and maintained a large vacuum domain, Lin couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Despite having sucked the oxygen from around him in the slums, and having tricked that witch hunter, the reality was that the air was continuously circulating, and he had only created a small, temporary low-oxygen zone. The power of a grand wizard was far greater than that of a regular wizard. Lin had then ventured to test this, not expecting that the other party could achieve it so easily. Helram had summoned a feather pen and had magically created a solid iron ball, placing both inside the vacuum domain. The 2 objects, differing in weight by 1,000 times, fell at the same time. The expressions of Theodore and others gradually shifted from casual to terrified at this moment, their eyes widening as they stared intently at the scene, because the feather pen and the solid iron ball were indeed falling at the same rate. "It's true, it really is true," Philip murmured in astonishment. "This can't be." Kevin suddenly stood up, looking toward Helram, unable to restrain himself from asking. This statement was undoubtedly a bit offensive, but Kevin clearly couldn't concern himself with that anymore. Helram didn't pay him any attention and continued the experiment, replacing the iron ball and feather with other materials: wood, stone, water droplets. The results were all the same. Seeing this, no matter how the professors felt, they had to admit that the manuscript's law of free fall was the truth. Confusion lingered on Kevin's face throughout. No, his theory isn't wrong. It's an interpretation of air resistance. Lin shook his head and said smoothly. Yade's theory had prevailed and gained the acceptance of most wizards precisely because it explained some natural phenomena. For example, the knowledge of fluid mechanics used by his teacher Crow in improving the Frostblade was based on an extension of Yade's theory. While flipping through Magic Weekly, Lin even found that some wizards had integrated air resistance with gravitational effects and believed that air and elements move continuously because of gravity. This was undoubtedly a very confusing hypothesis. However, Lin would never mock or look down upon others for this, as the journey to uncover the truth of the world is always surrounded by numerous errors. Whether in history or modern times, for the same physical phenomenon, scholars from various fields often propose many different hypotheses, each sounding reasonable and each able to explain parts of the phenomena. It is only through the sedimentation of time and continuous verification that truth eventually triumphs over error. The reason he could sit here and discuss freely wasn't that he was smarter than everyone present, but merely because he was standing on the shoulders of giants. Chapter 62, 59. The Forbidden Spiritual Magic. Chapter 62. Chapter 59. The Forbidden Spiritual Magic. The freefall experiment ended swiftly, and it was only after Helram had removed the vacuum domain that the assembly of professors began to come out of their prior amazement. It seems Crow was right. The theories in Wizardland are indeed outdated compared to the outside world, Helram remarked with a sense of wonder. Beyond the planetary theory and the kinetic energy formula, there were several unverified theories in Lin's research manuscript, proven by many symbols he could not comprehend at all, which clearly differed from the existing computational methods in Wizardland. Theodore, Kevin, and the others, upon hearing this, had expressions of discomfort, but none spoke out to refute it. Philip couldn't help but sigh deeply on one side. Despite hundreds of years of development, the once small refuge of fleeing wizards had grown into today's magic holy land. Yet even so, Wizardland had only a population of 600,000, with around 7,000 official wizards, even fewer great wizards, and a mere 7 legendary wizards. Outside Wizardland, the Seeka's Empire alone boasted a population of 20 million. Even with the pursuit and blockades of the Church, the number of official wizards here must undoubtedly be several times that amount. It wouldn't be impossible for them to have researched some theories before them. Mr. Lin, I thank you for taking the risk to bring this precious research manuscript to Wizardland, Helram said, pausing for a moment before speaking again. I have an impertinent request. From the indecipherable symbols in the manuscript, it was obvious that the knowledge of the secret magic society was systematic, requiring specialized learning to understand the meaning of these symbols. If Lin agreed, when these theories were published in the future, Yaida Academy could naturally gain great fame as well. Facing the olive branch thrown by Helram, Lin's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, weighing the pros and cons. Joining Aida Academy had many benefits. First, all his identity issues would be resolved, and he'd have a reliable backer. Secondly, using the title of professor, he could access the Academy's magical books to supplement his own deficiencies in magical knowledge. The downside, however, was that Yaida Academy was not one of the top institutions with a legendary wizard, and how much pressure it could withstand was unclear. If he were to propose yet another revolutionary theory next time, there was a good chance Helram might not be able to support it. After a long consideration, Lin nodded and accepted the offer. Ever since entering the harbor and interacting with the great wizard, it was clear to Lin that Helram was not an arrogant and stubborn person. The fact he could tolerate a group of halflings conducting flight experiments in the plaza and did not hastily question his various theories suggested he would be a suitable collaborator. Reliability was always of utmost importance. If he had encountered someone like a certain famous inventor who liked to claim others' research results as his own, that would have been a true disaster. After Lynn agreed to take on the professorship, the atmosphere on the scene immediately relaxed. Even Kevin, who had been most opposed earlier, was no longer as confrontational as before. After all, if those pieces of knowledge could be validated, the entire Yaida Academy stood to benefit. As for the explosion at the harbor town and the destruction of important transportation routes, no one mentioned it again. After all, even if they wanted to pursue responsibility, they would not know who to hold accountable. Blame Lynn? That would be ridiculous. As Crow's friend, he braved the risk of capture by the church and brought the novel knowledge of the secret magic society, as well as Crow's apprentice, all the way back to them. To then lay the blame on him, would that be appropriate? This is inappropriate. On the contrary, the entire Yaida Academy owed the other party a favor, and Johnny and Laud. One was a wizard apprentice who knew nothing and was brought back. The other had worked for decades in the Nordland territory for the Wizard Land, with no merit but certainly hardship, so it wasn't easy to assign blame. Given these points, they could only helplessly accept that the Wizard Land had lost an important transportation route. By the way, Master Hellram, when we clashed with Bishop Antelope in the harbor town, one of Crow's apprentices suffered from magic backlash. I'm not sure if there's still a chance for treatment. Lynn suddenly remembered this and spoke up. Hellram stood up, leading a few interested professors out of the reception room toward the exit. 10 minutes later, Lynn and the others returned to the dock, where the sailors from the ship gang were still being detained. Laud calmed the sailors' emotions, and then entered the lower deck of the sail battleship with everyone. A gigantic ice coffin appeared before them. A girl of about 13 or 14 lay there quietly, her complexion pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, making it hard to determine whether she was unconscious or already dead. Professor Kevin of the Shaping Science nodded, suggesting that there might still be hope for treatment. However, after thawing the ice and conducting a careful examination, Kevin became somewhat surprised and uncertain. There's nothing majorly wrong with the body. It seems like she's suffered significant spiritual damage. Lynn explained. Philip immediately furrowed his brows and asked abruptly. Lynn asked, puzzled. Philip sighed and then began to explain to Lynn. 3 years ago, a horrendous incident took place at Wizardland. The spiritual ability school founded by the great wizard Merc, in a particular experiment with spiritual energy, resulted in the deaths of thousands of villagers. This event enraged the entire Wizard Council. After dispatching 3 great wizards to annihilate this school, they suddenly prohibited all schools from privately researching spiritual magic. Those spiritual energy witches recorded in the directory had to join the newly established Spiritual Ability Academy in Wizard City if they wanted to continue refining their witchcraft, accepting the corresponding constraints. There are rumors that those evil mages researched a forbidden spiritual magic spell, but the exact reason is probably only known to those legendary witches, said Philip with a sense of resignation. And so, after Crow had left, Yaida Academy never recruited another spiritual ability professor because it was no longer necessary. Hearing this, Lynn was also somewhat shocked. What kind of forbidden magic was it that prompted the Wizard Council to place such strict restrictions on an entire school? Chapter 63-60. The 3 Key Elements to Becoming an Official Wizard. Chapter 63. Chapter 60. The 3 Key Elements to Becoming an Official Wizard. I'm afraid the only hope is to head to Wizard City and seek out those wizards proficient in spiritual energy for a chance of treatment, Philip said, shaking his head with a sigh, and urged Lynn not to hold out too much hope. Although the girl's body was preserved in ice and seemed unchanged, more than half a month had passed, and her soul was feared to have already dissipated. Hearing this, Lynn felt somewhat disappointed. He and Bai Ge did not have much of a connection, but she had used Soul Scream to help him defeat Anluoke, so he had always done his utmost to help treat her. Let's preserve her in ice for now. I just so happen to know a master of spiritual energy studies who might be of some help. That is, if he happens to be free, Hellram suddenly chimed in. Kevin, Philip, and the others looked at Hellram with surprise. To summon a master of spiritual energy studies for a wizard apprentice who was likely already dead seemed like an overreaction. Only Orlando showed a somewhat helpless look on his face. He knew it would turn out this way. Johnny bowed, deeply moved. Lynn also expressed his thanks to the great wizard with a hint of surprise. Under Helram's guidance, Baigu, who had been refrozen, was moved to the medical room of the Aida Academy, and Lynn and Johnny were taken to their respective professor and student accommodations. Theodore said, leading Lynn into a room. As Lynn entered, he looked around at his new surroundings. The room was spacious and not just a simple bedroom for resting. It also came equipped with a small alchemist's bench and apparatus for grinding herbs. There were bookshelves, a bed, a desk, and chairs. By the standards of the time, it was quite luxurious. This was how people were meant to live. Lynn silently contemplated, comparing this to when he was fleeing the church's pursuit within the boundaries of the Sika's empire, where he slept on straw mats and ate unsavory black bread, living practically like a refugee. Indeed, braving the risks to head for Wizardland had been an exceedingly correct decision. All right, I'll remember that and will ask if needed. Lynn nodded, not going to pass up an opportunity for free goods. By the way, Mr. Lynn continued to ask. Theodore shook his head. Of course not, but you can go to the currency exchange at the harbor and trade those gold coins for the local currency. The exchange rate is roughly 2 Sika's gold coins for 1 magic gold coin. Furthermore, as a professor of the academy, at the beginning of each month, you can receive 3 magic gold coins as your base salary, along with a variable amount of research funds. Theodore explained the professor's salary, the currency exchange process, and the currency system of Wizardland in brief. Seeing that Lynn had no further questions, he took his leave and departed. The moment the door closed completely, the composure on Lynn's face abruptly halted, and he sat down on a nearby chair, a faint expression of relief emerging on his face. Lying in front of a great wizard, whose power far surpassed his own, it was of course impossible not to worry at all. Any lie could potentially be exposed, and if the situation in the harbor town hadn't blown up so drastically, Lynn would never have conceived this idea. Fortunately, the outcome was just as he had predicted. The toughest hurdle was now behind him, and the situation turned out to be even better than he had expected. They faced no punishment. Instead, they received a certain degree of preferential treatment. So, the next most important thing was naturally to patch up the last flaw and become an official wizard. Lynn's index finger tapped lightly on the armrest of the chair as his mind buzzed with constant thought. Just now, when Theodore was talking to him about the duties of a professor, he also detailed the methods by which the residents of the harbor city could enroll and subsequently advance. Generally, at the beginning of each year, children in the harbor city who have turned 12 can have the opportunity to test their magic talent. If they pass successfully and pay a tuition fee, they will be taken in by the Aida Academy as honored wizard apprentices. Of course, such a magic potion is not easy to obtain as it is distributed directly by the wizard city. According to the rules of Aida Academy, apprentices are required to complete 1 or 2 subjects and then obtain the recognition and recommendation of a professor from a related academy. Lynn immediately saw through this as a ploy by the major academies, and even the Wizard Council, to monopolize the right of commoners to advance to wizardhood. Of course, publicly, the reason given by the Wizard Council is very noble, which is to prevent apprentices with ill intentions from gaining more powerful magic. Now that he had obtained the identity of a professor at the academy, in theory, he also had the qualifications to apply to the council for an advancement potion for a certain apprentice. However, doing so would mean he had to intercept a bottle of magic source privately, which not only required going through procedures, but also ran the risk of being reported. The second channel was to bypass the academy and the Wizard Council and obtain the magic potion through other means. For example, buying on the black market. Where there is demand, there will always be trade. It's just a matter of whether the price is right. If the magic source is a magic potion, then there must be potion masters who know how to make it. If he could find a way to obtain the recipe for this potion and then make it himself, that would certainly be the safest course. With this in mind, Lin gathered his scattered thoughts and began his daily routine of meditation. The endless sea of elements once again appeared before him. No matter what, before obtaining the advancement magic potion, he must strive to perfect the total amount of his magic and spiritual power. The original soul, Carl, was just an ordinary wizard apprentice who had only been exposed to magic for about half a year. Luckily, when he crossed over, the fusion of souls gave him a dramatic increase in spiritual power, and his capacity for magic power also soared. According to the theory of marginal growth of magic power in basic magic commons, in about 2 to 3 more months, he would reach that bottleneck. The money potentially needed to purchase magic source, intelligence about magic potions, time needed to increase magic power. These were the 3 elements hindering his ascent to becoming a full-fledged wizard. Chapter 64-61, Olympiad Mathematics. Chapter 64, Chapter 61. Olympiad Mathematics. The next morning, after a whole night of meditation, Lin finished his simple washing up and pushed the door open to leave, coincidentally bumping into the elemental magic professor Philip, who was also on his way out. Philip greeted with a smile. "Quite well. The conditions here are much more comfortable than within the Sika's empire," Lin replied with a smile on his face. From today onward, he didn't have to worry about the threats from the church all the time. Philip asked with great curiosity. For Philip, who came from Wizardland, his scant knowledge of the Sika's empire came entirely from rumors. He liked to go to the tavern at the docks on moon days to listen to the sailors tell tales of the outside world. That's true if you're only talking about the poor, but the nobles and priests also lead lives of extreme luxury, Lin said, seeing Philip's interest and based on the memories of his original identity, Carl, he gave a rough explanation of the empire and the church. "Since you fought with that archbishop, do you know how these people use divine arts?" Philip asked again. "I don't think they need to," Lin shook his head. Judging from the selection process of priests in Northern Territory, clergy only needed to be able to fight and have a strong belief in the deity. That was always something he hadn't understood. Could it be that besides pursuing the truth, there were other ways to obtain power? Philip did not delve too deeply into this point, and, after satisfying some of his curiosity, he took the initiative to introduce every area of Yetta Academy to Lin. Yetta Academy covered an area of over 20,000 square meters. The iconic building Tower of Whistling was located at the center of the academy. Behind it were the residences of the students and professors, with the magic bookstore and combat training grounds set on the right side of the academy, and the remaining space was dedicated to the teaching areas for each discipline. Elements, shaping, alchemy, magic potions. These were the 4 major disciplines of Yetta Academy at present. In addition, at Wizard City, some top academies offered special courses like prophecy and force fields. There used to be a discipline of spiritual energy, but it's been abolished now. "And that will be where you teach in the future," Philip said, pointing to a separate building next to the Tower of Whistling. The whole Spiritual Ability Academy looked somewhat gloomy and was covered by thick gray walls. Probably due to a lack of visitors for a long time, the walls were overgrown with moss, appearing somewhat dilapidated. "Later, I'll find a few fairies to clean this place up. It should be usable by this afternoon." Those spiritual energy wizards were always spooky and secretive. "If you ask me, it was a good thing the council got rid of them," Philip said somewhat gleefully, and then began informing Lin about the class schedule. As a professor, one could arrange class times freely, but it was best to set them on a routine basis and try not to conflict with the teaching times of other professors. Otherwise, the apprentices would have to make a choice between 2 courses. However, once Philip finished listing the schedule for the existing 4 courses, Lin immediately realized that what Philip had said before was moot. Nearly every day was filled with various courses, and the new course he was about to offer would inevitably have to compete with other disciplines for time. Elemental Science is the most enrolled discipline in Yetta Academy, usually holding classes from 10 to 12 in the morning and 7 to 9 in the evening, Philip kindly reminded, meaning it was obvious that Lin should not expect to conduct his new course during those times, as there definitely wouldn't be many people attending. Lin nodded non-committally, and Philip once again inquired. "How about we call it arcane mathematics?" Lynn said thoughtfully. After accepting the position of professor, Lynn had been pondering what to teach. Magic was definitely not an option. So far, the total number of spells he had mastered was less than 10, perhaps not even as many as some of the students. Teaching magic would only make him the laughingstock unless he was willing to divulge the method of making white phosphorus. However, that was one of the few cards he held close to his chest, and Lynn was not prepared to let that information spread, so he had to choose from the disciplines of his former world instead. Subjects like literature, geography, and biology were influenced by the world and were not suitable as teaching content. Chemistry would have been great, but it conflicted with the field of elemental science. It wouldn't be appropriate to start a competition with Philip as soon as he arrived, and besides, there might be some novel elements in this new world that he was unaware of, so it was best not to teach it recklessly. What about physics? He would need to write down a formula and have others understand the operation symbols involved. His only option was mathematics. In this world, a circle was still a circle, a square was still a square, and the basic rules of operation were universal. Moreover, mathematics is the foundation of all science and technology, an essential tool for humanity to understand and transform the world. It can be said that most scientific theories can be expressed through mathematical formulas. This discipline is always at the forefront of the era. Many cutting-edge scientific achievements are derived through mathematical deduction. The same should be true of magical theories. For instance, the Hellram formula he used when learning magic missiles and Crow's research in fluid mechanics involved extensive mathematical operations, indicating that wizards had started studying mathematics early on but had not yet formed a dedicated discipline. The reason was simple. Wizards could not directly gain power from mathematics. They benefited indirectly, applying it to some magic. This resulted in all mathematical formulas being attached to various disciplines when discussed, and sometimes even calculation methods and symbols were not unified. After Lynn briefly described the concept of arcane mathematics, Philip looked a bit puzzled. He had thought Lynn would introduce some novel theories from the Secret Magic Society in the new course, not simple mathematical methods. Would students really want to study such things? Philip opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but then hesitated. He felt that if Lynn taught only these things, he might not attract a single apprentice. However, what to teach was each professor's freedom, and, as such, it wasn't Philip's place to suggest otherwise. He thought to himself that he should mention the new course to the students during his class, so that Lynn didn't end up with an embarrassing situation of having no one turn up for his course. Chapters 65, 62, Currency Exchange, and Lesson 1, 2-in-1. Chapters 65, Chapter 62, Currency Exchange, and Lesson 1, 2-in-1. On the west side of Yaida Harbor, Philip led Lynn into a dazzling, luxuriously decorated shop. The floor was made of pure white marble, smooth like a mirror. Two majestic griffin heads hung on the walls, their sharp eagle eyes intently watching every customer who came in and out. In the center of the hall shone a large luminescent fungus lamp. This peculiar self-luminous magic plant usually existed only in the darkest caves, mingling with rodents, corpse ghosts, and other dirty, dangerous creatures. The price generally ranged from 12 to 30 magic gold coins. Besides exchanging currencies, you can also store your excess coins here. Just show the certificate, and you'll be able to exchange for the corresponding magic gold coins in any city in Wizardland, but you'll have to pay an additional storage fee, Philip continued to explain. Isn't this the prototype of a bank? It already has the storage functionality of a bank, but here not only is there no interest, but there is also an extra charge. In this respect, it is more like a money changer. As Lynn thought this, he quickly discovered that today the currency exchange was unusually busy. Hundreds of people were scattered loosely around the hall, apparently arguing about something. And he actually recognized these people. They were Laud and his crew. A middle-aged man wearing a gray robe and a copper badge on his chest impatiently scolded Laud and the others. Seeing Philip walk in, his face immediately switched to a welcoming smile, and he pushed aside a few obstructing sailors, greeting him cheerfully. "Ah, Professor Philip, it's rare to see you here." "It's been a while. Albert, it seems you found a pretty good job after graduation," Philip said, smiling as he introduced them. Albert, a graduate of the 9th batch from Yaida Harbor, a formal wizard specializing in elements and shaping science. As for this gentleman, he is Yaida Academy's new math magic professor, Mr. Phillips said, pointing to Lynn. "Good morning, Professor Lynn. Last night in the tavern, I heard from those sailors that you led them in defeating the Eye of Death vortex in the Mist Sea. It must have been a profoundly advanced magic," Albert boasted, showing no disdain for Lynn's young appearance. The professors at Yaida Academy are typically three-ring wizards with deep expertise in a field. The younger they are, the higher their magical talent, making it more likely for them to become a respected grand wizard in the future. "Good morning, Mr. Albert. I am here to also exchange some coins," Lynn said politely, then took out 12 Sika's gold coins, 27 silver, and 11 copper. This was all his wealth, plundered from 2 bishops killed in the harbor town. Lynn recalled the previous words and started to take away the handful of copper coins. "Cough. No, that's not the case. It's just that converting the value of copper coins can be a bit troublesome," Albert said, somewhat embarrassed. He shook his head and quickly used the mage's hand to collect the coins before Lynn could act, handing them over to an assistant for the exchange of the corresponding magic gold coins. Albert then complained a few words about the copper coins from the Sika's empire. Many were different sizes, and even copper contents were inconsistent, clearly private castings by some imperial nobles, making them quite troublesome to convert. After about 10 seconds, the apprentice assistant returned, holding an exquisite purse in his hand. "Please take care of this, Professor Lynn," Albert said with a smile, placing the money purse into Lynn's hand. Lynn opened it and looked inside, somewhat surprised, for the amount was exactly 12 gold, 27 silver, and 11 copper. Lynn asked, holding the purse in his hand, puzzled. "That's just a fee for recasting. Since you are a professor at the academy, it seems inappropriate to charge you this fee," Albert said with a slight, ingratiating tone. Lynn didn't respond, but began examining a magic gold coin. Compared to the coins of the Sika's empire, it was much more finely made. The front was engraved with a gold symbol, and the back featured the unique emblem of the Wizard Council. Moreover, Lynn faintly felt a slight surge of magical power. This wasn't just simply recasting, Lynn thought, looking at Albert. Unless there was a suitable reason, he was not prepared to accept such a favor without questioning. "My son Alok is currently studying magic at Yaida Academy," Albert said, a bit sheepishly. "I see." Lynn nodded, then finally accepted the purse. Since the other party worked at the currency exchange, it was possible that there would be future interactions. Sometimes accepting a favor was also a way to build relationships. "If Alok chooses this course, then I will keep an eye out. However, just to say, my math magic class is quite challenging," Lynn kindly warned. "If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this." Now let's get back to it. Chapter 66, 62, Currency Exchange in Lesson 1, 2-in-1_2. Chapter 66, Chapter 62, Currency Exchange in Lesson 1, 2-in-1_2. "It's all right, my son never fears tackling challenging tasks," Albert said confidently, paying no mind to Lynn's warning. Lynn nodded in relief. Seeing that the group's conversation seemed joyful, Laud couldn't help but seize the moment to ask, "Lord Albert, about these copper coins we have in our possession." Albert waved a hand, slightly exasperated, well aware that Laud and Lynn had crossed the sea together. Now that Lynn was here, he had to save face, but he couldn't skimp on the associated fees. Under the effect of magic, over 5,000 copper coins were quickly counted. As for the copper content, they could only randomly test a few and calculate based on the lowest value. About 2 to 3 minutes later, Laud received 2,000 exchanged magic copper coins and immediately distributed them. The faces of the sailors and shipbuilders looked tearful, resembling migrant workers who had labored all year only to receive a reduced salary. "Thank you, Lord Lin, if we hadn't happened to meet here, many of our gang brothers might have ended up starving and freezing, Laud said with great sentiment. In the port town, he had been a prominent figure, but in Wizardland, his status had plummeted, especially since most of his accumulated wealth over the years had been lost in the Great Vortex. It wasn't enough to make him penniless, but it had certainly ended his chances of living comfortably. The gang sailors were even worse off. Some only had a few dozen copper coins left, and the money changers wouldn't even exchange them, which was why he insisted on staying here, hoping Albert would make an exception. You needn't thank me, Mr. Given that it was only a few days a year, it seemed impossible for Laud and the others to return soon. Helram would also likely not let those familiar with Wizardland leave easily, meaning they might have to spend their lives here. We'll probably look for some transport work or something, Laud said hesitantly. Then looking at Lin, he tentatively asked again. If the opportunity arises, Lin replied briefly, neither agreeing nor refusing, and then he and Philip walked out of the money exchange. Laud looked down at the flame-shaped mark engraved on the back of his right hand, his mind racing with thoughts. Previously on the Miss Sea, he had intended to hint to Lin to remove the magic mark that could endanger his life, but after the Vortex incident, his thoughts had made a complete turnaround. With no more shipping routes from the port town to Wizardland, the entire gang was of no value to the great wizard Helram. After losing a vast fortune, Laud knew they desperately needed a new patron. Otherwise, all 300 members of the gang might starve to death. Lin was undoubtedly the best choice. Although it had been just half a month since they met, Lin had demonstrated enough capability, talent, and means to astonish Laud. Not only had he easily pulled him out from his hiding spot, but he had also single-handedly destroyed half of the port town. Laud did not doubt Lin's potential to become a great or even legendary wizard. Now was the time to place his bets for the maximum profit. It was with this very thought that Laud had kept the flame mark on his right hand. Past experiences had taught him that sometimes having one's life in someone else's hands could secure greater benefits, as the other party would use him with more confidence. However, what he hadn't expected was for Lin to directly join the Yaida Academy upon reaching Wizardland and become a full-time professor, gaining fame, status, and wealth, seemingly not needing to use their gang at all. Laud felt somewhat helpless, as it seemed pointless for his group of over 300 people to forcefully crowd around. Clearly, they still lacked a more suitable opportunity to interact with the esteemed Lin. Meanwhile, Lin, who had just parted with Philip and returned to his room, was contemplating how to earn more magic gold coins. As a professor at the academy, a monthly salary of 5 gold coins seemed substantial. In the Sika's empire, it was enough to support an ordinary family for 2 to 3 years. However, when it came to studying magic, his expenses far exceeded his income, especially in the subjects of alchemy and magic potions, which could only be described as burning money like running water. Not to mention, he was also considering purchasing magic source from the black market, which would cost at least 100 magic gold coins. His salary was indeed too meager in comparison. Recruiting more apprentices was one way out. The more students he had in mathematical magic, the more he could justify to Helram the need for various funds. And then, by more accurately, by making more reasonable use of those educational funds. After all, only by enhancing his own abilities as a professor could he better carry out his teaching duties. Besides, creating and selling some novel creations was also a good option. However, that required finding someone to do the work for him. Otherwise, it would only delay his own research into magic. The half-humans might be a good choice for that, Lin thought to himself, vividly remembering the flight experiment over the city square yesterday. The ability of the girl named Delia, who managed to construct a steam plane from such primitive materials, showed a remarkably high level of engineering talent, perfectly meeting his requirements. It shouldn't be too difficult to recruit her as his apprentice and assistant. Although Delia had no magical talent, she had received a promise from Helram. Flying into the sky without magic, how hard could it be? While pondering this, Lin picked up a quill and began sketching on the papyrus spread out in front of him. He wasn't researching how to fly, but rather preparing for tomorrow's lesson in mathematical magic, which was essential to maintaining his status as a professor. A mess-up in the first lesson could spell trouble. One thing at a time was the way to handle it. The next day at 8 o'clock sharp, Lin, dressed in a newly issued uniform, once again arrived at the Spiritual Ability Academy. It had already been cleaned and organized, and the signage now reflected the new course in mathematical magic. Clearly, Philip had reported his department name, as required. A dozen fairies, only 40 centimeters tall, were seen diligently cleaning with damp cloths along the walls. These fairies were unlike the beautiful elves of fantasy stories of previous lifetimes, rather unattractive with bat-like wings growing out of their backs, somewhat resembling small demons. With an intelligence of only about a 5 or 6-year-old, they could understand simple commands under the guidance of magic power. As Lin approached, these tiny fairies all hid behind the wall, only peeking their heads out to steal glances at him with their ruby-like eyes while making humming sounds. Learning human language was still too difficult for their intellect. However, Lin didn't have time to pay attention to these magical creatures as he pushed open the door and dozens of eyes were already fixed on him. In the spacious classroom sat around 20 wizard apprentices. As this was a new course without any grading measures, it included students of all ages, some of whom even appeared older than him. Johnny was also among them. Although the number of students attending the class was not many, Lin was quite satisfied. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of an entirely empty classroom. Chapter 67-63, Lin's Bankruptcy Game, combined chapter, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to Everyone. Chapter 67, Chapter 63, Lin's Bankruptcy Game, combined chapter, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to Everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am a new professor of arcane mathematics here at Yaida Magic Academy, and you can call me Lin. Under the gaze of the apprentices, some surprised and others skeptical, Lin stood at the lectern, using his hand as a pen and pure magic power as ink, writing his name in the air. The quiet classroom immediately became noisy. Professor Lin, I heard you came from beyond the Mist Sea. Perhaps because Lin looked quite young, not much older than they were, the wizard apprentices did not show the reserve they might have in front of other professors and chattered away with various questions. They asked how he crossed the Mist Sea, defeated the Great Whirlpool, what kind of magic he used to destroy half a coastal city, and even mentioned his freefall experiments. It was clear that within just a day and a half, his stories had spread. These apprentices weren't necessarily looking forward to the course itself. They were purely curious about this new professor from beyond the Mist Sea. Faced with a barrage of questions, Lin did not know which one to answer first. It was at this moment that Johnny, who was sitting to the side, suddenly asked. Lin breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. Good question. Arcane mathematics is a discipline that studies complex concepts such as quantity, structure, change, and space. As he spoke, Lin used the principle of sound wave transmission to amplify his voice, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz and successfully quieting the previously noisy classroom. Every apprentice in the room, hearing these grandiose terms from Lin's mouth, couldn't help but feel a sense of longing, with many realizing they were attending a very special magic course. However, after painting a grand vision, Lin changed his tone and continued. Of course, these profound concepts of arcane mathematics are still too far ahead for you. For now, you must start by learning the simplest addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. An apprentice in the front row interrupted, unable to help himself. Knowing how to read and understanding basic operations are prerequisites for learning magic. Therefore, Yaida Academy usually provides a period of remedial basic education to children born in poor families, teaching them to read, do arithmetic, and recognize basic magical symbols, among other things. Another wizard apprentice asked curiously. No, Lin shook his head. Seeing his denial, the faces of the apprentices became visibly disappointed. Some even doubted whether Lin's exaltation of arcane mathematics was just a ruse to get them to take the class. So this course in arcane mathematics is just like the basic class. Arithmetic isn't that hard. I mastered it all in just over a month, bragged a freckled-faced boy who looked about 15 years old. Oh, is that so? Lin asked with a smile, and then clapped his hands, drawing everybody's attention. Although he could release magic bombardment to show these people the impressive power of combining magic with arcane mathematics, Lin knew that to continue with the course, he had to make them understand that even pure mathematics has unimaginable power. Lin said with a sly smile. He snapped his fingers, and, with the assistance of Mage's hand, the 4 desks in front of him floated up and merged into an even larger square table. Feather quills on the lectern immediately soaked themselves in ink and divided the large square table into 36 smaller squares, 6 by 6. The rules are very simple. Place 1 copper coin in the first square, 2 in the second, 4 in the third, and so on. Lin explained, looking around the classroom at each apprentice with an enticing tone. If anyone can fill these squares with the corresponding coins, I will immediately write an application to the Wizard Council, stating that they have completed their studies in arcane mathematics with perfect marks, and I'll also give them a vial of magic source. Professor, is that true? Pierce, a tall and thin apprentice in his 20s, suddenly stood up, asking excitedly, "What is magic source?" It's the most important thing for wizard apprentices to become full-fledged wizards, worth hundreds, even thousands of gold coins, and not something you can buy just with money. For Pierce, who was in his 20s and still hadn't completed any subject studies, Lin's 2 promises were extremely important. Chapter 68-63. Lin's bankruptcy game, 2-in-1, happy, mid-autumn festival to everyone, _2. Chapter 68. Chapter 63. Lin's bankruptcy game, 2-in-1, happy mid-autumn festival to everyone, _2. Lin nodded and said without hesitation. Hearing Lin's resolute words, Pierce hesitated, his life experience telling him there was no such thing as a free lunch. Either the professor in front of him was fooling him, or there was a catch. Pierce did some quick mental calculations but soon gave up, only able to roughly estimate that filling the first row's first 6 boxes would require 63 copper coins, which didn't seem like a lot. "Does anyone want to try?" Lin tempted again, said the freckled-faced boy who had interrupted him earlier, standing up eagerly. Watching Alok stand up, Pierce immediately regretted his hesitation. Without even the courage to compete, no wonder he'd never been promoted to a full wizard. Lin asked curiously. The wizard apprentice declared loudly. "So is you, Alok?" Lin nodded. Just yesterday, he had owed a favor to the boy's father, who'd asked him to take special care of his son. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Alok, right? I must remind you first, this bet cannot be abandoned. Since you're playing, you must fill every square completely, and the money placed will be used as research funding for this subject. Lin kindly warned. Alok said, patting his chest. This was a difference of several million times. No matter what, several million copper coins could fill the 32 squares. No, maybe only 20 or 30,000 copper coins would be enough. After all, the magic source was something money couldn't buy. Lin gestured towards the table with a signature smile on his face, signaling Alok to begin his performance. Alok was not shy at all, immediately taking out his money pouch and placing the first copper coin in the first square. Then 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. By the time he reached the 6th square, he had run out of copper coins, and the 7th square required 64 copper coins. Holding a silver coin in his hand, Alok hesitated and did not immediately place it. Instead, he turned to look at the other apprentices watching the spectacle and boldly asked, "Can anyone lend me some copper coins?" Spurred by Alok's enthusiasm, the wizard apprentices generously took out their money pouches, not worried about him defaulting. Even Pierce, who was still regretting his decision, took out all his savings, 6 gold coins. Soon, the borrowed coins had filled the entire table, except for Johnny, who stood by without any intention of contributing money. Lin asked curiously. The silver-haired girl gave him a glance. Confidently, Alok gathered all the coins from the apprentices, which amounted to over 20 gold coins and more than 200 copper and silver coins, surely enough to fill the squares. With that thought, Alok grabbed a handful of coins and began filling the second row of squares. After spending 40 silver and 95 copper coins, a third of the table's squares were filled. Easy to easy. Most of the apprentices were now regretting not being the first to step forward. Even Johnny, who had great confidence in Lin, was beginning to waver. Could this table really be filled? Alok, riding high on confidence, piled 40 silver and 96 copper coins into the 13th square. However, as he continued, he began to sense something was off since the last square in the third row needed a whopping 13 gold coins. That amount seemed rather a lot, didn't it? Alok's expression turned hesitant, and he had run out of money to fill another square. Lin reminded carelessly, without meaning to trouble him. Looking at the remaining half of the squares, Alok bit his lip and grabbed a feather quill, filling in the rows one by one. 200 no, 300. As long as the total amount he spent was under 300 magic gold coins, his father would probably forgive him. After all, the magic source couldn't be bought with money. However, holding that thought, Alok had only filled 4 squares before realizing his budget was exhausted and he'd have to pay quite a bit out of pocket. Under Lin's kind gaze, Alok's hand shook as he wrote the numbers. The overwhelming figures forced him to use pen and paper for calculations starting from the third row. Chapter 69, 63, Lin's Bankruptcy Game, 2-in-1, Happy, Mid-Autumn Festival, _3. Chapter 69, Chapter 63, Lin's Bankruptcy Game, 2-in-1, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, _3, but Alok had preferred he couldn't figure it out, feeling his heart clench with each number he wrote down. By the time he reached the 5th line, he was almost in tears. Internally, Alok had already secretly started calculating his family's assets, and then discovered something that terrified him. It seemed like his family was bankrupt. No, this wasn't a problem that could be solved by bankruptcy anymore, because to fill the last spot in the 5th line, he needed all of 53,687 magic gold coins. Alok's mind went blank, and he fainted, knowing he couldn't make that amount of money even if he became a formal wizard and worked tirelessly for hundreds of years. And yet, there was still an entire row left unfilled. The sudden collapse of Alok took everyone present by surprise, Lin included. He certainly didn't want to scare someone to death on his first lesson. After using his limited medical knowledge to examine him, Lin quickly made a block of ice and placed it on his forehead, waking him up soon after. Alok looked bewildered. He had just had a dream in which he played a game with a professor and had incurred a debt he could never repay in his lifetime. When he opened his eyes, he was forced to confront a reality he didn't want to face. This was not a dream, but reality. Now that you're awake, let's complete the final square as agreed, Lin said, patting Alok's shoulder encouragingly. Alok's face wore an expression uglier than crying, but he had no choice but to sit down, eventually resigning himself to the situation, comforting himself that not being able to afford 50,000 magic gold coins didn't matter if it increased to 200,000 or 500,000. It really did matter. A long string of numbers utterly shattered Alok's mind. After filling the last square, Alok had to count the units with his fingers. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, a billion. Alok couldn't bear to count further, but Lin straightforwardly announced the result. Hearing this horrifying number, the trainees present were all dizzy, staring at the square table in front of them, unable to imagine that 333 billion copper coins could fit in such a small square. Johnny's face also showed an incredulous expression. Although she had imagined that the copper coins needed to fill the square must be numerous, she had never anticipated they would be this frightening. This sum of money, not to mention Alok, might even require selling the entire Yaida harbor to gather enough. A simple square game had instantly given all the wizard apprentices a taste of the terror named exponential growth. Lin looked at the trainees, who were silently engrossed in the astronomical numbers, and spoke solemnly. This is the power of advanced mathematics. This was no joke. Theoretically, folding a paper 103 times would make its thickness exceed the diameter of the observable universe. Anything that maintains exponential growth will quickly be able to burst the entire universe. Chapter 70, 64, Magic Basic Principles and Elemental Magic Analysis, 2-in-1. Chapter 70, Chapter 64, Magic Basic Principles and Elemental Magic Analysis, 2-in-1. 1 plus 2 caret 35 cent equals a 1, q caret 1, /. Lin wrote out the formula represented by the square game using magic power as ink, then turned to the apprentices who were still horrified by the exponential growth and exclaimed loudly. Johnny and the others hastily flipped open their pages, picked up their feather pens, and copied down the formula they didn't understand at all. Alok, who was standing by looking dumbfounded, was the perfect example, a consequence of not studying advanced mathematics. Professor Lin. Alok turned towards Lin, stammering with eyes brimming with tears. He was on the verge of crying out loud. Lin asked, I haven't, don't talk nonsense. Alok shook his head frantically, trying to deny it, but Lin simply waved his hand and continued speaking. Lin glanced at the large sum of money piled on the round table with a tinge of regret, though he showed no intention of taking it. Firstly, it was impossible for the other party to produce that sum of money. Secondly, scaring off the apprentices by taking all their savings with just one game was a bit too frightening. Who would dare to attend his mathematics class after that? Alok stared blankly at the floating magical luminescence, completely unable to comprehend what these mathematical symbols were. He even began to doubt whether he knew how to calculate. Pierce, who had been envious of Alok, suddenly took pleasure in Alok's predicament, feeling lucky that he hesitated. Otherwise, he would have been the one embarrassed now. However, Lin changed the tone of his voice, looked towards everyone present, and continued speaking. Unfortunately, Alok did not succeed in doing so. Hence the promise is void. Lin said as he picked a few coins from the round table and spoke with interest. Upon hearing this, the mathematics class was filled with wails. Pierce and the others, fueled with anger, kicked at Alok, who had tricked them. Lin raised his voice slightly and pointed at the exponential summation formulas hovering above. There's a shortcut for adding exponentials. Your homework is to find the pattern and solve the formula I've written. Lin looked around at the students, each holding a feather pen and calculating intensely with their heads down, and nodded in satisfaction. Only such personal experience could make one truly appreciate the charm of advanced mathematics. Besides, he was also using this game to gauge the mathematical abilities of these apprentices. Judging from Alok's performance, they had all learned the most basic arithmetic rules. Maybe next time he could start teaching with slightly more challenging formulas. The 2-hour mathematics class ended quickly. Although they didn't learn any new magic, driven by the desire to retrieve their deposits, all the students maintained a high level of enthusiasm, even eager to share with others what they had learned in the class. In just one day, the name of Professor Lin's squareboard game had spread everywhere. To let more people understand the allure of exponential growth, Lin moved the squareboard to the entrance of Aida Academy. He changed the board to feature 49 squares arranged in 7 rows and columns and erected a signpost, rewriting the rules of the wager. If anyone could fill these squares with the corresponding copper coins, he would give away the alchemy formula used in the destruction of Harbor Town. That's right. You just need to start with 1 copper coin and fill the grid following the rule that the next square's copper coins are double the previous ones. After filling it up, you can even take the money back. He wouldn't take a single penny. This time, not only the wizard apprentices, but also several professors of the academy were tempted. Such a good deal? This type of alchemy formula, which required extensive preparation to unleash its strong power, seemed troublesome but could be incredibly effective on special occasions. Remember, the power of this thing can match that of a 5-ring or even 6-ring magic. In the evening, as the students left the school or returned to their dormitories, Kevin, the shaping science professor, sneaked up to the combined square tables and began studying the rules of the square board. Each square's number has to be double the previous one. Kevin stroked his chin, pondering in his mind. As he was thinking, a familiar voice came from behind. "Don't bother calculating," Kevin asked, slightly miffed. He knew many friends, after all. The money was just for filling in squares, and it could be taken back after filling. Maybe he just needed to borrow a bit more. Chapter 71, 64, Magic Basic Principles and Elemental Magic Analysis, 2-in-1, _2. Chapter 71, Chapter 64, Magic Basic Principles and Elemental Magic Analysis, 2-in-1, _2. Could it be that these squares are indeed like the rumors say, that even if one were to put all of Yaida Harbor's wealth into them, it would still not fill them up? Kevin scoffed at the idea. Such rumors were absolutely absurd. Philip asked, somewhat helplessly. 281 trillion copper coins, that is quite a lot. Kevin was somewhat surprised, but after a pause, suddenly realized that the unit Philip mentioned seemed to be trillion. Kevin was completely befuddled. It was the first time he had ever heard of the unit trillion. "Of course not. I've already verified it myself," Philip said irritably. He had also been surprised when he first heard it from the apprentices, and it took him 9 whole sheets of draft paper to calculate, because the numbers were just too long. Kevin silently started to calculate in his head, although it was just simple multiplication. The further he went, the larger the amounts became, to the point that mental arithmetic alone became unsustainable. In the end, he could only make a rough estimate. Based on the pattern from the previous few columns, roughly every 3 to 4 squares, the amount would increase by about tenfold. With a total of 79 squares, that was at least 100 trillion times. Kevin took a deep breath of cold air. Such growth was truly terrifying. Forget Yaida Harbor. Even if you emptied the entire continent, it would be impossible to amass that much money. Thankfully, he had chosen a time when there weren't many people around to sneak out and try. Otherwise, he feared he would embarrass himself in front of the students. Feeling secretly relieved, Kevin then noticed that, aside from the rows of squares, there were also some strange characters carved onto the table in front of him. SN equals a 1 Q caret and 1 /Q1. What are these runes? Kevin asked, puzzled. This seems like a geometric series summation formula. Kevin furrowed his brow. Kevin asked eagerly. After dealing with exponential calculations, he found that this so-called arcane math seemed quite interesting. He did not. Philip shook his head regretfully. Master Hellaraham just sent me to add a little reward to this game. As he spoke, Philip took out the gold coins and used magic to fix them on the table. At this very moment, the new professor of arcane math at the academy, Lin, was relaxing comfortably on a couch in his room, enjoying a dinner brought by a fairy, while reviewing magic basic principles and elemental magic analysis, borrowed from the academy's library. Although his professorial life at Yaida Academy was very cozy, without a hint of crisis, Lin was not the type to grow lax because of it. Everything in Wizardland was unfamiliar to him, and if any trouble arose, the only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Moreover, as a professor, he also had to cram some basic knowledge of magic. However, these 2 magic principle books, authored by a legendary wizard, were quite challenging for Lin to digest, as they were filled with an abundance of terms like Silu, Inzexi, Kos, which were completely incomprehensible to him. He had to painstakingly verify each term bit by bit based on their description in the book. After spending over 3 hours on the analysis and combining it with his own limited understanding of magic power since crossing over, Lin managed to grasp somewhat the first half of the books. First, his previous speculation was not wrong. Wizards indeed released magic by manipulating, influencing, and mimicking elements. However, the abilities of an official wizard are quite limited. Not every element is controllable, and the precision is not high enough. At least, they cannot smash molecules or atoms, and can only perform simple arrangements and combinations. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus. Lin thought silently about the 4 elements he had controlled, before and couldn't help but speculate a few possibilities. First, the difficulty of controlling elements might be related to their position in the periodic table. For example, Official wizards might only be able to manage elements from the first 3 columns of the periodic table, but not from the 4th to the 7th column. Second, it could be determined by the number of electric charges in the element's nucleus. The third was to differentiate based on metal and non-metal elements. As expected, he failed. No matter how hard Lin tried, the sword remained entirely unaffected. This suggested that, relying on the abilities of a wizard apprentice or even an official wizard, it was impossible to directly affect metal elements. Chapter 72, 64, Magic Basic Principles and Elemental Magic Analysis, 2-in-1, _3. Chapter 72, Chapter 64, Magic Basic Principles and Elemental Magic Analysis, 2-in-1, _3. Of course, that wouldn't necessarily apply to great wizards and legendary wizards. According to Magic Basic Principles, the Material Decompilation skill also possesses 2 advanced magic forms. They are the 4th level Advanced Material Decompilation skill and the 7th level Great Decomposition Technique. Coincidentally, the 4th and 7th levels are the threshold for advancing to a great wizard and a legendary wizard. As Lin thought about this, he had 071 record these details in the research files. Then he flipped to the latter half of Magic Basic Principles, where the descriptions of magic power became even more mystical. This legendary wizard regarded magic power as the fundamental origin of the whole universe, the basic component of all matter, the true force of creation. Lin frowned. Based on his observations over these days, magic power seemed to exist in every corner of this world, but unlike elements, he could only sense it but not truly see it, unless he used magic like magic missiles, which could momentarily materialize and display magic power. Forget it, this was clearly not something he could figure out at his current level. Fireball technique, corrosion skill, loud spell, frost touch, lesser flame demon hand, flame burst skill, poisonous domain. The entire elemental magic explained recorded a total of 17 types of magic from the 1st to the 3rd level. Lin glanced briefly at the so-called 2nd and 3rd level magic, then shifted his attention away from them, focusing instead on the 1st level magic. With the help of artificial intelligence, although he could perform magic mimicry, normally only a full wizard could do this, and he was limited to learning and using 1st level magic. For instance, the principle behind the 3rd level magic poisonous domain is to transform magic power into a type of toxic gas, possibly chlorine or fluorine gas, elements he couldn't procure in a short time. Without the ability to analyze, he couldn't convert and use it, and his spiritual power was far from sufficient to cover such a wide range. In close quarters, it would be more straightforward to lower or increase the oxygen content in the air, achieving a similar effect. With his current abilities, learning and improving 1st level magic was the most trouble-free option. And 1st level magic, too, had common and superior forms. The so-called superior magic was simply a simplification of higher-level magic or an enhancement of lower-level magic. For example, his white phosphorus fireball technique strictly belonged to superior 1st level magic, only reaching the power of 2nd level magic due to the fiercely toxic and inextinguishable nature of white phosphorus. Another modified magic, white phosphorus, flame demon hand, even possessed the destructive power close to 3rd level magic. However, Lin was acutely aware of the limitations of white phosphorus fire. Even though he used this element to wreak havoc within the Sika's empire, even killing Amluok, who was comparable to a 3rd level wizard, Lin knew very well that this stuff could bully those uneducated bishops all right, but once against wizards, its effectiveness would probably be greatly reduced. After all, the 2 critical properties of white phosphorus fire could be handled by formal wizards, and once the information leaked, achieving good battle results would not be so simple. Therefore, he needed to learn more magic to expand his array of tricks. P.S. Seeking everything for the new book. Chapter 73, 65. The Cryogenic Field. Please follow for more. Chapter 73. Chapter 65. The Cryogenic Field. Please follow for more. Lin's gaze swept over the 10 level 1 magic spells, and after some hesitation, he chose Frost Touch as the object of his modification. The principle of this magic was also quite simple. It involved controlling the moisture in the air, making it cool down and condense to interfere with the enemy, but its role in combat was very limited. If it weren't for the fact that this spell had an advanced version, Frost Domain, probably few would be interested in learning it. Lin had no plans to learn it either. Instead, he prepared to transform it based on the principle of this spell, by using a different element to cast it. The element he had selected was nitrogen. In Crow's manuscripts, it was even categorized as a useless element. Considering that nitrogen is an inert gas that generally doesn't react with other substances, it was normal for some wizards to completely overlook it. But Lin knew full well that nitrogen was not as useless as they said. It could not only be used to make fertilizers and as a protective gas, but it could also combine with hydrogen to form another toxic gas, ammonia. The most important aspect was that the boiling point of nitrogen was minus 196 degrees Celsius. Such an intense cold could freeze most things in an extremely short amount of time. Of course, because of the light and frost effect, the human body could endure high and low temperatures for a short period of time, but this vapor-formed protective layer was very weak and would disintegrate in just 2 seconds. Then that delicate skin would be directly exposed to the piercingly cold ultra-low temperatures. The epidermal cells would rapidly die and peel off, followed by the instantaneous crystallization of all fat, muscle, and blood. The second reason Lin chose nitrogen was that it had a high concentration in the atmosphere, accounting for about 70 to 80%. This meant that he didn't need to consume extra magic power to create this element, but could still create a larger area of ultra-low temperatures. 071. Initiate overload mode, Lin silently uttered in his mind, then closed his eyes to sense and connect with the sea of elements around him. The active nitrogen molecules didn't require searching. They were everywhere, which made them easier to control. About 4 to 5 seconds later, the temperature around him began to drop rapidly. The nearly liquefied nitrogen gas appeared as white vapor, spreading in all directions. Crack a faint sound arose inside the room, resulting from the tea on the table that, as the white fog passed over, instantly solidified into ice crystals. Not only that, but a thin layer of frost covered the surrounding tables, sofas, and various decorative objects. The fairy who flew in through the chimney, ready to tidy up the dishes, crashed into the white fog and immediately felt an intense chill. Her skin, bones, and blood seemed to be freezing. The horrified fairy had just opened her mouth to scream, but before she could make a sound, she was frozen into an ice sculpture, her body suspended in the air with her hands and the table as the contact points. So cold, about a minute later, Lin abruptly opened his eyes and shivered involuntarily, then immediately ignited the fireplace in the room with the fireball technique. The system's prompt in his mind sounded immediately after. 7%, Lin frowned. Although omitting the step of magic mimicry saved some effort, controlling such a large number of elements indeed demanded a lot of computing power. Perhaps reducing the control range, or focusing in just one direction like Frost Touch, would be a good approach. Also, the casting speed just now was a bit too slow. In actual combat, the enemy would not give him a full minute to cast a spell. It seemed that he really needed to step up his practice. Lin summed up the pros and cons of the new magic, glanced at the room that resembled a world of ice crystals, and couldn't help but slap his forehead. His expression turned somewhat helpless when he saw the fairy next to him, rigid as an ice sculpture. Of all times to come, it had to be when he was experimenting with magic. Lin immediately got up and walked over to the frozen fairy to check if there was any chance it could still be alive. If a creature frozen by such low temperatures wasn't there for long, there might be a sliver of life left after thawing. However, the moment he walked over, the fairy's slender arm broke off, falling to the ground with a clatter and shattering into pieces of ice. Well, it was beyond saving now. Lin shook his head, resigned to disposing of the poor fairy's body. In Wizardland, there was no such thing as rights for magical creatures, and there were precedents of unlucky fairies wandering into a trainee's training ground or an experimental lab and getting accidentally killed. The usual punishment was to pay a fine. After all, these magical creatures were all considered the property of the Academy. Lin sighed, touching his coin purse. Already not well off, this additional misfortune was like adding frost to snow. It seemed he needed to establish his alchemy workshop sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a secret place to practice magic. Money, oh money, Lin repeated with a sense of lament, changed out of his robe that had been contaminated with a bit of liquid nitrogen, picked up his professor's badge, and set out to find some money. In the evening, on the west side of Yaida Harbor, within a secluded workshop, Half-Man Darren idly toyed with a small contraption made by Lydia. It was a T-shaped flying toy made of hollow wood, which, with a forceful spin in one's hands, could take off directly with the help of wind power. But why could this object fly, when larger flying machines could not? As Darren pondered this unsolvable riddle, the wind chime at the door suddenly rang. "Welcome to the Half-Man Workshop." Darren hurriedly put down the toy, turning his head toward the door. It was Lin who entered. In order not to attract too much attention, this time he did not wear his professional robe issued by the Yaida Academy, nor did he carry his badge. However, Darren recognized at once that this must certainly be a wizard, because a few days ago in the square, Lin had appeared beside the Grand Wizard Hellram and had a very pleasant conversation with him. There are many new and interesting things in the workshop. You can take a look at this fan. It can spin on its own without magic power. Also, this steamboat model, put in water, then pull the string in the back, and it really moves. Chapter 74, 66. Lydia, the Skillful Hands. Chapter 74. Chapter 66. Lydia, the Skillful Hands, a hand-crank fan, moving miniature steamships, wooden flying wings, and many other intricately made carriage and house models to scale. Lin even saw a prototype of a water wheel in the center of the workshop. This was a round wooden wheel with a diameter of around 1 meter from the water tank above the workshop. A continuous stream of water flowed down, driving the wheel to rotate ceaselessly, and at the same time turning the giant fan in front of it slowly, providing a cool breeze for the visitors entering the workshop. Truly a waste of good material. Lin shook his head. This device could be used for irrigating fields or even generating electricity with no problem, but Lydia only thought of using it to power a fan. Seeing Lin shake his head and sigh, Darren's heart suddenly leapt to his throat. Although Lydia's toys were quite interesting, they definitely couldn't compare with the alchemical tools of the wizards. Fortunately, Lin had no intention of keeping them in suspense and spoke up directly. While saying this, Lin picked up the model of the steamship and looked at it a few times. The model was exquisitely made, almost a perfect scale replica with every detail accounted for. From the chimney to the cabin and then to the hull, it was exactly like the steamships he had seen on the sea, except there was an extra rope at the back of the cabin. Pulling it could drive the propeller below to start turning. Almost instantly, Lin guessed the principle behind it, and his lips curved into a smile. He spoke up again. "I heard that Lydia's hands are very skillful, capable of creating objects without a single discrepancy according to the specs." Darren spoke with great confidence. Lin put the model aside. Darren leapt swiftly off his stool, hung up the resting sign, and then opened the workshop's backyard door. Lin followed Darren in and immediately saw the large flying machine that he had seen before. The halfling girl Lydia was standing underneath it, holding a hammer half the length of her body, pounding several thick nails into the wings of the flying machine. After completing this, Lydia wiped the sweat from her forehead and then pulled on the wing forcefully. The joint was very sturdy, but the stability was still lacking, which is why some parts of the flying machine directly fell apart after landing. The halfling girl hadn't noticed the two arrivals, frowning slightly, her robes already covered in dirt and grime, but she didn't care, her mind entirely occupied with how to improve the flying machine. At that moment, Lin's voice suddenly sounded. Lydia was taken aback for a moment, then immediately turned around and noticed Aaron and Lin standing by her side. The halfling girl called out, uncertain quickly recognizing Lin, whom she had a brief encounter with before in the square. Lin pointed at the wing of the flying machine, smiling as he spoke. Lydia was not daunted. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, grasped a suitably sized wooden board with both hands, placed it at the diagonally opposite sides of the wings, and then picked up the hammer and nails, hammering away nonstop. Such great strength, 3 meters tall, easily lifting a wooden plank that was possibly even larger than herself. Indeed, the rumors about the natural strength of half-humans were not exaggerated. This doesn't comply with biology at all. Lin looked at the half-human girl's arms, which could only be reluctantly considered sturdy, and couldn't help but comment inwardly. He then directed her to reinforce the overall structure of the flying machine by constructing support struts and removed many unnecessary parts to reduce the weight of the machine itself. Darren also hurried over to help, bustling about for a while until the flying machine looked completely revitalized. Its broad wings were connected to the fuselage in a triangular formation. Lydia placed her hands on the wings and gave them a few vigorous shakes, then hammered them without causing even the slightest deformation. While making those models on other days, she also noticed this difference, but she hadn't figured out why it was so. Because the 3 sides of a triangle are interconnected, forming a very stable structure, you just need to do a force analysis to understand. While speaking, Lin took a few wooden sticks, assembled them into triangles, quadrilaterals, and pentagons, and then tugged on each side and corner to demonstrate the changes in the force acting on these polygons. Lydia sat on the wing of the flying machine, her bright eyes fixed on the sticks in Lin's hand, like a student in a lecture, momentarily forgetting that it was only their second meeting. However, the course delivered by Lin was not so easy to grasp. Lydia could understand a bit when he demonstrated with the sticks, but when he later explained the concepts of center of mass, air resistance, and friction, she started to feel lost in the fog. She only came to 2 conclusions. First, the wizard in front of her was very knowledgeable, understanding a great many things. Second, whether the flying machine could take off might have something to do with these forces. After talking for a while, Lin smacked his lips. The half-human girl immediately got the hint, jumped down from the wing, and ran into the room. She returned with a water jug, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Lin. Then, with hopeful eyes, she asked. Lin shook his head. This flying machine's power is too weak, and moreover, its structural design does not really comply with fluid mechanics. The half-human girl looked utterly baffled. She could barely understand power, but what was fluid mechanics? In just half an hour, she heard many high-end terms that were new to her, leaving Lydia feeling like a little cat that had seen a fluffy ball but couldn't quite catch it, looking pitiful. Darren on the side was somewhat worried and couldn't help but interject. He, too, wanted to learn these things, but he understood one truth. In Wizardland, all knowledge is precious. Lin seemed to come around just then, his lips curving into a smile. Sorry, that's a professional habit, Darren exclaimed. Lin's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Darren with an expression that was extremely genial. If you can't speak well, then it's best you keep your mouth shut. P.S. The data from the first few days each week are very important, especially for serials. New books are hard to come by, so I ask for everyone's support. Chapters 75, 67. Lin's Airborne Aircraft, please follow. Chapter 75, Chapter 67. Lin's Airborne Aircraft, please follow. Under the profoundly benevolent gaze of Lin, Darren swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and immediately shut his mouth. It was as if Lydia had suddenly remembered something, and with surprise and delight, she eagerly asked, Professor Lin, did Master Hellram send you here? Lin refuted the girl's guess, then spoke again amidst her disappointed expression. As he spoke, Lin took out a sheet of parchment from his pocket and handed it over. Lydia reached out to take it and could not help but exclaim after a glance. How beautiful! On the parchment was a diagram of a massive, oddly shaped alchemical device. The upper part resembled an upside-down, oval-shaped sphere, while the lower part was connected by ropes and appeared similar to the hull of a ship. The internal structure was also clearly detailed. The overall framework was complex, but not chaotic, exuding a peculiar aesthetic. "What is this?" Lydia asked in astonishment. She saw propellers and rudders on it, which were features of ships. Lin replied. Initially, he had actually come up with a hot air balloon, the simplest method to fly without magic. But after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea and decided to go all out, planning to create an airship capable of long-distance travel. His goal was naturally not just for the good looks. He had already made inquiries over the past few days. Although some wizards adept in elemental shaping science and at the level of 3 rings could fly in the sky, the consumption was enormous, the altitude was limited, and the speed was not fast. Only great wizards could stay in the air for a long time, generally not used as a means of travel. And the island they were on was vast, with many mines. The entire wizard city was even built next to a massive demon mine in the center of the island, making overland transportation rather challenging. For instance, using pack beasts to transport goods from Yaida Harbor around mountainous paths to Wizard Land would take 7 or 8 days, and they might encounter demon beasts along the way. It would be different if they started from the air. At the very least, it would cut the time in half. Although the airship's carrying capacity was limited, transporting certain critical materials or novel items not found in Wizard City would still be very cost-effective. Additionally, the steam airship itself could be a product. Just by mounting a couple of magic crystal cannons on it and reinforcing it with some protective spells, it would become a mobile airborne fortress. One of these could easily be sold for thousands of gold coins. As for the issue of technology leakage, there was no need to worry in the short term as long as he could get the steam airship to fly in the sky once. He could apply to the Council for alchemical patent protection. Indeed, in Wizard Land, there were protection mechanisms for the production formulas of various magical items, and only thus would wizards possibly publish their hard-earned research results. In fact, apart from alchemical items, the same applied to high-level spells. Even in his position as a college professor, he could only learn low-level spells without compensation. There was even less concern for the long term, as what he had brought was merely a low-level toy. In a few years, once he became more familiar with the situation in Wizard Land, he would directly come up with an internal combustion engine, and then the so-called steam airships would be as slow as snails in the sky. Lydia was impatient to ask. "Yes, that's about right," Lin nodded. Lydia immediately acted as if she had found a treasure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But she soon noticed that on the design of the airship, there were no wings like those of an airplane, only a small propeller, which surely wasn't enough to lift the airship. It was probably just for adjusting the heading. Lydia asked curiously, was it necessary to cast some kind of spell? Lydia shook her head uncomprehendingly. It was common knowledge that wood could float, wasn't it? The airship can fly in the sky for the same reason that wood floats on water. Your comprehension is very good, but your knowledge is far too limited. Lin lamented. Hearing what Lin said, Lydia's initially happy expression suddenly froze, and then, with a gloomy face, she realized she would have to join Yaida Academy to study these subjects. But the key point was, she had to fly first to pass the assessment. It seemed like an endless, vicious cycle. If you can perfectly make the airship according to the blueprint, then for the maiden flight, I might consider letting you pilot it, Lin said with a smile. Lydia asked excitedly, jumping up and then bumping her head on the frame of a wing. The pain made her tears spin in her eyes, but she still clutched her head and looked eagerly at Lin. Of course you can, Lin said with ease. Although one of his objectives was, in fact, to recruit this half-human girl as his assistant, to help him make and sell those novel creations, thus saving more time to research magic. But the way one does things is important. If he simply went to invite her bluntly to help her, it might arouse suspicion and not have a good effect. Only by forcing the other party to strive for the opportunity through their own efforts would they cherish it, and when the time comes to study arithmetic, they would be even more earnest. Chapter 76, 68, The Excited Wizard Apprentices. Chapter 76, Chapter 68, The Excited Wizard Apprentices. Just as Lin thought, the high requirements didn't scare Lydia away. Instead, it ignited the halfling girl's fighting spirit, and she seriously began looking at the design. Upon learning that making an airship required some light, yet tenacious materials, Lydia immediately suggested using camel beast hide that had been soaked in water and dried to make the airship's gas bag. This material very much met the requirements, and it was usually used for the sails of large warships. Aboard a warship on the Miss Sea, their sails were made of camel beast hide, and no storm could destroy them. They were extremely durable and reliable. And the frame of the airship's gas bag could be made of magical pine branches, which had high tensile, compressive, and bending strength. Lydia spoke nonstop. While she was no match for Lynn in the area of aircraft design, she knew all there was to know about the characteristics of various materials from this other world. Lynn silently did some calculations in his head, realizing that if they used all the materials Lydia mentioned, the airship's performance would definitely improve significantly, but the cost would also become incredibly high. At least 100 magic gold coins. Considering his own savings, Lynn couldn't help but cough lightly twice, interrupting the girl's monologue. Actually, this airship is just a prototype. We don't need such high-quality materials. How could that be okay? This is the first airship that can fly and steer in the sky, Lydia said, filled with longing. I can only give you 12 magic gold coins as a down payment. Lynn said a bit helplessly, pulling out a coin pouch, his not-so-plentiful wealth. The rest of the funds would have to wait until he had more students in a math class, and he could apply for some teaching fund from Hellram to cover the rest. Lydia shook her head and didn't accept it. Just the novel knowledge Lynn had imparted to her was worth more than 100 magic gold coins. Not to mention that this airship was directly related to whether she could enter Yaida Magic Academy or not. Let's consider the down payment as tuition for the lesson just now. Lydia wiped the grime off her face and asked Darren to call the rest of the halflings from the workshop. She wanted to finish making the airship within a month. Lynn wanted to help, seeing the halflings bustling about energetically, but he was stopped. Using magic might leave traces, and it wouldn't be good if Master Hellram suspected that the airship was made using magic. Besides, Lynn was a customer, and it wasn't right for customers to do the work themselves. Therefore, with nothing to do, Lynn could only be responsible for giving directions, watching the halflings, who were half his height, running back and forth with wood that was heavier than themselves. The progress of making the airship was a bit faster than Lynn had expected. After working for one evening, 1/6 of the overall framework had already been built. If it weren't for the significant amount of time needed to specially treat the large quantity of camel beast hide for the gas bags, they might have been able to finish the airship in less than a month. However, such a fast pace also came at a cost. The group of halflings was almost exhausted, having poured their full enthusiasm into their work. Darren was sprawled out on a sturdy plank, snoring, while Lydia was even more exaggerated, directly sleeping on the airship framework, tightly hugging a beam, drool at the corner of her mouth, and mumbling something now and then. Lynn shook his head and immediately stopped a few halflings who were still prepared to work. He moved Lydia and the others, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, inside the house and told them to get some proper rest. After becoming a wizard apprentice, staying up all night had no effect on Lynn's spirit, so after settling the exhausted Lydia, he promptly left the workshop. After an entire day, Lynn was somewhat excited to see if the wizard apprentices had been able to solve the exponential formula he had left them. He pushed the door and entered the classroom, surprised to see the coins collected piled up on the lectern, not a single one missing. What surprised him more was that the classroom, which had seemed somewhat empty in the last lesson, was now packed to the brim. A quick scan revealed there were 150 to 160 people. If the classroom hadn't been large enough, it probably would not have fit everyone. Could a mere exponential game really be this useful? Lynn's thoughts were churning inside, but he showed no signs of it on the surface. However, the students' reactions were a bit more enthusiastic than he had expected. I've already worked out the numbers for the 36 and 49 square grids. Watching the incredibly excited wizard apprentices in the classroom, Lynn was utterly shocked. Could it be that all the students of Yaida Magic Academy are masochists? They actually have such a high enthusiasm for doing math problems. No, something must have happened that he wasn't aware of. Thinking this, Lin did not rush to verify, but instead turned to Alok and asked, "A day has passed now. I believe you should have an answer by now, right?" "Professor, the sum of the 36 squares is 68,719,476,735. Alok hastily stood up, answering tremulously. He had already checked the number many times, filling up 20 sheets of draft paper, but the figure was so large that he only had one chance to answer. If he got one digit wrong, he would be done for. Under Alok's anxious gaze, Lin nodded. Lin asked again. Alok said confidently. Now that he was rid of the hundreds of billions in debt, his lost confidence had returned. He had spent all of last night calculating to arrive at the correct result, and it was in the repeated confirmations that he discovered this trick. Lin nodded again. Given the lack of a strong foundation in math, finding this pattern in one day's time was barely satisfactory. Alok asked hopefully. Pierce and the others looked at Alok with envy. That was a full 20 magic gold coins. They had also spent a long time calculating the day before, but they had not been as desperate as him and had not found the pattern first. Lin, of course, knew about the reward money Hellram had set up for solving his formula, but due to a professor's pride, he couldn't just take it himself. But just finding that bit of pattern was far from enough to claim the money. Alok, my summation formula isn't that simple. What if I were to slightly alter the rules of the square game, such as the next square needing to be 3 times the value of the previous square? Lin asked with a smile. The proud expression on Alok's face immediately froze, and he began to mentally calculate, then picked up a feathered pen and began scribbling on papyrus paper. Lin asked further. Alok completely broke down, his mind filled with countless numbers. This is too hard. He couldn't work it out at all. Chapter 77, 69. How many math Olympiad problems did you do to achieve today's success? Please follow. Chapter 77, Chapter 69. How many math Olympiad problems did you do to achieve today's success? Please follow. Lin's brief 2 sentences struck Alok from heaven down to hell, sending a shiver through all the apprentices present. Advanced mathematics is an extremely precise course. Lin surveyed everyone in the classroom, paused for a moment, and then spoke again. The patterns Alok summarized aren't wrong, but their applicability is too limited. If the exponential increase within a square can be dual, it can equally be triple, 5-fold, 10-fold. With this, the pattern becomes inapplicable. Lin snapped his fingers, and under a surge of magic power, the complex formula reappeared before everyone. When q is not equal to 1, Sn equals a 1, q caret n, / 1q. Johnny, Pierce, and others stared at the so-called exponential summation formula, pondering deeply. Soon, they picked up their quill pens and began to calculate, listing the sequences for double, triple, quadruple multipliers to discern patterns, then trying to substitute them into the formula. With Alok's previous summary and deduction through q is not equal to 1, Pierce quickly realized that this symbol likely represented the magnitude of the multiplier. But why subtract 1? Pierce bit his thumb, inserting the initial dual growth square game and ignoring the later part, 1q. Directly performing the calculations to find it works perfectly, albeit the result was the exact opposite, a negative number. Meaning, the purpose of the latter part of the formula is to turn a negative number into a positive number. However, if switched to triple exponential growth, the amounts were completely incorrect. Pierce's brain spun rapidly, almost grasping that answer. Just a bit more, just a bit. But what could it be? In the classroom, many others like Pierce were deeply engrossed in their work, either tugging at their hair or scratching their heads. But no one chose to slack or give up. Was the atmosphere at Yaida Magic Academy always so intense? Lin was somewhat puzzled. These people really loved learning. As the class session neared its end, just as Lin believed no further progress would be made today, a hand shot up. Roughly correct. Lin nodded in response. Johnny's explanation was quite vague, but it was indeed precise. Pierce couldn't help but beat his chest in frustration. With Johnny's hint, he quickly understood as well. Why was he just a bit short? He was about to solve it. After gesturing for Johnny to sit, Lynn then began to explain to all the apprentices present what a geometric sequence was, along with its general term and summation formulas, continuing until he described how each formula was derived. The wizard apprentices below took their quill pens very seriously, recording every word Lynn said on paper, then attempting to vary the initial term and the multiplier to perform repeated validations. The desktops quickly filled with various drafts. It must be said, with the general term and summation formulas at hand, the speed of computation was not just times faster, and the more complex the equations, the faster the improvement. Seeing these students solving problems with such zeal, Lynn could not help but exclaim how easy his role as a professor was. If schools in the Federation all shared this scene, why worry about technological and academic decline? The second session of advanced mathematics soon ended, and Alok and others, still eager, left the classroom, endlessly discussing the derivations of the summation formula. A dark-haired wizard apprentice hastened up, patting Johnny on the shoulder and asking curiously. The silver-haired girl pondered for a moment before replying casually. The dark-haired wizard apprentice pouted, but showed no envy. Rumor had it that Alok had been calculating all night without sleep, and the next day he found that his control over the magic had increased by about 20%, which was the news that had ignited the entire Yaida Magic Academy. So this morning, every wizard apprentice who was not in class had come, eager to witness the so-called magical power of this advanced mathematics class, and she was no exception. The conclusion was very clear. The complex, intricate computations of advanced mathematics effectively exercise their mental faculties. This process of logical deduction and cracking numerical patterns was equally fascinating, certainly more interesting than the monotonous meditation. Johnny paid no heed to the dark-haired wizard's words, glancing back towards the classroom, silently contemplating how many advanced mathematics problems Lynn had solved within the secret magic society over the past 6 months to achieve his current accomplishments. Lynn, of course, heard every word of the pupils' discussion clearly and felt somewhat surprised. But upon reflection, it seemed quite natural. The reason his strength had increased significantly through the psychic linkage with the AI was because the overload mode greatly enhanced his computing power, or rather, spiritual power. This was incredibly important for wizards, as the extent of their control over magic power closely depended on the strength of the wizard's own spiritual power. Lynn felt somewhat helpless that this was precisely his blind spot. At least, the process of forming a magic spell was somewhat similar to repeatedly practicing a movement to form muscle memory. For instance, picking up a drinking glass from the table to take a sip, if performed by an artificial intelligence, would require determining the distance, calculating the correct angle and force to pick up the glass, and then analyzing the most natural arc to bring the glass to the lips. Such a complex process can be instantly executed under subconscious control without the slightest obstruction. The same was true for a magic spell. With long-term practice, a complex spell could be released with just a thought. There was just one caveat. The wizard's spiritual power had to be strong, able to provide sufficient computing power, otherwise the casting process would be prolonged, exposing vulnerabilities. Considering this, Lynn stroked his chin, pondering whether to set himself some advanced math problems to solve. It might really be useful, mightn't it? Chapter 78, 70. The Smile of the Mathematical Olympiad Professor. Chapter 78. Chapter 70. The smile of the mathematical Olympiad professor. Half a month flew by, and since his arrival in this other world, Lynn had spent the most pleasant of days. He taught a few advanced mathematics classes at Yaida Magic Academy in the morning, checked the progress of the flying vessel construction at the Halfling's workshop in the afternoon, and at night he worked on high-level math problems and practiced the newly developed magic liquid nitrogen, frost domain. It had to be said that doing these problems was somewhat useful, as the growth rate of his spiritual power had increased significantly compared to before. The only downside was that every day when he went out, he felt somewhat neurasthenic. The pace of his advanced mathematics teaching progressed faster than Lin had anticipated, and after just 4 days, the students, who were wizard apprentices, were no longer satisfied with a mere exponential sum formula. They were all looking forward to more complex, advanced math problems. Lin had no choice but to roll out his second big weapon, square roots. If exponential growth was considered difficult for these wizard apprentices, then square roots were the stuff of pure nightmares. The eager students, who were initially looking forward to new content, suddenly turned into wailing messes. Whenever someone passed by the advanced math classroom, they could always hear some odd exclamations coming from inside. "I can't do it. I can't solve it." Within 2 days of the course, Alok and others were already crying out that it was too difficult, unbearable, they could not square root. All the supposed methods, long division, continued fraction, they tried them all, but still more than half of the students made slow progress. A new term even started circulating within Yaida Magic Academy, known as the smile of the advanced mathematics professor. Rumor had it that once Professor Lin cracked a smile, no one else in the classroom could smile anymore. Lin felt quite helpless about this. If they were having such trouble with square roots, what would happen when it came to calculus? He worried they might go insane. In the following days, he could only start teaching from geometry. Considering the different learning paces of everyone, he even divided the class into an elite group and a regular one. After finishing a new advanced math class, Lin was about to leave when Philip caught him square on. Philip reminded him. Lin was initially surprised, but soon caught on. "That's right, in your planetary theory. Master Hellram has already reported these theories, but whether they will be published depends on the Magic Weekly correspondent," Philip nodded. "And the Wizard Council?" Lin asked curiously, as it shouldn't be for the same matter. Philip explained. In Wizard Land, the title of an official wizard was not only a symbol of strength, but also a status and privilege that could only be granted by the Wizard Council. Generally, if it was confirmed that a foreign wizard planned to stay in Wizard Land for an extended time, the council would send someone to confirm their identity and wizard rank. There would also be a period of observation to determine if the foreign wizard posed no threat to the place before issuing an official wizard's badge and robe. Seeing Lin's expression appear somewhat worried, Philip quickly reassured him. Lin nodded. His worry wasn't about the observation period. After all, he had no plans to do anything bad in Wizardland. What truly concerned him was the evaluation for becoming an official wizard. When he joined Yaida Academy, Hellram had not tested his wizard rank, and Lin thought it had already been decided by default. He didn't realize that this was actually determined by the council. Even though Lin had been solving high-intensity problems for the better part of the month, it would still take several days to reach the limit of magic power growth, which was why he hadn't been in a hurry to figure out how to obtain the magic source. Lin ventured to ask. Generally, testing for a wizard rank from 1 to 3 circles is done with a magic sphere, which rarely makes mistakes. Of course, if you are a great wizard, that thing is naturally useless, Philip joked merrily, then curiously inquired about how ranks were determined in the Secret Magic Society. In the Secret Magic Society, there are only scholar rankings and no power rankings. One's status is not important, only knowledge is worthy of exchange, Lin bluffed casually. Hearing this, Philip couldn't help but long for such a place. Perhaps only there could a formal wizard like himself converse with great wizards or even legendary wizards on an equal footing, sharing his views and conjectures about the world. Philip asked in a hushed tone, curious. By Lin's account, the Secret Magic Society should only be a small group for exchanging knowledge without forcing members to do things they don't want to do. Joining such a society seemed to have only benefits and no drawbacks. You must first contribute some new and novel knowledge to prove your capabilities, and you also need a higher-ranking person's recommendation. Lin patiently supplemented his lie and mentioned that since he arrived in Wizard Land, he had temporarily lost contact with the Secret Magic Society to discourage Philip from the idea. After all, in the Seeka's empire, There was no such thing as the secret magic society. He couldn't just conjure one up, could he? After his persuasive talk, Philip left with some regret, and Lynn breathed a sigh of relief. The lie that had been made up to deal with Helram's censure had brought him many conveniences, but it had also created quite a few hidden problems. Lynn thought about countermeasures as he walked toward the Halfling's workshop, ready to check the progress of the flying vessel. No sooner had he stepped through the door than he collided with Lydia, who was hurrying out. Looking at the height difference, it was as if a little dwarf had bumped into a giant, but the result was quite the opposite. Lynn took several steps back to steady himself and avoid falling over. Lydia seemed to have no trouble at all, immediately grabbing Lynn's arm in excitement and dragging him inside. "Come quickly with me, Professor Lynn." After days and nights of relentless work for over half a month, their flying vessel had been completed ahead of schedule. Chapter 79-71. Confidential. This is all classified. Please follow. Chapter 79. Chapter 71. Confidential. This is all classified. Please follow. 2 days later, a caravan pulled by several robust camels slowly traversed the official road of the harbor city. In the lavishly decorated carriage at the front of the caravan, an elderly wizard gazed out of the window, scrutinizing the architectural layout of the entire city. Beside him, a handsomely dressed male wizard was curiously inquiring as he watched a gold coin and a copper coin spinning in his hand. "Luoer, until we have thorough verification, I'm afraid no one can truly confirm or refute this conjecture." It took Tick long while to shift his gaze away from the rows of uniformly long and wide houses, and then he continued. "Rumors within the council say that a legendary wizard, well-versed in elemental magic, upon hearing this conjecture, prepared to use a flight spell to ascend to great heights to confirm whether the continent is round or flat." Luoer asked with immense curiosity. Tick said, shaking his head, "It's been quite some days, hasn't it? It couldn't be that." Luoer couldn't help shivering, but then dismissed the thought. Although he had not personally witnessed the legendary wizard's power, he understood it must be unimaginably strong. The safety of these high-profile individuals was hardly something for someone of his minor status to worry about. Regardless, once this news is released, all the wizards of the prophecy school will probably be in an uproar, Tick said with a sigh. Those prophecy school wizards always attempt to divine omens of fate from the movements of celestial bodies, and the star maps widely circulated in the wizard land originate from their hands. Lynn's planetary theory undoubtedly completely refutes this theory. This was something Tick naturally welcomed. In his view, the prophecy school merely squandered the council's funds, proposing ideas that sounded hazy and then interpreting them word for word based on facts after events occurred, making it unclear whether these were successful predictions or fabrication spun on the spot. Luoer was not too concerned with the thoughts of those prophecy school wizards, but instead began to ponder another theory mentioned by the wizard named Lynn, the law of free fall. The acceleration of a falling object is independent of its weight and mass. When two objects of different mass are dropped from the same height, they will hit the ground simultaneously. Although this theory had been verified by some great wizards, it was still somewhat too abnormal and hard to believe. Are we to believe that a pebble and an entire mountain, if carried into the sky, would both land on the ground at the same moment? Luoer tried tossing the gold coin and copper coin in his hand, and without a doubt, it was the heavier gold coin that landed first. Just as he was deep in thought, the caravan gradually came to a halt. Luoer asked, slightly displeased, for they were not supposed to have reached Yaida Magic Academy yet. "Wizard, sir, the road ahead is blocked," the servant driving the camels hurriedly explained. Luoer pulled back the carriage curtain and immediately saw countless townspeople gathered in the square, seemingly discussing something. Tick also asked out loud, as he had also heard the noisy sounds from outside. Tick looked forward, and taking advantage of the height difference provided by the carriage, the huge, bizarre alchemical machine located at the center of the square quickly came into view for both of them. This contraption was at least as tall as a two-story building, divided into upper and lower sections. The upper part was an inverted elliptical sphere, its length estimated to be over 20 meters, while the bottom was something akin to a ship, though it seemed much smaller by comparison, totaling less than a third the size of the elliptical sphere. The two were bound together by a series of sturdy ropes. Is this the alchemical machine Master Helram has recently devised? Luoya remarked in awe. It was even more massive than the golems in Wizard City. No, I fear it has nothing to do with the Honorable Helram, Tick refuted after listening for a while to the noisy discussions around them. What was mentioned the most by the townspeople here were Lynn, Lydia, and something called a flying ship. Flying ship? Is that the name of this alchemical machine? So, it's related to that wizard from the Sika's empire again. Luower got down from the carriage, saying this with interest and enthusiasm. On the other side, in the center of the town square, Lydia and her manufactured flying ship were already surrounded by the gawking townspeople, ranging from 7- or 8-year-old children to sturdy farmers, all keen to touch this imposing structure taller than a house. About a dozen halflings, much like guards, surrounded the flying ship, their faces filled with pride. It was a treasure painstakingly crafted by them over the course of half a month. A mischievous boy stealthily climbed onto a sculpture, straining to stand tall, reaching up high and poking at the bottom of the flying ship's balloon, feeling its soft texture, and realizing that he couldn't puncture the seemingly fragile membrane, he withdrew his hand, all the while his eyes transfixed on the grand flying ship before him. Ah, it's really soft. A few other naughty kids, also driven by curiosity, climbed up and touched the flying ship with their rough hands, calling out excitedly. Darren was startled and quickly leapt up, attempting to drive them away. But being too short, even when jumping, he couldn't reach them, and could only stand there with a stiff face, scolding admonishingly. Though the balloon, made of camel beast leather, was exceedingly tough and difficult to puncture even with a knife, they had put all their energy and savings into this flying experiment and couldn't afford the slightest mistake or flaw. Uncle Darren, how did you guys bring over such a huge thing? The leading boy, unafraid of Darren, who was not even taller than himself, asked with a cheeky smile. The spectating crowd was also immensely curious. Judging by its appearance, this thing called a flying ship must weigh several tens of thousands of pounds. Yet Lydia and her colleagues were able to transport it all the way from the West Side workshop to the square. You don't understand, this thing only looks big but isn't heavy at all. No, that's not quite right. It should be that it's not heavy to push. According to Wizard, this is because the lift cancels out most of the gravity, plus the wheels on the bottom make it not tiring to move at all. Darren bragged boastfully, his mustache curling up. However, before he could finish, Lydia stepped hard on his foot, and he suddenly changed his expression, watching every person present as vigilantly as if guarding against thieves, solemnly stating, Chapter 80-72. This is definitely a scene worth being forever remembered in magic history. Please follow. Chapter 80, Chapter 72. This is definitely a scene worth being forever remembered in magic history. Please follow. Darren's words had left the villagers present itching with curiosity. Yet they had no choice but to speculate whether this so-called airship could actually fly, how long it could stay aloft, and whether it would crash to the ground before reaching high altitude like the previous flying devices. Meanwhile, the professors and students of the Aida Academy were also gathered in the center of the square, gazing at the huge airship parked in the middle of it. Even Helram could not help but marvel at its enormity. After pausing, he turned his head to look at Lynn and spoke. That's a fine piece of alchemy there. Lynn explained with a smile, I only provided the blueprint. The whole construction process of the airship was completed by Lydia and her team. Although Lynn put it this way, Helram and the others were aware that the construction was merely a secondary concern. The design principle of any alchemical device was the most important element. Professor Lynn, since you call this thing an airship, are you actually planning to make it fly? Kevin asked with great curiosity. The bigger and heavier something is, the harder it is to fly. This could almost be considered an ironclad rule, and powering such a massive alchemical apparatus into the sky would doubtless require an uncountable amount of magic power. Lynn shook his head. Not magic? Hearing this, both the professors and students present were taken aback. Could this device possibly fly on its own? Halram immediately thought of the words Lin had said when he first crossed the sea to Wizardland. He indeed hadn't felt any magic fluctuations coming from the airship. No, if I must say, this airship employs a different method of flight. Lin pondered briefly before answering. Halram frowned, deep in thought about what this other method could be, and then asked with interest, "Then how long do you think it can stay in the sky? 10 minutes? I believe it could stay aloft longer than any number you might imagine. Its flight duration depends solely on how long Lydia wants to remain in the sky," Lin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Philip and others immediately became unsettled. Did this mean that Lydia could stay flying in the sky indefinitely if she didn't wish to come down? This was inconceivable, as flight was an achievement only a few wizards could manage. Before anyone could object, a voice rang from behind them. "Are you suggesting this airship can continuously remain airborne without consuming any energy?" Lin looked back in surprise and then saw two elegantly dressed wizards approaching them. "This is Mr. Tick from the Wizard Council." Philip hurriedly introduced him to Lin with a tone of respect. Although Tick, like himself, was a third-ring wizard, the other's expertise in alchemy was advanced, and his status in Wizardland was no less than that of any senior wizard. As for the other one, Philip hesitated. "I am called Luo. I'm a delegate sent by Magic Weekly," Luo replied politely. "Hello, Mr. Tick, Mr. Luo," Lin nodded. "Let's skip the pleasantries. You haven't answered my question yet." Tick had no intention of making small talk and urgently pressed on. "If it's just about floating, then no extra energy is required," Lin explained briefly before continuing. "As for the principle, I can only say..." Tick's expression immediately froze, then shifted to a slightly helpless look. As an alchemist, he obviously knew there were things one shouldn't ask about. Lydia came running over, performing a sailor's salute in style, and exclaimed loudly. Lin gestured with his hands. With Lin's approval, Lydia immediately rallied Darren and others, starting to fill the airship's auxiliary gas bags with hydrogen and securing a sturdy rope around several pillars in the square to prevent it from taking off. Prematurely, the airship's upper gas bags seemed unified, but internally they were split into primary and auxiliary gas bags. Only when the primary gas bag was filled with hydrogen would the lift be slightly less than gravity at a critical point, so filling the auxiliary gas bag with hydrogen would allow it to take off directly. For landing, on the other hand, it required the reverse process, opening the auxiliary gas bag to allow air to flow in. Then the airship would descend slowly. As for why hydrogen was used instead of the safer helium, it was simply because the former was easier to obtain, easily separated from water. Water was plentiful at Yaida Harbor. While Darren and others were filling the auxiliary gas bags, Lydia had already climbed up the ladder into the airship's cabin, pulled on her alchemist goggles, placed her hands on the large steering wheel, and took on the appearance of a captain, her face unable to hide her excitement. All eyes in the square focused on the scene as hydrogen filled the auxiliary gas bags, and the massive airship began to tremble and slowly levitate. Really, all our efforts weren't in vain. Seeing this, several halflings excitedly embraced each other. They had worked tirelessly for this day over the past half-month. Lydia shouted loudly as she sliced through the ropes, binding the airship to the pillars with a knife. Under the eyes of countless people, excited or stunned, this massive object swiftly broke free from the pull of gravity and soared directly into the sky. Halram gazed at the airship drifting further away in the sky and remarked sentimentally. Beside him, Luo quickly took out a quill pen and, using magic power as ink, swiftly sketched out everything he saw. This was definitely a moment in magic history that deserved to be remembered forever. A halfling who knew no magic rode an airship taller than 2 buildings and flew towards the sky. Chapter 81, 73, Touching the Clouds in the Sky. 2-in-1. Chapter 81. Chapter 73, Touching the Clouds in the Sky. 2-in-1. If the flying ship's sudden ascent was a surprise to the wizard, then to the townspeople gathered around. It was a shock. All of them knew Lydia, a rowdy halfling who always liked to tinker with odd things. Most crucially, she, like all the other ordinary town folk present, knew no magic at all. And now, there she was in front of them, piloting something bigger than a house, flying straight into the sky, a feat many wizards themselves couldn't achieve. The boy who had just climbed the sculpture to touch the flying ship asked the man in the gray robe, his expression excited. "What are you thinking? I'm sure some wizard must have secretly cast magic on the flying ship." The man in the gray robe didn't believe for a second that a halfling could fly by their own power. Here in Wizardland, all miracles belong to the mighty power of magic. When Lydia comes down from the sky, you can go up and see the flying ship for yourselves. For just 10 silver coins, anyone can take a ride in the flying ship and loop around in the sky. Lord Lynn says this thing can fly very high, even higher than many clouds. And if you're lucky, you might even get to touch the clouds in the sky, Darren boasted proudly. Fly higher than the clouds? Children in the square couldn't help but look up into the sky, watching the gigantic flying ship growing farther from them, imagining what touching a cloud would feel like. It would surely be as soft as sheep's wool, right? The rest of the townsfolk were also tempted. Such a large alchemical machine must be expensive, and at only 10 silver coins for a ride in the sky, it seemed not too costly. Just imagine that's the sky. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters above, Lydia stood on a special seat, looking down at the dense crowd in the square, watching them turn into tiny specks as she saw the entire panorama of the harbor city below. Everything seemed so tiny, almost like she could stomp it into pieces with one foot, just like the wooden models she kept in her workshop. Is this what it feels like to fly in the sky? Lydia looked around excitedly, her gaze extending towards the distant mountains and the vastly broad sea. Although she had ascended to the skies in a rudimentary flyer more than 10 days ago, she had only reached a height of about 100 meters, and she dared not be distracted in the slightest. Unlike now, she didn't need to control anything. The flying ship could hover in the air by itself, allowing her to do anything she wanted here. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, causing the stable flying ship to sway slightly in the wind. For first-time flyers, an inexplicable fear often arises in their hearts. However, Lydia wasn't scared at all, but rather, emboldened, climbed to the edge of the flying ship, spread her arms wide, and faced the raging wind, making loud, excited whooping sounds to vent her thrill. Only when she saw a pristine cloud floating not far from the flying ship did Lydia, struck by a bold idea, jump back in her seat, grab the helm, and steer the flying ship directly towards the cloud. The massive flying ship collided head-on with the cloud, passing through it. Lydia's vision was enveloped in white, and her cheeks and arms felt damp. It was like standing by the seaside being caressed by the gentle sea breeze. Lydia said with a giggly smile. Yet, amidst the fun, the halfling girl didn't forget the task Lynn had given her. After roaming around in the flying ship for a while, she hovered back above the square and then pulled on a lever beside her. The wooden planks on the bottom of the flying ship instantly popped open, releasing 2 spherical objects of vastly different mass from the cabin. They hung in the air, swaying back and forth, slightly tilting the flying ship due to the rope's restraint. Immediately afterwards, the halfling girl pulled the alchemical goggles to her eyes, stuck her head out, and waited for Lynn's hand signals and commands. This goggle was the only magical item she carried, imbued with a far-sight solidification magic, allowing her vision to be as sharp as a griffin's. Even 2,000 meters away, she could clearly see Professor Lynn amidst the crowd. Just 10 minutes before, Lure, who was in the square, successfully sketched an illustration and added his reflections at the bottom, already having a rough expectation of the newspaper sales. Upon taking a closer look, Lynn saw 3 pictures drawn on papyrus, the scenes of Lydia boarding the flying ship, cutting the ropes, and soaring into the sky. Chapter 82, 73. Touching the Clouds in the Sky. 2-in-1_2. Chapter 82. Chapter 73. Touching the Clouds in the Sky. 2-in-1. _2 The delay was brief, yet the airship had already ascended to great heights, appearing as a mere speck from this vantage point. Theodore looked up in astonishment at the airship that continued to climb. Initially, he thought that even if it could fly, it would reach a maximum height of a few hundred meters. However, to his surprise, the airship had surpassed 2,000 meters in just a short while. Fortunately, the practice of long-distance viewing magic wasn't challenging, and most of the wizards present were proficient in it, so they could still see everything clearly despite the considerable distance. After ascending to a height of 2,500 meters, the airship stopped and then, by the thrust of steam, gradually moved forward propelled by the rear rotor blades. Not only could it fly, but it also moved with remarkable stability. Such a height is probably beyond the attack range of most magic. Tick observed the hovering airship, his expression growing somber. In a sense, this thing was a weapon of war. Mounting 2 magic crystal cannons on it would allow for long-range attacks. If there were 20 airships equipped with magic crystal cannons attacking Yaida Harbor, the city would undoubtedly become ruins without the intervention of the archwizard Hellram. If Lydia had produced a rudimentary flying device half a month ago, which could be easily identified as a roughly made experimental piece, then this airship now was definitively a finished product. The entire process from liftoff to hovering and then to cruising was extremely smooth, and the design of its exterior was meticulous, indicative of very advanced technology. Correct, this airship was designed in collaboration with some friend from the Secret Magic Society. It has just been difficult to find an appropriate place for flight experimentation within the Seeka's empire, Lynn explained, while taking the opportunity to subtly praise Wizardland. The wizards in attendance nodded in agreement. As wizards were persecuted within the Seeka's empire, they dared not conduct flight experiments openly. Tick asked, perplexed. Lynn asserted. Before this flight experiment, he had already roughly verified the planet's gravity was almost identical to Earth's by weighing objects of various masses. The height the airship reached now also matched his predictions, and all of these calculations could be derived in advance through arcana mathematics. Arcana mathematics, Tick murmured, a term he had never heard before. It seemed that aside from presenting the official wizard badges, it was necessary to seriously understand this concept called arcana mathematics, which he felt was likely to be crucial for the field of alchemy. Kevin, Philip, and other professors thought Lynn's claims were perhaps too absolute. Could this so-called arcana mathematics really calculate everything? However, they couldn't voice their skepticism at the moment, as the airship soaring above served as the best proof. Meanwhile, Luo took out his pen again, noting down Lynn's words, planning to use them as a bold headline on one of the pages in Magic Weekly. Lynn gazed at the sky for some time before suddenly speaking. Hellram inquired, puzzled. The altitude is sufficient now, and I'd like to take this opportunity to conduct an experiment. Lynn explained smoothly. Hellram paused for a moment, but quickly understood what Lynn meant, immediately using a spell of amplification commanding everyone present to retreat 25 meters, leaving a spacious gap in the middle. A great wizard himself had spoken, and no one dared disobey. The villagers in attendance all moved backward, and soon a circular area with a radius of 25 meters was cleared in the crowded square. Hellram first cast a large magic power barrier to prevent any accidents, and then cast another spell. The solid floor tiles in front of him cracked rapidly under the influence of magic. Power and eventually disintegrated into countless fine grains of sand. Lynn took the opportunity to turn his head towards the gathering of wizards and villagers on the square. Utilizing the principle of sound wave propagation, he increased his own volume. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that over the past half-month, you must have all heard more or less about my theory of free fall and the planetary theory. I believe that among you, there must be many who have doubts about this, thinking that it's a ridiculous fancy, a lie to attract attention. How could the continent possibly be round? And how could a piece of iron possibly land at the same time as a pebble? But I must tell you here, do not be deceived by the appearances of things. The phenomena you see in your day-to-day life are merely effects caused by air resistance. A young male wizard in the crowd interrupted. The rate of an object's fall being proportional to its weight and affected by its shape is almost common knowledge, and too many examples in reality can prove Master Yates' conclusion is correct. Then let's make a bet. Lin raised his voice a notch. Their weights differ by dozens of times, Lin said with a smile. The purchasing power of 3 magic gold coins was equivalent to 50 to 60,000 from his previous life, which was not a small amount even for wizards, but it was not enough to cause them pain. The young male wizard hardly thought twice before tossing over 3 gold coins. Hollow wood, as its name suggests, is the lightest known type of wood. If Lin was not lying, according to Master Yates' theory, the iron sphere would definitely fall much faster than the wooden sphere. And he wasn't alone in thinking this way. As a result, within a few minutes, more than 20 wizards joined the bet, including Luor, who had deep skepticism about the theory. Many of the villagers were also eager to try, but few dared to participate in the bet with the wizards. What about you? Lin turned to look behind at the students of the mathematical sorcery class, asking in a teasing manner. Pierce and the others quickly shook their heads, and Alok shivered uncontrollably. The last time the professor held a bet, he nearly lost a fortune comparable to the entire Yaida harbor. Before he knew it, Lin held 69 magic gold coins in his hand, feeling somewhat sentimental. Indeed, sticking to a salary would never lead to wealth and riches. However, he wasn't just conducting the free-fall experiment using the airship to make money. It was even more important to vindicate his theory. Although on his first day at Yaida Harbor, he had verified this point within the college by relying on the vacuum domain created by Hellram. But to create a vacuum environment was extremely difficult. Only a great wizard could do it, and thus the conclusion was limited to a small range of dissemination, with most people preferring to believe what they saw right before their eyes. Therefore, Lin was prepared to take advantage of today with an experiment that no one could refute to thoroughly prove this theory. P.S. Today's release is still 2 chapters combined. Also, this book will be put on sale next Friday, which is the 23rd. There will be 5 chapters on the day it goes on sale, and then according to the number of initial subscriptions and donations, there will be additional releases every day. The main theme of Volume 2 is the darkness beneath the light, with many foreshadowed plots already laid out in the beginning, and the story will become even more interesting later on. Chapter 83-74. You and I are one step closer to the truth, 2 in 1. Chapter 83. Chapter 74. You and I are one step closer to the truth, 2 in 1. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, the flying ship began to descend slowly, soon hovering about 200 or 300 meters above the plaza. All the wizards in the plaza and the town residents with good eyesight could see the 2 spheres hanging from the bottom of the flying ship. The former, with a diameter of about 1 meter, was made entirely of metal and was tethered by a sturdy leather rope that was stretched taut, as if it would snap at any moment. The latter sphere, though the same size, was made of a lighter, hollow wood and was red in color. The huge difference in mass between the 2 could be discerned from the tightness of the leather ropes. Lin waited until the sea breeze that was blowing became weaker and the flying ship truly hovered steadily. Then he picked up a red flag and waved it a few times. Lydia, who was perched on a stool at the edge inside the flying ship, also hurriedly waved the flag in response. Lin announced. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the 2 spheres floating beneath the flying ship. As Lydia pulled another lever, the 2 ropes were almost severed. The iron and the wooden ball fell at the exact same moment. The young male wizard shouted excitedly. With the aid of a long-distance viewing spell, he could clearly and accurately see that at the moment the ropes broke, it was the iron ball that fell first. However, his excitement froze on his face in the next second because, contrary to his expectations, the iron ball did not speed ahead, but rather maintained a very close distance to the wooden ball. Rather, it could be explained that the rope bound to the iron ball was tighter, so it caused the ball to fall a bit faster for that instant. Plus, the slight sea breeze affected the wooden ball's fall, creating this illusion. Lin had been unworried from the beginning. Compared to the mass of the two spheres themselves, air resistance and a bit of breeze were almost negligible. Unless a strong wind of level 5 or above were to occur suddenly, the outcome would not be affected. And indeed, by the third second, both had reached their terminal velocity of descent, and the height of the wooden ball was still exactly the same as that of the iron ball. The wizards, having seen this scene, had faces filled with disbelief, and some even suspected that Lin had secretly applied the slow fall technique to the iron ball, which resulted in this surprising effect. Hardly had this thought passed when, after more than 20 seconds of falling, the massive iron ball, weighing 2 or 3 tons, smashed directly onto the plaza. In an instant, the entire plaza seemed to shake, the huge impact force causing the iron ball to embed deeply into the sand at the moment of impact, sending the surrounding sand flying out in all directions like a continuous spray of sand and stone rain. An invisible magical barrier had enclosed the central part of the plaza, with the sand and stone striking the barrier, producing a plethora of crackling sounds. Out of trust in the great wizard, not many spared any attention for the flying sandstones, all of them staring unblinkingly at the two spheres in the center of the plaza. The huge iron ball had embedded itself deeply into the center of the plaza, with the displaced sand forming an impact crater about 3 meters in diameter, while fine sand continued to pile into the central area. Beneath the other wooden ball, the impact crater was only half a meter, quickly filled up by the sand. Just like Lin had said, the two spheres, with a mass difference in the dozens of times, had crossed a distance of 300 meters at the same moment, reaching the ground. The young male wizard asked eagerly. The great wizard did not respond, but turned to look at Lin, and seeing the other nod, he then dispelled the magical barrier. The male wizard immediately ran over, not minding that his ankles were buried in sand, and squatted down to wrap his hands around the hollow wooden sphere, straining to lift it. He had thought the object would be very heavy, but contrary to his estimation, he managed to hold the wooden ball in his arms with just a bit of effort. The wizard exclaimed in astonishment, estimating roughly that the wooden ball weighed just about 70 pounds, with no signs of magic on it. Could the other iron ball be the problem? Doubtful, the wizard put down the wooden ball, squatted down, and tried to lift the iron ball that was 1 meter in diameter. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move the object from the sand. In the end, he even used the mage's hand, but the large iron ball still did not budge. Just how heavy is this thing? The young male wizard couldn't help but be astounded, now certain there had been no skimping of effort. If anyone still has doubts, feel free to go up and check for yourselves, Lin said indifferently. With the approval of Lin, wizards, and even the townspeople who were skeptical about the experiment stepped into the sand to verify the weight difference between the two spheres with their own hands. Adults with slightly more strength could even lift the wooden ball over their heads, but they were helpless with the iron ball. In the end, it was Helram who, using the mage's hand, pulled that thing out of the sand and weighed it in his hands. Helram speculated for a moment and made a relatively accurate estimation. Chapter 84, 74. You and I are one step closer to the truth, 2 in 1, _2. Chapter 84. Chapter 74. You and I are one step closer to the truth, 2 in 1, _2. Philip, Kevin, Theodore, and others exchanged glances, unable to conceal the shock in their hearts. Lin's claim that the two objects differed in mass by dozens of times was far too conservative. This was already close to 100-fold difference. Luoer looked at Lin with incomprehension, not caring about the 3 gold coins he had lost, but rather deeply curious about this phenomenon that defied common sense. He had witnessed with his own eyes the terrifying destruction caused when the iron ball hit the ground, yet its falling speed was exactly the same as that of a hollow wooden ball. This was not magic at all. Let's make an assumption to understand, Lin said, looking at the puzzled faces around the square and raising his voice slightly. According to Master Yade's theory, the falling speed of an object is directly proportional to its weight. Luoer and others nodded. Then Lin changed his tone and pointed at the two spheres. Obviously faster, because the overall weight has increased, Luo answered without hesitation. But the next second, several wizards refuted. No, it should be slower. Even before Lin could respond, the wizards had already begun arguing among themselves. Johnny, Alok, and others who were listening felt that both sides seemed to make sense, yet they contradicted each other. Lin interrupted the noisy debate. Philip retorted with a frown, but then he stopped short because the falling body experiment had just proven this point. The falling speed of the object was unrelated to its weight. It would fall at the same moment regardless. Mr. Lin, well aware that many present still had doubts, turned to Luo and asked. Luo pulled out a sheet from the papers he carried and handed it to Lin, curious to see what he would do. Lin turned to the townspeople, holding up the sheet of paper. Amidst a buzz of noise, a child contributed a storybook he was carrying with him. Lin activated the mage's hand, raising the sheet of paper and the storybook to a height of 2 meters, letting them fall together. The sheet of paper floated gently in the air, taking a full 9 seconds to hit the ground, while the storybook landed with a thud in just 3 seconds. Philip asked, puzzled, as the phenomenon seemed to completely contradict his theory. Do we even need to guess? Philip said decisively. This time, both sides agreed with Philip's opinion, because Lin did not bind them together. They could not be considered as one object. So it must be the paper that's slower, and the book that's faster. Lin shook his head and immediately dispelled the magic. The next moment, to the astonishment of everyone present, the page did not float as they had envisioned. Instead, it stayed adhered to the book's cover and fell with it to the ground. The entire process took a mere 3 seconds for both the thin sheet of paper and the heavy book to hit the ground simultaneously. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. They racked their brains but couldn't fathom why this was happening. Reality had undeniably shattered everyone's intuition once again. Unless what Lin said was true, that the speed of free fall has nothing to do with weight. Hellram used, and of course he could see, because Lin had attached the sheet of paper to the book, the thin paper didn't have to face the resistance of the air and would naturally fall with the book. Still unconvinced, Luo replicated Lin's method and tried again, but the result was still unchanged. Even the wizards who had been the most vocal opponents had to consider the possibility that Master Yade's theory might indeed be flawed. Your wisdom is commendable, Master Hellram. Lin first praised Hellram quite naturally, then turned to the wizards who hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the 2 free-fall experiments, and spoke again. When I was at the Secret Magic Society, I once heard a master say that the world is filled with wonders, and sometimes certain phenomena even transcend our understanding. A wizard journey to discover truth is like several blind people trying to comprehend the shape of a dragon by touching it. Lin continued. Perhaps one day, another wizard will stand on this square with a rigorous, unquestionable experiment to overturn this law of free fall, but I will not be angered. Lin's resonant voice echoed continuously over the square. After a very brief silence, roaring applause thundered forth. Tick, Philip, and others were not only stunned by the 2 unimaginable free-fall experiments, but also admired Lin's magnanimity. One should know that in Wizardland, disputes over principles weren't taken lightly. Sometimes different factions would even come to blows trying to prove whose theory was correct. Yet Lin did the opposite, inviting everyone to repeatedly validate his theory through experimentation, a magnanimity that was truly admirable. The local villagers joined in the applause. Those with knowledge applauded sincerely, but others were confused. A short halfling, looking up at Darren who was clapping his hands read, whisper question. Isn't it simple? Master Yade's theory is wrong. Mr. Darren replied with a disdainful look on his face, but feeling very unsure deep down. He could barely keep up with talk of wind resistance and gravity, but had no clue why a sheet of paper and a book could hit the ground together. Nevertheless, since all the wizards were applauding, following suit surely couldn't be wrong. Amid the fervent applause, the massive airship slowly landed on the sandy ground, and an exuberant halfling girl clambered down from the airship using the ladder. Seeing everyone clapping to welcome her, she squinted her eyes in delight. Lydia ran up to Lynn, saluted Mox seriously, and spoke with pride. Lynn replied with a smile. Lydia immediately shed her captain's demeanor and began excitedly recounting her experiences in the sky, like how she piloted the airship through a pristine cloud, the distant rolling hills, and the boundless ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. P.S. Today is a combination of 4,000 words again. The two experiments mentioned in the text were attempted by an angel before I dared to write them. Although not as high as 300 meters or as heavy as a metal ball, the results were the same. Chapter 85, 75 Magic Level Assessment. Request for follow-up reading. Chapter 85, Chapter 75 Magic Level Assessment. Request for follow-up reading. Lydia animatedly shared her flying experience, stirring the apprentices and townspeople into excited restlessness. Is bumping into the clouds really as refreshing as being caressed by the sea breeze? They all wanted to experience this wonderful sensation. 10 silver coins didn't seem too expensive. The halfling girl chattered away, only to remember her purpose for the flight when she saw Hellram, and she nervously asked, "Master Hellram, this should count as a success, right?" Hellram looked at Lydia hesitantly and did not answer her. "My arithmetic class doesn't need magical talent, and even a regular person can learn quite a bit from it," Lynn also said just then. "If that's the case, then let's give it a try," Hellram said noncommittally. Lydia jumped up with joy, turned around, and hugged a few halflings, with Darren crying profusely, overwhelmed with emotion. "This is great. Halflings will soon have a wizard of their own." Overcome with excitement, Darren and others decided to drink themselves into oblivion once they got home tonight. Some wizards and apprentices gathered at the square frowned at the noisy group of Lydia and others. Recruiting a halfling with no magical talent was unprecedented and contradicted the Wizard Council's regulations. However, given the impressive result of the flying experiment and Hellram's approval, no one dared to openly object. After the noise had subsided, Hellram performed magic to restore the ground turned to sand and instructed some wizards to maintain order in the square. He then returned to Yaida Academy with a group of professors and apprentices, preparing to host 2 distinguished guests from Wizard City. While Lydia and her companions, though joyful, did not forget to seize the moment to sell tickets for the airship. According to Lynn's earlier set price, tickets for a ride on the airship were 10 silver coins each, not too expensive nor too cheap, an amount most townspeople could manage. As a result, many were willing to pay and experience riding this alchemy machine taller than a building, to soar through the skies for a loop. In just half an hour, Lydia had sold over 600 so-called tickets, adhering to a first-come, first-served principle, recording everyone's names, making it impossible to evade payment. The inside of the airship was quite spacious, capable of carrying 10 people at a time without a problem. Each trip lasted about an hour, and at least 10 trips could be made a day, but even so, it would take several days to accommodate everyone. In just a short while, they had collected over 60 magic gold coins. Darren and the others couldn't stop smiling, knowing that Lynn was willing to give them 1/10 of the ticket sales as operating expenses. With such popularity, it would be easy for them to earn tens of magic gold coins each month. This was much more economical than buying labor in the workshop to produce those little gadgets. While Darren and others were immersed in dreams of a beautiful life, inside Yaida Academy, Hellram, Tik Luoer, and a group of professors had already arrived in the front hall. Swarms of fairies flew in from outside the window, placing steaming dishes on the square table in front of everyone. Roasted tomatoes, mashed potatoes, white bread, grass lizard tailbones, camel beastback meat, fire lion forelegs, and many strange ingredients that Lynn could not recognize at all. Lynn carefully cut a small piece of foreleg meat and put it in his mouth, feeling that this thing seemed even tougher than beef, although far from delicious due to lack of seasoning. But in Wizardland, this was already very sumptuous food. "Professor Lynn, Speaking of which, I must thank you for letting me see such fascinating aerial ships and free-fall experiments upon my arrival at Yaida Harbor. I fear Magic Weekly won't lack news for the next month. Luoer raised his wine glass, looking at Lin, and teased. Mr. Luoer, you flatter me. I must ask you to be a bit merciful when writing your articles, and try to be as tactful as possible when expressing your views. Lin raised his glass and downed it in one go, speaking politely. He naturally understood the power of the pen, and just by expressing his views a bit more aggressively in Magic Weekly, they could cause him quite a bit of trouble. That won't do. I must truthfully relay everything I've seen, as this is the basic integrity of an editor in Magic Weekly. Luoer shook his head, speaking very smoothly. Lin was speechless, never believing that a media person would have such a thing as integrity. It simply did not exist. However, since the other party was not willing to make assurances, there was nothing he could do. At his words, everyone present turned to look, all curious about this question. Those who knew some insider information, like Theodore and Kevin, speculated that Lin must be a three-ring wizard, given that he had killed an archbishop, destroyed half a town, and a whole 3,000-person guard, even if it was with some kind of pre-prepared alchemical item. But the only thing that made them doubtful was that Lin looked far too young, perhaps not even 20 years old. It was well known in Wizardland that the most famous prodigy, Magic Realm star August, had also advanced to a three-ring wizard around his 20th birthday. Under countless gazes, Lin slowly drank the wine in his glass, speaking very composedly. This matter, let's wait till Mr. Tick has assessed my wizard rank. The testing methods in Wizardland may differ from those at the Secret Magic Society. The group of professors, seeing Lin playing coy and refraining from commenting any further, grew even more curious. Nevertheless, they could still afford to wait a bit, as finishing a meal wouldn't take all that long, would it? Lin slowly placed his wine glass down, maintaining an impassive expression, but inside, he was feeling slightly anxious. Although he had never personally admitted that he was a qualified wizard, and had used a scholar's title when introducing himself, without a doubt, everyone present regarded him as a qualified wizard. If something went wrong during the testing, it would indeed be troublesome. Chapter 86, 76, please allow me to challenge you. Chapter 86. Chapter 76, please allow me to challenge you. Luoer's inquiry was politely evaded by Lin for the time being, but private discussions continued unabated. As a special envoy of the Wizard Council, Tick was in no hurry to bring up the matter of testing levels, but instead he took a keen interest in asking about arcane knowledge. Lin had no intention of hiding anything. The broader the dissemination of these basic mathematical principles, the better, lest a day come when he proposed a theory and no one could understand it. A banquet that had pleased both host and guests soon came to an end, and after the fairies had cleared away the leftovers from the table, Tick finally ordered his assistant to bring a transparent crystal ball with a radius of about 10 centimeters, filled with an unknown liquid. Tick handed the crystal ball over. It's quite simple. You just need to sense it and do as you normally do when casting spells, then judge based on the change of colors, Tick casually stated. Lin nodded, tried to infuse it with magic power, and through perceptive vision, he noticed the strangeness of the liquid inside the spherical object. This liquid was composed of some elements he didn't recognize at all, stored lazily inside the crystal ball, presenting a high difficulty in control. Even with Lin applying his full power, he only made these elements vibrate at a specific frequency a few times, causing a faint red glow to surface within the transparent crystal ball. That's right. That's how it's used. You can begin the test now, Tick reminded again, thinking that Lin was still figuring out how to use the device, unaware that the latter had already exerted his full strength. Then let's give it a try. Lin took a deep breath, now with a bit more confidence. He had realized that to drive this crystal ball, what was truly being tested was a wizard's computing power, or rather, spiritual power. Indeed, the higher a wizard's level, the more exponentially their spiritual power would grow, allowing them to harness more powerful and complex magic. Judging a wizard's strength based on this wasn't really an issue. At this point, With the aid of his intelligent mind, he shouldn't be inferior to a formal wizard. What he was most concerned about instead was the direct testing of the upper limit of magic power containment within the body, which he was most likely not up to standard. Lin silently chanted in his mind. Then his gaze sharpened. The crystal ball in his hand started to shake rapidly. The red light grew more intense and eventually turned into a deep crimson. The expressions of the professors seated around the square table varied. Some were surprised, some were solemn, and others seemed to have expected this. In just 2 seconds, Lin stopped, having consumed a third of his magic power within. If this wasn't enough to pass, then there wasn't much he could do. Professor Lin, I had no idea you were actually a 3-rings wizard, Tick said with a sense of admiration, looking at Lin's somewhat youthful face. 3 rings, huh? That seemed a bit high. Lin looked at the crimson crystal ball in his hand. While this aligned more with others' perceptions of him, he wasn't yet able to inscribe higher-ring spells in his mind. Therefore, even though his intelligent brain had sufficient computing power, he had no immediate plans to delve into 2nd or 3rd-ring magic, as it was too cost-inefficient without the ability to form spell slots. Just then, Luor, who was off to the side, rather abruptly posed a question. Lin replied vaguely. He was unsure if there was magic that could test bone age, so it was better to be cautious with his reply. A wizard of the 3rd ring under 20 years old. Luor's expression changed, and he couldn't help but stand up, saying. Lin paused for a moment, not quite understanding why the other party suddenly wanted to do this. Tick whispered in a lower voice. With that reminder, Lin immediately recalled such a person. August, the most famous prodigy of Wizardland, became a grand wizard around the age of 24, and Lin had not inquired about when he had broken through to the 3rd ring. However, judging from Luor's reaction, Lin's existence might now be suspected of breaking the other's record. Lin inwardly cursed. Had he known, he would have claimed to just have a youthful face, that he was actually 25 or 26. As for this sudden challenge, all the wizards present were quite interested, especially Philip, Theodore, and others who were very eager to witness the hellfire that Laud the Cripple had described as unable to be extinguished once ignited. Given Luor's insistence and the professor's encouragement, Lin, finding no suitable reason to refuse, could only agree to the challenge. The location was set at Aida Academy's training ground. Hellram had given the entire school a day off due to the morning flight experiment and the need to receive 2 distinguished guests. But even so, there was no shortage of wizard apprentices practicing magic hard on the training ground. After all, in Wizardland, passing the assessment to become an official wizard is the quickest way to change one's circumstances and reach the pinnacle of life. Yet even the most diligent students found it hard to resist the temptation of a spectacle, especially upon hearing that their arithmetic professor was going to duel with another wizard, and the apprentices at the training ground immediately crowded around. You know, it's not often you get to see a battle between official wizards. Johnny, I heard you came across the sea with Professor Lin. Alok, looking at the two standing on the field, asked curiously. The girl with gray hair hesitated, then shook her head and did not answer. In theory, Lin should be a wizard of the 1st ring, but in the town of the harbor, he had defeated the archbishop of the church, so she was not certain either. Seeing that Johnny was also uncertain, Alok could only turn to Pierce and the others to gossip about the reasons behind Professor Lin's clash with Lord Luor from Wizard City. No matter what the watching apprentices thought, Lin and Luor stopped at a distance of 20 meters from each other after entering the training ground. I, a disciple of August, a wizard of the 2nd ring, hereby challenge Professor Lin of Aida Academy, Luor said, placing his right hand on the magic medal over his chest and bowing slightly in a gesture of the dual etiquette in Wizardland. Lin mimicked the gesture and responded succinctly. P.S. Going on Sanjiang today, the book will be put on the shelf on Friday, and there will be additional updates after the launch. New books seeks recommendations, collections, monthly tickets, and rewards. Chapter 87-77, 2nd Ring Advanced Magic, High Temperature Steaming Kill. Please follow. Chapter 87, Chapter 77, Second ring, advanced magic. High-temperature steaming kill. Please follow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two of them turned to look at the Grand Wizard acting as the referee. Hellram wasted no time and spoke directly. As his words fell, Lin made his move first, grabbing the advantage. In any battle, seizing the advantage was crucial. In an instant, 7 magic missiles formed and shot out like arrows released from a bow. Luo frowned, feeling slightly displeased. Using zero-ring magic as a probe in a formal wizard's duel seemed somewhat disrespectful. Minor, magic protection. Luo casually lifted his hand, and a magical barrier formed in front of him. However, to his surprise, the 7 magic missiles curved directly around the protective wall, continuing their assault from both sides. Caught off guard, Luo's pupils dilated, but his reaction was not slow. Almost instantly, an invisible magic shield enveloped Luo at the center, with several magic missiles striking it and causing ripples, yet they couldn't breach it. This was the second ring magic made shield, but before Luo could catch his breath, the second wave of magic bombardment was already upon him. This time, Lin didn't hold back. The orb-shaped bodies composed of magic power were merely shells that contained a mix of volatile and explosive elements, which detonated upon impact. A series of muffled explosions resounded across the practice field. The magic barrier formed by magic power was instantly breached, and soon after, the made shield began to show cracks. Alo couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In fact, most apprentices who studied elemental magic could easily master it. However, its power was less than satisfactory, which is why few chose to use it. Yet, Lin had utilized such a low-level magic in a formal wizard's duel, and its power was unexpectedly formidable. On the training field, Luo was forced to retreat repeatedly. Often, a mere second after casting a protective spell, several magic missiles would converge on the same spot and through a barrage of explosions, shatter it to pieces. Not only that, but the number of missiles kept increasing. It started with 7, then 10, and later even 12 and 15. It was clear to any observer that if Lin did not intend to spare Luo, the latter would have been defeated quite early on. Is this magic bombardment? The present professors immediately recognized it. This was the magic modified by the Grand Wizard himself. But that was not entirely accurate. After observing for a while, they quickly noticed subtle differences. Hellram's magic bombardment set the flight paths of the missiles in advance to avoid obstacles and attack from various unexpected angles, with its destructive power relying solely on quantity. But Lin's magic was different. Each missile bore the power of the fireball technique and was equally flexible. Philip couldn't help but exclaim, taking a zero-ring magic originally intended for feints and turning it into something with a destructive power comparable to a higher second-ring magic. The other professors also nodded in agreement, and then they all looked towards Hellram to see what this senior wizard thought. At that moment, Hellram did not express any opinion, just gazed at the battle between the two, deep in thought. Unlike the crowd of students and professors who were merely spectating, Luo on the battlefield was sweating profusely. He was well aware of the gap between a second-ring wizard and a third-ring wizard, yet he hadn't expected that the opponent could bring him to such a disarray with just an improved zero-ring magic. If he were to lose like this, it wouldn't just be his own face that he'd be losing. Thinking this, Luo's expression turned extremely solemn, and the ring on his hand emitted a faint glow. Third ring protection technique. Magic barrier. The next moment, a sturdy magic power barrier appeared around him, blocking all the magic missiles flying in from all directions. Although Luo had used an alchemical item, Hellram showed no intention of stopping the match. Strictly speaking, various magic potions and alchemical tools are all a part of a wizard's strength, but generally, those concerned about their image would not use such things in a duel. Lin, who was in overload mode, also quickly noticed the increase in the strength of the protective magic. Glancing at the slowly decreasing energy reserves in his smart brain, he decided to end the battle quickly. In an instant, 36 magic missiles floated in the air. This was his limit in casting. This strike was already comparable to a third-ring magic. Luo, with a serious expression, watched the magic power orbs flying at him from all directions. He lifted his index finger and lightly vibrated it in the air, sending an invisible wave in a semicircular spread continuously forward. The 36 magic missiles had not even come close before they burst in mid-air. Continuous explosions echoed throughout the training field. Alok and others, who had just thought Lin was about to win, were stunned on the spot, somewhat confused. Could it be there was a problem with the professor's casting? The missiles hadn't even reached the enemy yet, so why had they exploded? Luo'er's lips curled into a smile. After these tens of seconds of combat, he had already sensed the weakness of this magic. While turning the magic missiles into explosives, the opponent had also made the spell itself highly unstable. Just a slight application of force, enough to disrupt the thin exterior shell, would cause them to explode spontaneously. Now, it was his turn to counterattack, and he would do so with the same mocking tit-for-tat. At the moment the dozens of missiles exploded, Luo cast the zero-ring magic condensing water technique. Numerous yellow-green droplets appeared around him, and, using the dust raised by the explosion as cover, shot towards Lin like continuous bullet rain. The moment Lin realized the magic had been broken, he cast one of the few protective magics he knew. Frost Curtain, a shield wall made of ice, sprouted from the ground in front of him. However, as the smoke from the explosions cleared, Lin immediately realized something was wrong because the opponent's mode of attack seemed different from what he had expected. Luo clenched his fist, and the numerous yellow-green droplets burst instantly, transforming into a high-temperature, highly toxic, highly corrosive steam that immediately enveloped Lin. This was the second-ring advanced magic, high-temperature steaming kill. Chapter 78, The Path of Ice. Chapter 88, Chapter 78. The Path of Ice. Considering that his opponent was a three-ring mage, Luo went all out, with no intention of holding back. Philip and the others also admired that Luo'er's timing of casting the spell was very clever. By using a zero-ring spell as a cover, he could undoubtedly catch the opponent off guard. Of course, everyone present didn't believe this spell could actually harm a three-ring wizard, because all it would take was a simple two-ring spell like the Mage Shield or even a more advanced magic barrier to easily avoid the high-temperature steaming kill. However, Lin didn't know either of these spells. In fact, Frost Curtain was the only defensive spell he had mastered, which was useless in the face of such a wide-ranging assault. The scorching and highly corrosive steam had already surrounded Lin from all sides. All elements used in casting were essentially magic mimicry, and with his current strength, he was simply incapable of reversing control to take command. Facing such a crisis, Lin had no choice but to use the spell he had recently mastered, the liquid nitrogen, Frost Domain. Crack! There was a faint thud. In an instant, the toxic steam that was about to touch the surface of his skin froze in the terrifying low temperatures, and bizarrely, yellow-green snowflakes began to fall from the sky on a torrid summer day. Lin took steps forward, while the startling low temperature spread even faster in front of him. Luo'er's expression grew somber, but in any case, he had finally forced his opponent to use three-ring magic. Multiple flame burst skill. Luo raised his hand once more, with the second ring on his finger lighting up, preparing to use the blast from the violent explosion and the scorching high temperature to temporarily slow the spread of the domain. 5 brutal fireballs materialized out of the void, shooting towards the spreading mist. However, the reality was not as Luo had expected. As the fireballs plunged into the mist, they disappeared without a trace before they could explode. No, not disappeared. His magic power had been frozen. Luo, in a panic, began to back away step by step, casting all the 1- and 2-ring spells he knew. Acidic liquid spray, corrosion skill, flame touch, lesser magic protection. Unfortunately, These lowering magic spells were ineffective in front of the extreme sub-zero temperatures of over -190 degrees. They either froze instantly or vanished without a trace like the flame burst skill. Sweat poured down Luo'er's forehead. When Lin walked to within 5 meters of him, he couldn't help but cry out. Only then did Lin's forward steps halt, with a white mist already having spread within a meter in front of Luo'er. Just a slight chill carried by the wind made Luo'er shiver uncontrollably. And what surprised him even more was that the stone pavement Lin walked over had turned into a path of ice. Luo'er swallowed hard. He could imagine what would happen if this white mist touched his body. It would probably freeze like his acidic liquid spray into ice, wouldn't it? Lin casually responded. Luo'er didn't believe it at all. He had seen other third-ring wizards cast that magic, but none boasted such terrifying power. It was obviously another self-improved spell. I must say, you are a formidable opponent, Lord Luo'er, especially the idea of mixing a large amount of fluorine elements in water and then releasing it in the form of high-temperature steam. Lin said with some emotion. This was another cunning magic, and it would be his from now on. Lin's praise left Luo'er unsure if he was being mocked. After all, the battle had gone poorly for him. First, he had been put in a very difficult position by the zero-ring magic missiles, and then, after finally gaining some ground thanks to magical artifacts, his full-force, high-temperature steaming kill was easily countered. He was practically without the ability to fight back. However, Luo'er didn't know that Lin's words of praise were absolutely sincere. If it had not been for these past days, wherein he had successfully solidified the spell slot for liquid nitrogen, Frost Domain, the battle might have indeed risked overturning. Just a second-ring wizard being able to achieve this much. Lin's alarm bells were already ringing. Indeed, he had been too complacent when he chose to use basic magic to hide the white phosphorus fire. While Lin was reflecting, Helram had already announced the results of the contest, and the surrounding students and professors immediately gathered around. Theodore had just stepped into the training ground and hadn't walked more than a few steps before he involuntarily shivered, the speeds of all elemental movement within his perceptual vision dropping to an extremely low level. This was still after someone, to prevent the leakage of information, had already stopped casting the spell, leaving only a bit of residual coldness lingering in the place. A few curious students even squatted down on the ground, touching the tiles that were once covered in frost. Pierce said in surprise. When he tried to pull his fingers back, he was shocked to find that they were stuck to the tiles. Only then did Pierce realize that it wasn't that the tile wasn't icy. Rather, he had lost all sensation in his fingers the moment he touched the tile. The other rash wizard apprentices cried out for their fathers and mothers, discovering their hands stuck to the tiles, unable to pull away. The dismal state of a few made others like Alok, who were equally curious but had not yet made their move, shudder uncontrollably, hastily avoiding the tiles Lin had just passed over. Shouted the shaping science professor Kevin upon seeing this, as he quickly cast Fossil into mud to destroy the icy tiles. Only then were Pierce and the others able to pull their fingers free, but that patch of skin still had no sensation, and their faces turned pale. After inspecting them, Kevin couldn't help feeling shocked. In just a few short seconds, the cells at the contact surface had already died completely. Could the mere remnants of a spell hold such power? If someone were to be hit head-on, wouldn't they be instantaneously frozen into ice? Kevin looked at Lin in astonishment, grateful that Pierce and the others, though reckless, had only touched with their fingers. The contact area was limited, and, at most, they would lose a layer of skin. Wasn't too serious an injury. Chapter 89, 79 The So-Called Genius, is just an empty title. Please follow. Chapter 89, Chapter 79 The So-Called Genius, is just an empty title. Please follow. Professor Lin, I used to believe that those so-called magic geniuses were nothing extraordinary, and at best they were just more diligent or had better encounters. Kevin looked at Lin with an extremely complex gaze. He originally wanted to witness the wondrous immortal fire that Laud spoke of, but he didn't expect Lin to produce yet another powerful and novel magic in the blink of an eye. Philip, Tick, and others also had faces filled with emotion. Their odds of advancing in talent were slim, whereas for Lin, becoming a great wizard or even a legendary wizard was just a matter of time. Lin nodded her head in acknowledgement before continuing. However, there's one thing you've probably misunderstood. Many of the improved magics are based on the theories of some scholars within the secret magic society. Lin shook her head as she responded. One only has to look at Hellram, whose beard had gone white and had barely become a fifth-ring great wizard, to know how extraordinarily gifted August must have been to break through this realm at the age of 24. Lin wouldn't get carried away by a few flattering remarks. Titles like the top talent of Wizardland are but empty names. Carrying such a title could be overly arrogant, and besides, he didn't have the ability to match it. It might be exposed any day. Lin's humility left the students and professors at a loss for words. If even this wasn't considered talent, then what were they? Luoer also realized that what Lin had just said to him was probably the truth, with no hint of sarcasm. It was his first time encountering someone so humble. As for the lost battle, Luoer wasn't too concerned. After all, the opponent was a third-ring wizard, and it was normal to lose against one. Although there was no qualitative difference between formal wizards, generally, unless one party had a collection of expensive magical artifacts, the chances of winning a battle across levels were usually pitifully low. All right, since the battle has ended, I suppose nobody will question Professor Lin's wizard-level evaluation results. Tick looked around at the students and professors gathered on the training ground. Seeing no objections, he asked his assistant to bring over 2 boxes. Under the gaze of everyone, Tick opened the first box, which contained 3 badges wrought from pure gold, intricately engraved with complex runes that symbolized the Wizard Council. The shapes of the 3 badges were very similar, the only difference being that the center of the badge was inlaid with 1 to 3 dazzling gemstones. Tick took the last of the badges and solemnly stepped forward to pin it onto Lin's robe on his chest. Thank you. Mr. Lin nodded in acknowledgement. On the training grounds, rounds of warm applause broke out, congratulating Lin on his new status and also because he had just provided them with an incredibly brilliant fight. I didn't expect Professor Lin to be a 3-ring wizard, Alok said excitedly, even though the professor seemed to be about their age. I told you before, only 3-ring wizards are qualified to become professors at Aida Academy. A witch named Deborah proudly declared, then immediately started gossiping with some companions, speculating about the professor's age this year, whether he had a sweetheart, and what magic he had used to defeat Luoer. As long as he's under 30 years old, I'm okay with it, said a red-haired witch nearby, suddenly speaking up boldly. I'm different. I don't mind how old the professor is, Deborah said subconsciously, then quickly shut up. A few female wizard apprentices who heard this immediately blushed, then started to giggle and tease each other. However, Johnny looked puzzled and did not join in their discussion. She remembered that it had been only half a year since Lin had started with magic, and now he had already become a 3-ring wizard. Ever since that meeting in Wuer Town, she felt she understood less and less about her former colleague. On the training grounds, after placing the badge on Lin, Tick opened another box and took out an elaborately adorned robe. This robe symbolized identity and was also a magical artifact, possessing a slight magic resistance and the ability to perform the dust removal technique once a day. Lin reached out and took it, looking at the somewhat flashy robe and badge, and suddenly felt that the professor's medal and uniform issued by Aida Academy seemed more pleasing to the eye, the key being it didn't feel disingenuous. Tick handed the 2 tokens to Lin and then took out a long parchment scroll and started reading the regulations of Wizardland. Apart from the tedious regulations that already existed in the Sika's Empire, what was mentioned most was the punishment for wizards who harm civilians, detailed in every clause. For instance, if an official wizard harmed an ordinary person who did not know magic without reason or conducted forbidden magic experiments in private that resulted in civilian deaths, they would face several years of compulsory labor or imprisonment at the least. Should the offense be serious, they might even be stripped of their wizard status and sentenced to death. Harming an official wizard carried even more severe consequences, either being sent to mine in the magic stone mines for a lifetime, lifelong imprisonment, or execution. After reading the first 100 rules, Tick looked at Lin and inquired. "I am not." Lin shook his head. He had not yet studied those so-called spiritual magic spells. Since that's the case, there's no need to mention the regulations on the use of spiritual magic. Just remember one thing. The Wizard Council prohibits private research into spiritual magic. If you really are interested, you can head to the Spiritual Ability Academy in Greenreel for standardized learning. Tick reminded him seriously. Lin was somewhat surprised. Although he had learned about the cautious approach of Wizardland to spiritual magic from Philip before, he had not expected there to be specific legal regulations, even for using spiritual magic. Chapter 90. 80 The Giant Hand Reaching Toward the Sky, Seeking Follow-Up reads. Chapter 90. Chapter 80 The Giant Hand Reaching Toward the Sky, Seeking Follow-Up reads. Seeing that Lin had noted down these regulations, Tick's expression relaxed, and the previously solemn atmosphere dissipated. It was only then that Lin, slightly puzzled, asked, "Mister, I personally believe the observation period is no longer necessary, but as a matter of procedure, I will still need to stay in Yaida Harbor for a month, and, incidentally, I wish to consult you on some arcane knowledge," Tick said with a smile. Since the other party had joined the Yaida Academy, it was as good as having the endorsement of the great wizard Hellram, so he did not mind advancing the process to curry favor. "Of course, that's no problem at all. I am also very interested in alchemy, and I would ask that Mr. Tick kindly impart his knowledge to me when the time comes," Lin responded smoothly. He was well aware that in this world, love and hate never came without cause. Since his arrival in Wizardland, all the preferential treatment he received was because he could bring benefits to others. Hellram looked forward to the innovative knowledge he possessed, hoping it would bring fame to the Yaida Academy, while others believed he was strong and gifted, someone not to offend and worth pleasing. Therefore, Lin did not object to using some basic scientific knowledge in exchange for identity, status, money, and magic knowledge. It was essentially a resource exchange, which is much more stable than most relationships. After the identity-granting ceremony concluded, Lin was whisked away by a throng of enthusiastic professors and students for a celebration. By 3 in the afternoon, a drunken Lin refused Theodore's support and returned to his room alone. The moment he closed the door to his room, his drunkenness had mostly faded away. Clearly, the supposed inebriation was just an excuse to drink less. A true sage would not let himself fall easily into a state of blurred consciousness. Lin sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning his daily meditation. His spiritual power spread out, enveloping every element he could sense, and he kept moving in a regular pattern, gradually pushing past his own limits. In battle with Luo'er, Lin realized that he was highly offensive but defensively fragile. He could easily kill most enemies, but also be killed by a single, poorly shielded low-level spell. To change this predicament, there were essentially 2 methods. Either learn alchemy or purchase some alchemical items, like Luo'er, who relied on tools in combat, to invoke higher-tier protective spells. But this was both time-consuming and expensive, a cure that didn't address the root problem. Of course, the best solution was to become a formal wizard as quickly as possible, so that he could construct spells like Mage Shield and Lesser Magic Protection to fully safeguard himself. In the last few days, Lin had noticed the growth of his magic power slowing down, and it would nearly halt within about a week, reaching completion. In light of this, how to obtain a bottle of magic source became the primary issue to consider. Applying for a student as a professor was one approach, but it came with problems. Firstly, having taught arcane subjects for only half a month, suddenly stating that a student was ready to graduate would seem too hasty and invite suspicion. Moreover, having just obtained official wizard status, the Wizard Council was unlikely to approve such an outrageous application. Therefore, this method could only serve as a last resort. Things would be much smoother if he were willing to wait a few months. Secondly, obtaining through a possible black market was another option. The morning's free-fall experiment had earned him 69 magic gold coins in one go. The aerial ship would bring him a considerable income, and he could also secure some research funding from Helram. Scraping together 200 or 300 magic gold coins within a week should be feasible, barely enough. However, there's still a lack of proper channels for purchasing, and sometimes, even with money, one might not be able to spend it. Perhaps the approach could start with those apprentices who have no hope of being promoted to official wizards, as these are usually the most anxious ones. Alternatively, disguising oneself and gathering intelligence in places with a mix of different people could also be a method. A myriad of thoughts continuously flowed through Lin's mind, when suddenly, the orderly elements around him were thrown into disarray. Various elements collided and mixed, nearly causing an explosion. Lin quickly reined in his thoughts and began to meditate with focus. The next morning, after a whole night of meditation, Lin felt the abundant magic power within his body as he got out of bed. On the desk beside him, the fairies had already placed the prepared breakfast: a slice of white bread, a grilled sausage, and magic tree juice with a refreshing and mind-awakening effect. After a simple wash, Lin placed his hand above the food to check the elemental composition, and after making sure there was nothing wrong with them, he started to eat in no hurry. While eating, Lin inquired in his mind, "Is that all we have left?" Lin's sausage-cutting motion paused. Since arriving in Wizardland, due to the lack of battles in daily life, the system's energy reserve had once increased to over 50%. However, in order to condense a magic position, he had been practicing the liquid nitrogen frost domain spell several times every day, which consumed a lot of energy. Additionally, facing the wizard-level assessment and Luower's challenge yesterday meant that, within a few short days, the energy reserve of the intelligent brain had not increased but decreased, dropping to just half of its original amount. Before becoming an official wizard, if he wanted to fight with full strength, the power of the intelligent brain was indispensable. But replenishing this energy, it's just too slow. Lin shook his head, ate the last piece of grilled sausage, finished the magic tree juice, and got up to leave. He had an advanced mathematics class to attend that morning. As soon as he stepped out of the professor's residence, a look of surprise immediately crossed Lin's face, for he suddenly noticed that overnight, Yaida Academy had acquired yet another iconic building, erected not far from the entrance. A great number of fairies were busily working around the building, putting the finishing touches on it. It was a pair of hands made of pure white marble, from intricately carved lifelines to knuckles, standing more than 30 meters tall. In each palm, one wooden ball and one iron ball were placed, lifting them towards the sky. And on the pure white marble, the entire process of the free-fall experiment was detailed in inscribed runes. The name of this sculpture was called Lin's Double Sphere Experiment. Chapter 91, 81, Sudden Death News, 2-in-1. Chapter 91, Chapter 81, Sudden Death News, 2-in-1. Well, I've become Galileo. Just as Lin was silently grumbling to himself, a voice came from behind him. "How do you feel, satisfied?" The speaker was Tick, the alchemist from Wizard City, who was rather complacently stroking his beard. After Lin had used being drunk as an excuse to escape the previous night, the professors had discussed how to immortalize that morning's stunning experiment in the form of a statue. This was one of the highest honors of the Academy. It meant that from then on, every student joining the Aida Academy would be able to reverence his deeds right from the moment they stepped through the Academy's gates. For the external representation of this sculpture, he had also offered some minor suggestions, and together with the magic of several professors and the tireless efforts of fairies, day and night, the work was completed in just half a day. "It looks, quite striking," Lin said reluctantly, actually feeling that the artistic level of the sculpture was rather average. Tick, however, was very pleased with the work and didn't detect the perfunctoriness in Lin's words. Instead, On the way to the advanced mathematics classroom, he explained to Lynn how through sculpture one could express the thoughts of a wizard's heart. Lynn maintained a politely insincere smile on his face until he entered the classroom, where he then adopted a solemn expression. After the division of classes, the number of students in the elite class had decreased significantly, leaving only 46. No, starting today, there would likely be 47, because there was an additional Lydia. At this moment, the halfling girl was sitting at the very front of the classroom. Because of her short stature, her desk and chair were custom-made, a size smaller than others, which made her stand out conspicuously. Lynn's eyes focused on her as soon as he entered the room. Confronted with Lynn's gaze, Lydia didn't shiver like the other students, but instead held up a roll of parchment, eager to start. Alok, Pierce, and others looked at Lydia with a mix of pity and reminiscence in their eyes, vaguely remembering their own excitement on the first day of advanced math class. Lynn said, turning his head towards the gray-haired witch. "Johnny, collect everyone's homework," Lynn asked with a smile. As soon as he said this, a chorus of groans filled the classroom. As members of the advanced mathematics elite class, each of them possessed a not insignificant talent for math. But unfortunately, the structure of the Lookout airship was extremely complicated, with the easiest part, the airship envelope, being elliptical. Even though Lynn had previously taught them the relevant formula and provided some data, calculating it accurately was still an extremely difficult task. But no matter how reluctant they were, they had to hand over their draft papers. Lydia was no exception. In fact, over the past half-month of building the airship, whenever Lynn had spare time to explain the blueprints to her, he had also taught many geometric formulas and theorems, so her progress was not falling behind the elite students. Lynn took the stack of parchment rolls that Johnny handed to him, and upon seeing the first one, he frowned and said, "Deborah, why is there only the area of the envelope and cockpit? But you didn't provide the measurements for the airship's tail fin," said the red-haired witch, standing up tentatively. Lynn looked at the gathering of wizards and explained. The shape of the tail fin can be divided into an isosceles, right triangle, and a square. I gave you a proportional diagram, and if you look carefully, you can see that one of the diagonals of the cockpit is parallel to the diagonal of the airship's tail fin, and they're the same length. Given the length of the hypotenuse, one can easily calculate the other measurements using the Pythagorean theorem. This was not easy at all, the red-haired witch looked distressed. Yet, without mincing words, Lynn bluntly said, "Copy the formula 50 times when you get back." The students below couldn't help but shrink back. They, too, had not been able to calculate the area of the tail fin. Tick turned to Alok with a puzzled expression and asked, "It's a calculation rule discovered by the professor. On a plane right triangle, the sum of the squares of the two legs is equal to the square of the hypotenuse." Alok had checked his notebook several times to ensure he was not mistaken and appeared vaguely excited. Having attended yesterday's award ceremony, he of course knew that before him was a third circle wizard and a master alchemist. Such a prominent figure was actually asking him for advice. Alok felt that this was probably the most glorious moment of his life. Tick continued to inquire. These terms were all unfamiliar to him. A square is the product of two identical numbers multiplied together. Alok was absolutely certain, not even glancing at the formulas in his notebook, and then he explained to the master alchemist the area formulas for circles and polygons. Chapter 92, 81, Sudden Death News 2-in-1, Part 2. Chapter 92, Chapter 81, Sudden Death News 2-in-1. Part 2. Tick's face showed a look of understanding. When he first studied how to draw array patterns, he also noticed similar rules, but he hadn't systematized the rules of each shape like Lynn did, nor formed an independent discipline out of them. In Wizard City, some alchemists did enjoy pondering over these things. It was even said that someone had calculated pi to the 9th decimal place, which was already as precise as it could be. Alok glanced at Lynn on the stage, guessing that his homework had not yet been covered. With this thought, a bold idea sprouted in his mind. He looked at Tick and spoke nervously. "Mr. Tick, some time ago, Professor Lynn invented an interesting game." Tick was somewhat curious. Alok immediately perked up, picked up a feather pen and carelessly drew a 3x6 grid on the parchment. After thinking for a moment, he crossed out the last grid and then explained the rules of the game. Tick repeated and then wondered why Alok specifically crossed out a grid. The difference between a copper coin and 10 gold coins is a full 100,000 times. The game increasingly interested Tick, who quickly did some mental arithmetic, then took a pen and began filling in the grids. When he wrote the last number, Tick exclaimed in surprise, saying with interest, "The value in the 17th grid is 65,536, so the sum of all the values is..." Alok hurriedly responded. It took Tick just a few seconds to add the numbers up quickly, and indeed, it was exactly correct. He knew from the start that he would lose. After all, this wizard apprentice wouldn't just give away money for nothing. But he did not expect that the total of the small 17 grids, when summed up, would multiply the initial value by 130,000 times. Does that mean the other party crossed out a grid, fearing that the amount would be too large, and he might back out? Tick was at once bemused, and since he didn't bring any silver or copper coins, he directly took out 4 magic gold coins and placed them on the table, always a man to honor a bet. Alok dared not ask for more, promptly pushing one back. This alchemist was not the first person he had tricked with this gambit. After being outsmarted at Professor Lin's, he went straight home and played this grid game with his father, Albert. In the end, he theoretically won all of the family's wealth, and Albert even supposedly owed him tens of thousands of gold coins. However, in reality, he didn't get a single penny and was also severely beaten up. From this, he learned a lesson. Being too greedy will get you punished. Lucky for him, this alchemist was a man of his word. Alok happily pocketed the 3 gold coins, but the next second, he heard a familiar voice from the stage. The joyful expression on the 15 or 16-year-old boy's face instantly froze, and he shivered uncontrollably as he hesitantly stood up. "Smart kid, using the knowledge I taught you to trick others, you really have some tricks up your sleeve." Under the schadenfreude-filled gazes of his fellow students, Alok had no choice but to stiffly walk up to the podium, pick up a piece of parchment, and begin his stammering lecture using his shallow knowledge of arcane mysteries. Alok never felt time to be so excruciatingly long in his entire life, forgetfulness taking over amid the tension as bouts of laughter occasionally erupted from the audience, until he was finally expelled from the stage after just over 10 minutes. Considering Tick and Lydia's learning progress, Lynn spent the following lessons revisiting some of the geometric formulas he had taught before. Although there were some basic alchemical texts within the Ayurveda Academy, none could compare to a gift from a grandmaster alchemist. After flipping through a few pages, Lynn noticed that the book, in addition to analyses of some basic alchemy runes, had notes written at the bottom. Of every page, so many annotations could not have been hastily scribbled. They must have been from a textbook previously used to instruct a core apprentice. Even so, it was an extremely valuable gift, indicating that when it came to learning alchemy, he would be able to avoid many detours. Lynn exchanged a few polite remarks offhandedly, and then put away the alchemical book. Tick, having just finished an arcane class, had his mind brimming with various questions needing Lynn's explanations. However, glimpsing the halfling girl who had been lingering nearby since the class ended, he very considerately excused himself and left. Lydia immediately approached, tiptoeing to place a bulging purse on the podium, stood with hands on her hips, and said proudly, "Yesterday, all day, we sold 837 airship tickets, totaling 83 gold coins and 70 silver coins. All here." The halfling girl chattered nonstop about the bustling scene in the plaza the previous afternoon, with queues for the airship stretching all the way to the harbor docks, everyone eager for their chance to soar into the skies. Selling so many tickets in just one day was a bit of a surprise to Lynn, as it seemed the allure of flying was greater than he had anticipated. Lydia pulled out a small notebook from her side and handed it to Lynn. It contained a list of all the ticket purchasers and even detailed which batch boarded which airship. Lynn instructed his intelligence device to record all this data. Then he took out the halfling's share of 8 gold and 37 silver from the purse and, along with the ledger, handed them back to Lydia. The halfling girl looked somewhat puzzled because Lynn's reaction wasn't as Darren and the others had predicted. Faced with such a large sum of money, they had assumed he would insist on a daily inspection. Lynn didn't bother to explain, but he deliberately loosened control over the financial aspect to see if these halflings would make any underhanded moves. An aerial worship was just the beginning. There would be plenty of opportunities to earn gold coins later on, such as the primitive papyrus and parchment still in use in Wizardland. By selling paper alone, he could make a fortune. However, he couldn't possibly handle these matters himself. He would definitely need to hire some trustworthy people. It all depended on whether these halfling people could resist their greed. As the two were talking, a rush of footsteps came from outside, and then the door to the classroom was abruptly knocked open. Lynn turned to look and didn't see anyone at first glance until he lowered his gaze to spot Darren barging in. In just one day, the disheveled halfling had become much more haggard than before. Upon entering, he quickly scanned his surroundings and, upon seeing Lynn, immediately appeared as though he'd seen his savior, frantically proclaiming, "Ralph? Who was that?" Lynn paused for a moment, but before he could recall, he was hurriedly dragged away by an anxious Darren. Chapter 93, 82 Sleeping Fog and Corrosion Skill. Chapter 93. Chapter 82 Sleeping Fog and Corrosion Skill. Once he squeezed in, he saw a short, stout body lying on the ground. Ralph was only about 1.30 meters in height, and he appeared quite robust, but his entire upper body was a bloody mess. Half of his neck was missing, his eyes were wide open in terror, and his face was filled with horror. He still clenched an iron wrench tightly in his hand. My goodness, poor Ralph. Who would do such a brutal thing to him? A female half-person sobbed continuously, her voice breaking as she spoke. The half-people present were also filled with righteous indignation, angrily pounding the dirt-stained walls of the street with their rough, calloused fists. Even typically lively and cheerful Lydia was now gripping her fists tightly in anger. Suddenly, Lynn frowned, crouched down, and placed his hand over Ralph's robe. With the effect of the magic hand, a bit of white powder stuck to the other's body was absorbed. After conducting a decomposition with basic material analysis, Lynn discovered that it was not any known substance recorded in the system database. This is a powder made from withered grass roots, usually used to assist in casting a first-level magic, Sleeping Fog. Behind him, a voice spoke up. Lynn turned his head to see that it came from a middle-aged male wizard. The man was dressed in an official robe, adorned with a badge on his chest inset with 3 sparkling gems and a silver eagle-like emblem. Without waiting for Lynn to ask, the man introduced himself. Lynn nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Hello, Sheriff. I wonder why Ralph died here." This half-person came here early in the morning to drink heavily. Then he left alone. About 10 minutes later, people heard sounds of fighting and cries for help from this alley. Leah briefly narrated the events, paused for a moment, and continued. I think it's highly probable that a wizard apprentice was involved, but I'm still uncertain about the motive. Anyway, I've already dispatched the security team to investigate. Lynn nodded, accepting Lee's conjecture. If it had been a full-fledged wizard, Ralph would have had no chance to fight back. Only an apprentice would need to use magical materials when casting low-level magic. Lynn looked down at the slightly yellowish powder floating in his hand. The assailant must have used Sleeping Fog first. So, did they intend to capture Ralph alive? However, it was clear that the wizard apprentice underestimated the half-person's physical constitution. Sleeping Fog didn't have the desired effect, and even provoked Ralph's resistance. With Ralph's strength, if he managed to hit any part of the opponent with the wrench, it would invariably cause substantial damage. As for who finally dealt with Ralph, it should have been the corrosion skill magic. Who knows what Ralph has been up to these past few days? Lynn looked towards the halflings and asked. Ralph has been in the workshop making airships with us the whole time. He hasn't gone anywhere. He even filled in for Lydia flying the airship yesterday afternoon, Darren said with a choked voice. Only last night, we went out to drink to celebrate, leaving Ralph to watch over the airship, lest anyone sneak in and sabotage it. "It's all my fault for causing his death. If it weren't for me arranging for him to stay up late, he wouldn't have gone to the pub to drink heavily early in the morning," Darren said, tears pouring from his eyes as his nose twitched. Lynn thought for a moment and remembered seeing Ralph a few times when he himself had visited the workshop. Ralph was one of the halflings in charge of constructing the airship cabins. So, was it concerning the design plans of the airship? Lynn couldn't help but consider this possibility because the timing of Ralph's death was too coincidental. Yesterday morning, he had just conducted a flight experiment in the plaza, and today, one of the core creators of the airship was dead. Moreover, the perpetrator initially used sleeping fog, a non-lethal magic, clearly preparing to kidnap and interrogate the victim. Although it was mere conjecture, Lynn still routinely asked if Ralph had shown any unusual behaviors recently, then called over several people who were among the first to hear the cries for help, asking them to recount their experiences from hearing the shouts to discovering the body in the alley in detail. Unfortunately, after a series of questions, Lynn helplessly found that the clues were too scant, as the townspeople's first reaction upon hearing the commotion in the alley was not to investigate, but rather to flee, and alerting the guards and the sheriff was the most they could do. Not a single person had seen what the perpetrator looked like. Lynn completely understood this behavior, for even a wizard apprentice could cause horrific damage with the fireball technique. Under such circumstances, nobody would willingly approach danger. Considering this, Lynn looked towards the sheriff with a sense of resignation and spoke. 75 meters tall, possibly with injuries to the legs, arms, or the torso, Leah asked, puzzled. Lynn pointed straight at the ground in front of Ralph's body and replied directly. Darren and Lydia immediately looked in the direction Lynn pointed, but their expressions turned blank as they saw nothing. Leah, however, acted differently, stepping over to where Lynn had been standing and, through a perceptive view, could see footprints formed by lingering dust on the ground. Generally speaking, the length of the foot is about 7 times shorter than the height. Lynn explained, noting that his own height and foot length ratio matched this standard. However, if the assailant was some kind of orc, elf, or other unusual creature, that might not be the case. It could at least serve as a useful clue. As for following the footprints, that was nothing short of a wild goose chase. The entire alley had been trampled into a mess by the crowd of onlookers. Only near the corpse was the area slightly cleaner and able to retain some traces. Chapter 94, 83, The Other Side of the World. Chapter 94, Chapter 83, The Other Side of the World. So it was like that. Lee's gaze towards Lynn became somewhat strange. He strongly suspected that the other party had been a sheriff before crossing the sea to the wizard land. Otherwise, how could he be more skilled than himself in investigating clues? Lynn took out some magic gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Darren. Since it was highly probable that Ralph had been attacked because of the airship, he naturally had to make some response. Otherwise, he would be willing to help him in the future. However, the matter of the investigation could ultimately only be entrusted to Leah, who was a sheriff. After all, he didn't have his own intelligence agents. He didn't know which apprentices met the specified criteria, and he certainly couldn't follow and investigate each one individually. Only now did Lynn realize that despite having gained a fair amount of fame in the last half-month, he actually had very few people at his disposal, making gathering information somewhat difficult. In light of this, Lynn could only helplessly remind Darren, Lydia, and the others to be especially careful recently, and to never act alone. Since the attempt to take Ralph had failed, it was possible that there would be a next move, and a wizard apprentice was likely just a pawn. Having stayed in the alley until noon without finding any more clues, the group had no choice but to disperse. As for the body, it was taken by Leah back to the sheriff's office, hoping to find more clues that he had missed earlier on it. On the way back to the workshop, Lydia and the others were in very low spirits. The joy they had gained from building the airship and earning a large amount of magic gold coins had already dissipated. Still, they followed Lynn's orders and drained the airship's gas bag. Then Lynn personally replaced the hydrogen that filled the airbag with helium. Both gases could provide the airship with sufficient lift. However, hydrogen was easy to obtain, but highly flammable and explosive. It was only chosen to help Lydia pass Helram's test. Beyond that, he had another small concern. If the airship's design were leaked and someone produced another airship using the same method, it would leave behind a fatal vulnerability. Just puncture the gas bag and cause the smallest spark, and the contraption would turn into a giant fireball in the sky. With these thoughts in mind, Lin stepped out of the workshop, heading back to Yaida Academy, when he saw someone waiting at the door whom he had not expected. Mr. Lin halted his steps and looked at the person waiting at the door, asking, "I do have some news that you might find of interest, Mr. Lin." Laud spoke with a hunch in his back, very respectfully, a far cry from the image of a mob boss in charge of hundreds of people, looking more like a noble's butler. He chose not to return to the academy, for in his eyes, that was not a private place either. "Please follow me." A hint of surprise showed on Laud's face as he quickly gestured to lead the way for Lin. The two walked through the streets of the west side and the central square, and after emerging from a narrow alleyway, they arrived at the South City district next to the docks, a place he had never been before. Lin looked around, and ever since he stepped into Yaida Harbor, he had seen nothing but prosperity and order, but the entire southern district was different. Here, there were only low houses and broken wooden shacks, with most people wearing expressions of numbness and anxiety. For a moment, he even doubted if he had returned to the Sika's empire. If there was anything similar to the outside, it was the regularity. Even though the buildings were old and in disrepair, they were still constructed according to a specific pattern. "I didn't expect there to be such a place in Yaida," Lin said, surprised. "What is this? A slum in the city?" Lin glanced at him, sensing an implied meaning, because Wizard Land had no nobility. Laud also noticed the insinuation in his words and hurriedly tried to rectify. "Actually, the situation here is much better than within the Sika's empire. In Yaida, very few people starved to death. Relief grain." Lin was very surprised, as entire Wizard Land was just a colossal island. There shouldn't be much arable land to speak of. Through Laud's explanation, Lin came to understand that all of the grain-producing lands in Wizard Land were created with magic, and those elemental wizards even developed special witchcraft for increasing yield. Hence the production of grain was twice as high as the outside world. Dressed in his luxurious robe, Lin stood out conspicuously in the southern district, quickly drawing all sorts of gazes, of envy, jealousy, or inexplicable hatred. But as Lin's gaze swept over them, everyone on the streets immediately became submissive and humble. One man, in particular, caught Lin's attention. A man in his 30s with one blind eye, his body disproportionately small on the right and large on the left, and his appearance quite awkward. His right hand's fingers were like the pointed claws of a monster. Could it be that there are half-beast races in this continent as well? But why had he never heard of them? Laud hesitated for a moment before responding in a hushed tone. "That's a reject." Lin paused for a moment. "That's what I've heard some wizards call them," Laud said quietly, explaining. "They are products of a magical workshop associated with a powerful wizard who is a master of shaping magic. Anyone can undergo a transformation for just 10 magic gold coins." Of course, reject is just a disdainful term used by wizards. In reality, such monsters could kill a few ordinary people as easily as butchering chickens and sheep. And in the southern district, there was no shortage of people who were desperate for power at any cost. In Wizard Land, the majesty of magic is everything. If the transformation is successful, they could skyrocket in status, obtaining power comparable to a proper wizard. Chapter 95, 84, Scarlet Thorns. Chapter 95, Chapter 84, Scarlet Thorns. Laud led Lin to a somewhat dilapidated mansion in the southern district and stopped in front of it. The mansion seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, its outer walls overgrown with ivy, wild weeds flourishing in the yard, and only a few withered trees standing alone, rustling when the wind blew. Once inside, however, it was quite bustling, with 100 or so people crammed into the not-so-large lobby. Lin recognized them at a glance as the sailors who had crossed the sea with Laud. However, having not seen them for over half a month, they looked even more bedraggled than when they had been adrift at sea for half a month. Many of them were in disheveled clothes, their complexions pale, and some still bore traces of bandages. Several seriously injured sailors were even lying unconscious on stretchers. Upon seeing Lin, the sailors immediately surrounded him excitedly, but Laud quickly intervened. After Laud had dispersed the crowd, he turned back to Lin and said, Lin surveyed the people around him briefly, said nothing, and directly followed Laud into the inner room. It was a reception room, dilapidated on the outside, but very clean inside, with tables and chairs wiped spotless. Lin sat down on one of the chairs and asked straightforwardly, Just this afternoon, one of my sailors discerned a suspicious wizard apprentice near the residence of Dark Physician Radak, said Laud. I believe it is very likely that he was the one who attacked that halfling named Ralph, 7 meters tall, and walked with a limp, probably due to a leg injury, with the hem of his robe showing slight signs of acid corrosion. Was it because he was too close? So, while using corrosion skill to kill Ralph, he also injured himself? Lin pondered. A mistake like this was not inexplicable for an apprentice. Furthermore, it is very likely that he is a member of the Crimson Thorn. Laud hesitated as he spoke. Lin paused. If he remembered correctly, that was a very peculiar magic potion requiring a large amount of fresh blood to bloom its most splendid flowers. But obviously, Laud was not referring to a magic potion. I heard that within Crimson Thorn, an influential figure is willing to pay 500 magic gold coins for your airship designs by any means necessary, Laud said in a low voice. I gathered it from some well-informed whistles. As to which wizard ordered it, I am not entirely sure. Laud shook his head. Lin leaned back in his chair and pondered for a while before abruptly asking. What puzzled him more was that if they wanted the airship designs, why had they not approached him to discuss and purchase them outright? Upon reflection, Lin developed a guess. To him, the technology of the airship was trivial, but others might not see it that way. In a certain sense, this thing was a strategic weapon of significant impact, a gem hidden away in any alchemy workshop, symbolizing a continuous stream of wealth. Normally, no one would easily sell it. Even before he developed the internal combustion engine, he had no plans to sell the airship. Facing Lin's inquiry, Laud hastily began to explain. Scarlet Thorn was an organization formed by numerous wizard apprentices who had no hope of advancing, deeply connected to many alchemy workshops. Rumors suggested that as long as one contributed enough, Scarlet Thorn could ensure anyone became a full-fledged wizard with absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Lin's face inevitably showed some emotion. From the intelligence he had gathered these days at the Aida Academy, a person's magic talent greatly determined whether they could become an official wizard. For instance, wizard apprentices at Aida Academy who hadn't completed their studies by the age of 30 were deemed to lack magic talent, with nearly no chance of a breakthrough in their lifetime. Even those who completed their studies and managed to flood their bodies with magic power, the success rate of advancing after consuming magic source wasn't 100%. Usually, only about 40% of the apprentices successfully became official wizards. The layers of selection were understandably difficult. If Scarlet Thorn truly claimed it could make anyone a wizard, it's little wonder it attracted so many members, unless they were lying. However, having seen the so-called defective products, Lin wasn't naive enough to think this was a normal method. Otherwise, it would have become mainstream long ago. The Magic Council always advocated advancing by using magic source, at least causing no side effects, as evidenced by the many apprentices who remained healthy and active after consuming magic potion. Lin's fingers tapped intermittently on the armrest of the chair. Such a large object couldn't be hidden forever once used, and Lin would find out sooner or later, especially since these days he had been preparing to apply for a patent at the Alchemy Association. Even if someone else got the blueprints, it wouldn't help them much, unless they weren't planning on using it openly. After conducting a flying experiment yesterday afternoon, It wasn't long before the other party expressed a desire to obtain the blueprints, indicating an urgent need for an airship for some purpose. I'm not sure about that. Probably only the inside members of the Scarlet Thorn would know, Laud said somewhat helplessly as he shook his head. So, one last question. Why did you specifically come to tell me this information? Lynn stood up and stared at Laud in front of him. He asked. Laud's expression changed repeatedly, swallowing down countless words before ultimately responding with a wry smile. Actually, we're just seeking a way to survive, he said. Lynn asked curiously. He remembered that these sailors were all strong young men. Yet in less than half a month, they had almost turned into a group of refugees. Even odd jobs shouldn't have brought them down to such a state. You probably don't understand, Wizard Land is not like the outside world, Laud sighed. What we have the most here is people, or should I say, our magic less poor. Chapter 96, 85 Chapter Chaotic Southern District. Chapter 96, 85 Chapter Chaotic Southern District in Yaida Harbor. A wizard apprentice who knows some basic magic can replace a dozen or even dozens of laborers, and if nothing else, they can be used as magic stones for an unlimited supply of magic power. Therefore, most job positions are not short of people. As for the official wizards, they do not engage in production. They either hold important positions within the harbor city or conduct magic research in some workshop, being high and mighty personages. Anyway, these 300 or so people are always snatching up business wherever they go. The reason they're having such a rough time is, of course, because they have not won the competition. There's no helping it. The others all have backers, either connected to some magic workshop or related to some wizard. But he has none. What else could he do if he couldn't beat them? Of course, he had to swallow his pride. Thus, for the past half-month, they have indeed suffered quite a bit with some loss of manpower, but fortunately, they've also gathered a lot of information. Relying on the dozens of powerful crossbows they brought with them, they have barely managed to gain a foothold in the southern district of the city. However, it is clear that this is not a solution. Despite leading a group of trustworthy confidants, if they can't establish themselves and only rely on the meager relief food to scrape by, even the strongest trust will inevitably show cracks. Listening to Laud's complaints, Lin came to understand the underlying rules of Yaida Harbor. He had yet to learn to view the world through the lens of magic, and many things were continuously reshaping his perceptions. Laud said fawningly, "It seems that during this time, you've been quite busy invoking my name." Lin's tone became cold instantly, as he did not want to inadvertently make enemies. No, of course not. It's just that many people know we crossed the Mist Sea with you and overcame the Great Whirlpool. Laud hastily shook his head, indicating that it was merely an additional effect brought on by street rumors. They wouldn't dare do such a thing. Lin immediately noticed the very obvious flame-shaped mark on the back of Laud's hand, and his expression became startled. He had actually forgotten about this, as the magic mark, in fact, had no real effect. It was purely used to intimidate the other party into obedience. However, Lin did not expose this fact and, after thinking for a moment, took out a purse from his robe and tossed it to Laud. Laud was extremely pleased to receive it. If they were still in the harbor towns of the Sika's empire, a mere 10 magic gold coins would have hardly mattered to him. But now was different. Having lost most of his wealth in the eye of death and supporting so many people, he was running a deficit. This sum could at least ease the urgency of the situation. What was more important was the other party's stance. It meant that they were re-establishing their cooperative relationship. Next, continue to monitor the apprentice's movements for me. Lin asked. The subject is very cautious. My trackers accidentally lost him. However, I believe his injuries have not healed, so he's likely to visit the same place again next time, Laud quickly explained. Lin nodded. The next time he appears, have someone notify me immediately. Laud promptly agreed. During this time, he had met many well-informed contacts. For a wizard apprentice, as long as there's money, everything is manageable. Lin asked this only now, concerned about the sailors from the ship gang, who seemed to have just recently gone through a battle. It was Viperillo, the gang leader for this part of South City. He has undergone magical enhancements and is tough to deal with. We lost quite a few people last time before we managed to fend off their assault. Laud gave a rough explanation of the whole situation. When he first arrived at Yaida Harbor, he had intended to return to his old trade, dealing in goods, but to his surprise, the area had already been taken over by several big shots. After much wandering, he ultimately had no choice but to mix with the low-level gangs. The reason for choosing to grab Viper, Raylo's territory, was naturally because his forces were the weakest and he had no strong backers. Lin asked. Laud said cautiously. Lin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood what Laud meant. When he entered the South City area, he hadn't disguised himself at all, and anyone intent on doing so could probably have gotten hold of this news. If the rumor that this ship gang was connected to him was merely hearsay before, it was now confirmed. Lin couldn't help but feel surprised. Now the whole of Aida knows you are a third-ring wizard, not even 20 years old, with a talent that even surpasses Master Star of Magic. August. Laud did not skimp on his praise. From the battle at Harbor Town, he knew that this young male witch, once in Wizardland, couldn't possibly remain obscure. But he had not expected that in just half a month his reputation would soar. There are even rumors that beyond that hellish fire which seems capable of burning everything, he possesses a powerful magic that can freeze all things. Faced with Laud's words of praise, Lin didn't care much. He was very aware of his current strength, and if he didn't use the aid of the smart brain, dealing with an official wizard would be difficult. Moreover, this reputation was clearly not something anyone could live up to. At least the Scarlet Thorn dared to engage in such machinations behind his back. While thinking, Lin continued to inquire about the intelligence regarding the South City area and those magic workshops. Laud had no intention of hiding anything and decisively relayed all the information he had gleaned over the days. The more Lin listened, the more astonished he became, because paying for magical power enhancements in South City wasn't anything unusual. Some magic workshops are even conducting more chilling magic experiments, leading to people mysteriously disappearing every so often. Lin asked, puzzled. For those wizard lords, as long as the main city area remains untroubled, they can't be bothered with such matters. Laud shook his head. Put plainly, people like them who couldn't play much of a role were just tools cultivated by the wizards for their magical research. Chapter 97. 86. Every law is a lesson written in blood. Chapter 97. Chapter 86. Every law is a lesson written in blood. At dusk, Lin, under Laud's earnest farewell, left the Southern District. The moment he stepped out of the narrow alleyway, the bustling and prosperous central square presented itself before his eyes. The wide streets teemed with a constant flow of carriages and horses, a throng of people bustling about, a scene of noisy prosperity. A massive airship sailed over the city, igniting bursts of laughter and playful chases among the children. Although Ralph's death had dealt a significant blow to the half-bodied folks, life had to go on. This vibrant and peaceful sight contrasted sharply with the decay and chaos of the Southern District. However, Lin currently lacked the energy and certainly the ability to concern himself with those destitute people ravaged by magic. His mind was preoccupied with planning his next move. Starting the investigation with that wizard apprentice who attempted to steal the airship blueprints seemed like a good choice. Not only because he wanted to acquire a magic source through this channel, but Lin also sought to understand how a wizard apprentice managed to advance in class and whether there were other methods to become a full-fledged wizard. Perhaps his entrance into the Southern District had been too conspicuous. In the following days, Lin received no messages from Laud. There was also no news coming from the city guards. Lin was not surprised by this. Considering what Laud had said and the chaotic situation in the Southern District, the so-called city guards were probably deeply entangled with those magic workshops. If he pressed them further, the most likely outcome would be that Leo would find and eliminate that wizard apprentice to give him closure, with little chance of continuing the investigation. Since there was no useful information, Lin had no choice but to temporarily settle his mind and continue with his daily routine as a professor, teaching magic and conducting research while also gradually accumulating his magic power to its limit. Not until the morning of the third day did Lin, armed with numerous materials, prepare to do something. That was to apply for academic funding. Whether it was researching magic or establishing an information network, money was needed in almost all aspects. Considering that a single airship had already attracted covetous attention, Lin had no intention of bringing out more novelties for the time being. Therefore, to obtain a substantial amount of funds in a short time, he could only start with academic funding. This time, he prepared to make a large financial request for 100 magic gold coins. While the amount was rather large, what did they say? To open a window, you must first suggest tearing off the roof. Lin couldn't help but frown. Philip asked. Lin certainly hadn't forgotten about this matter. He had even visited the person once in the infirmary, still sealed in a block of ice just like before. Indeed, last night Master Hellram left with the young girl. She's probably gone to Wizard City, Philip said, not entirely sure. Lin nodded, then hesitated for a moment and asked with some confusion, Professor Philip, there's something I've been wondering about. Bai Gu was only an ordinary apprentice recruited by Crow within the Sika's empire, and logically, she shouldn't have any connection with a Grand Wizard. Perhaps it's because of Aida, Philip ventured uncertainly. Aida? Lin paused. He couldn't quite see how the welfare of Bai Gu could be related to the academy. No, I'm referring to Master Hellram's daughter, Aida, a child with great magic talent. She bore some resemblance to that halfling girl, but unfortunately, she became involved with magic too early. Her mind wasn't mature enough, and she died in a magic accident. So when he saw this spiritual energy user named Bai Gu, perhaps it stirred some emotions, Philip said with a note of regret. Indeed, the academy's rule that students must be at least 12 years old to enroll is also related to this, to prevent unnecessary magic accidents. Lin nodded, understanding why Hellram would be so tolerant of a troublesome halfling girl with no magic talent. It was a case of loving the house and its crow. Since the Grand Wizard was not around, Lin had no choice but to put away the long list of teaching supplies. The requisition slips for hundreds of gold coins were not something these professors could decide upon. By the way, Professor Philip, I heard that many magic workshops in the Southern District are using the poor as experimental subjects. Is that true? This seems to be in violation of the Council's regulations. Lin asked, probing the subject, recalling what he had seen and heard in the Southern District the day before. Reliance on Laud's word alone was not enough to convince him, and Lin was more curious to know how Master Hellram, the actual ruler of this port city, viewed all this. Surely he couldn't be kept in the dark? Even if some practices do not conform to the regulations, what of it? The majority of the poor involved in magic experiments volunteer. No one could stop them. Philip's tone was somewhat indifferent. Elemental, shaping, magic potion, alchemy, none of these magical disciplines were easy to develop. For example, merging different elements sometimes results in unimaginable destruction. Each magic potion developed requires a vast number of test subjects. Shaping magic involves dissecting and studying the construction of magic creatures, and even a slight mistake in drawing an array during alchemy could have unimaginable consequences. Almost every year, there are wizards who die in magic experiments, and protective measures taken in advance can't prevent all accidents. Naturally, it is the apprentice assistants and the poor involved in the experiments who suffer more casualties. The past century has been considered good. In fact, each of the Magic Council's regulations is a lesson written in blood. Lin found himself speechless for a moment. In this chaotic otherworld, it was clear that one could not expect wizards to value human life all that much. Professor Lin, there's someone outside the academy looking for you. While the two were talking, a small head suddenly peeked out from the door, little hands gripping the door frame, as the voice asked. Seeing that familiar and cute face, Lin smiled and nodded. Lydia, could you please take them to my room? If he wasn't mistaken, it must be the subordinate Laud sent to get in touch. Chapter 98, 87 Newer, Now I am unimaginably powerful, pleading for follow-up reads. Chapter 98. Chapter 87 Newer. Now I am unimaginably powerful, pleading for follow-up reads. In the afternoon, within a deserted street of the Southern District, Apprentice Newer tightened the robe around his body, his dark face smeared haphazardly with a bit of mud and ash. Unable to use shaping magic, he had no choice but to rely on such means to prevent being recognized by others. However, such a crude disguise was obviously not very effective. From the moment he entered the Southern District, Newer keenly sensed that someone had been following him. Under the cover of his sleeve, Newer discreetly observed the scene behind him through the reflection in the copper mirror in his palm. About 30 meters from him, a ragged beggar had been tailing him for a full 3 streets. It was no coincidence. Damn it, Newer cursed inwardly, fully aware that his risky actions earlier had most likely attracted the attention of the city guards. He had heard that the youngest and most talented 3-ring wizard, who had crossed the sea from the lands of the wizard to the harbor town, was also in pursuit of his whereabouts. Newer's complexion turned extremely unpleasant as he quickened his pace, zigzagging through streets in an attempt to lose his follower amidst the complex layout of the Southern District. But he quickly realized that this move was futile, because there might be more than one pursuer. It seemed he had no choice but to eliminate them. With a hardened heart, Newer looped around and finally entered an already abandoned, collapsed building. On the street outside, 3 sailors meeting each other exchanged glances, hesitating whether to secretly follow in. If there was some secret passage inside the collapsed building, they might lose him again. Before they came, Laud had given a strict order. At no cost should they lose sight of their quarry. Thinking of this, the sailors gritted their teeth. One stayed outside to wait, while the other 2 cautiously followed in. The inside of the collapsed building was empty, the only remains being a few broken wooden planks piled up in a corner and a table and chair missing most of its pieces, with walls covered in moss and a gust of wind carrying a foul stench of decay. Where was he? The 2 sailors hesitated for a moment. Then, suddenly, a dim rune above the doorway lit up. Immediately after came a blast of ear-piercing explosions. Along with the resulting shockwave, rubble and dust instantly enveloped everything inside the collapsed building. The 2 sailors were flipped over onto the ground before they could even react, their bodies buried beneath beams and a great quantity of debris. The corrosion beam was already before his eyes in the blink of an eye. Countless glittering liquid droplets showered down, with no chance to dodge. The panicking sailor fell back onto the ground, forced to watch as the streams of acid came closer and closer to him. Suddenly, a wall of ice crystals shot up from the ground, blocking all the acid. Newer's smile froze on his face as he turned his gaze towards the doorway and said menacingly, "Friend, I advise you best not meddle in other people's business." Lin, who had already changed his appearance, didn't respond. Instead, he activated the mage's hand. At once, and a large number of stones on the ground began levitating, revealing the 2 sailors buried underneath. Although they weren't directly hit by the explosion, both men were still breathing. They had simply been knocked unconscious by the blast. Seeing this, Lin also let out a sigh of relief, appearing just in time, and immediately turned his attention to the sailor, who was still in shock from the narrow escape, and said bluntly. The sailor didn't recognize Lin in his disguise, but quickly snapped to his senses and hurriedly dragged his 2 unconscious companions farther away. Newer's expression became extremely grave. He understood that he was likely in danger today. He stepped backward, stealthily reaching behind him and gently hooking out a copper rod. Magic bombardment. Lin, who had been keeping an eye on Newer's movements, quickly noticed the other's suspicious actions. As the sailors moved farther away, he straightforwardly raised his hand, and a dozen magic missiles appeared in the void. Nue's pupils shrank. Although Lin had only used magic of the Zeroth tier, the quantity was clearly not something an apprentice could handle. Realizing this, Newer threw the copper rod he was holding without hesitation. Runes on the rod lit up one after another, and then it exploded violently, sending vicious shards of metal raining down at Lin like a torrential downpour. The moment Newer threw the copper rod, he turned and ran without looking back, opening a hidden door in the wall and diving through it. He knew that this move might cause some hindrance, but could never kill a formal wizard. As expected, the next moment the hidden door behind him, along with the earthen wall, were blown apart by an explosion. The powerful blast wave sent Newer flying out. Tumbling awkwardly on the ground, Newer struggled to his feet, reaching into his waist pocket and pulling out a bottle of dark green magic potion. Then, with determination, he gulped it down. This was a transformative magic potion, one he had mixed himself over the years as an assistant, following a stolen recipe. It came with significant side effects, and he had planned to sell it at a high price when the opportunity arose. But now, clearly, there was no time to think of that. He was well aware of what his fate would be if he got caught. The moment he drank the magic potion, Newer felt a burning sensation throughout his body, as if he had been tossed into a furnace, and uncontrollable cries of agony escaped his mouth. Magic bombardment. A series of magic missiles whistled past, striking Newer's body with incredible precision. Although Lin did not aim for vital spots, opting to keep him alive, the blast tore through the joints of his limbs. If he were a normal person, such an assault would have surely stripped away any capacity to resist. However, Newer was different. Immersed in the power of the magic potion, his skin gradually turned dark green, and the wounds on his limbs began to heal rapidly. With bloodshot eyes, Newer glared at the person who had driven him into such a state, a surge of intense rage welling up inside him. After taking the magic potion, the transformation process was irreversible, meaning he would have to live on with this hideous appearance. As compensation, however, Newer also felt every cell in his body infused with immense magic power. Now he was unimaginably powerful. Chapter 99-89 Magic Transformation, please follow. Chapter 99 Chapter 89 Magic Transformation, please follow. Green Giant? Lin, who had just entered, was also startled by Newer's appearance. He quickly realized he had overthought it because the state of the other party looked terrible. His height had swollen to over 2 meters, his right shoulder was swollen, his chest heaved violently, and drool constantly streamed from the corners of his mouth, making him look like a deformed monster. So, was this the result of magic transformation? Lin immediately thought of the deformed people he had seen earlier in the southern area of town, the so-called defects. In his thoughts, the angry Newer had already charged at him, covering several meters in just a few strides. Lin extended his fingers. A flicker of flame appeared at his fingertips, then quickly expanded into a surging fire, colliding with the charging Newer. The scorching tongues of flame continuously roasted Newer's green skin. However, he ignored it completely, letting out a painful roar, confronting the blaze head-on as he swung his right fist at Lin. Newer was very clear that close combat was his only chance of victory. Apart from wizards skilled in shaping science, the fragile bodies of other wizards weren't much stronger than ordinary people. Facing this powerful and heavy punch, Lin dodged to the side, and the robust fist smashed a deep imprint onto the earthen wall beside him. Newer's strength and speed were far inferior to those who had taken Divine Grace Potion. Most importantly, Newer's punches had no technique, obviously lacking in hand-to-hand combat experience. But his recovery speed was quite fast. Lin sharply noticed that the burned skin was rapidly peeling and healing. The pain from the fire searing his body drove Newer into madness. His eyes blood red, he glared at Lin in front of him and let out another roar, charging uncontrollably like a runaway tank. Lin, seeing this, didn't use magic but instead drew the long sword from his waist. At such a close range, using white phosphorus fire was far too dangerous, and even liquid nitrogen, Frost Domain, couldn't achieve an instant kill in a short time. Moreover, he still needed to keep a live captive. Seeing Lin deciding to fight with a sword, Newer immediately felt that the wizard before him had panicked and lost his sense. He had long noticed Lin was not a wizard from the school of shaping science. Otherwise, he would have used magic to transform as soon as Newer got close. But what could someone overwhelmed by magic power do at such proximity? A sinister smirk appeared on Newer's face. Perhaps he would be the first to kill an official wizard in direct combat. However, Newer soon realized that things were not going as he had anticipated. The other party wasn't strong or fast, but he always managed to dodge by the barest margin, and Newer's body seemed to voluntarily throw itself to the edge of the sword. In a moment, deep cuts had been carved onto his green skin. Although these injuries would always heal within a few seconds, Newer's expression had begun to look uneasy. Nothing was without a cost, and his healing ability was no exception. As a wizard apprentice, the limited magical power in his body was rapidly being drained, and soon he would be completely exhausted. With this in mind, Newer's attacks became even more frenzied, but this only made the flaws in his attacks more obvious. On the other hand, Lin immediately noticed that his opponent's strength, speed, and recovery abilities were all gradually weakening. It was time. Lin's gaze narrowed, and he ducked to avoid Newer's massive right fist, then turned around and slashed his sword on the dark green calf, severing the leg tendon. Newer's huge body instantly lost balance and knelt on the ground. Without waiting for the opponent to react, Lin thrust his sword straight again, stabbing from the side and rear, very accurately lodged in the gap of the spine. Newer roared, trying to rise and strike back, but soon he discovered with horror that he had lost control of his entire lower body. His body could only lie helplessly on the ground. No effort could change the situation. What kind of magic is this? Newer was completely panicked. Then the ground beneath him rapidly cracked, turned into fine sand, and engulfed his body, which solidified into form a few seconds later. He recognized these two magics. They were mud to stone and stone to mud. In just a brief moment, most of Newer's body was embedded in the ground, unable to move at all. "Wizard sir, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, Lord Radak will never let you go, and the Scarlet Thorn, you will never understand their power." Newer cried out in fear and panic. The answer was a sword thrusting down from above into his shoulder. Newer's scream was immediately replaced by a painful wail. Lin pulled out the long sword, this time pointing it at Newer's head, and said succinctly, "I ask you answer." The wails of Newer abruptly halted at his lips, as he fearfully and painfully looked at Lin. Newer, the 9th batch of students recruited by Yaya Academy, forced to leave 6 years ago for failing the tests in elements and shaping science, joined the Scarlet Thorn the following year. Lin methodically relayed the intelligence he had acquired from Laud, breaking down the opponent's psychological defenses, and then looked at Newer and continued to speak. Lin asked, "I was in the Broad Axe Tavern. That halfling named Ralph found me, trying to trade the schematics of a skyship for a bounty." Newer's eyes flickered as he stuttered. Lin's gaze immediately turned colder. He directly thrust his sword through Newer's right arm, a sharp pain instantly eliciting a bout of painful wails. Clearly, the other party was lying, because just a day before Ralph's death, he had just conducted a flight test. The Scarlet Thorn wouldn't issue a bounty until the afternoon or evening at the earliest, and that afternoon, this halfling was still helping to pilot the airship and had to keep watch at night. There was no chance for him to have been gathering such confidential information. "Are you kidding me?" Lin looked at Newer, who was still somewhat uncooperative, and said with a touch of amusement, "Do you know? In our place, there once was a very interesting punishment called Ling Chi, where a knife is used to slice the flesh off the prisoner bit by bit. But don't worry, the executioner's skill is definitely more exquisite than you can imagine. They will avoid major arteries and ensure each slice of flesh is cut precisely in terms of length and thickness. To prevent the prisoner from fainting from the pain, they usually sprinkle some salt water on the knife." Chapter 189. I heard high temperatures work wonders for stopping bleeding. Chapter 100. Chapter 89. I heard high temperatures work wonders for stopping bleeding. Lin graphically described to Newer the torture method known as Lingxi. Newer listened with cold sweat running down, looking at the sword that fluttered in the other's hand, fearing that in the next moment it would chop down on his body, just like in the description. After hearing that salt would also be sprinkled on the executioner's knife, Newer couldn't help but shiver. He knew all too well the excruciating pain of salt on a wound. It was truly a fate where one could neither live nor die. Newer even thought that compared to this wizard in front of him, Lord Radak, who used the poor for all sorts of magical experiments, seemed like a very kind person. Not even the demons in hell could think up such a punishment, Lin said with interest. Then he felt around in his robe pocket and added with regret, Newer's nearly collapsed sanity relaxed slightly. At least he could die less painfully. But in the next moment, that demon spoke up. As Lin spoke, he placed his right hand upon the blade, and a stream of intense flame erupted, turning the silvery sword red-hot. Newer's body shook uncontrollably, and at the moment the glowing blade descended, he couldn't hold back his screams. Wait, it was I sought out Ralph. Before he could finish speaking, the searing red-hot blade had already pierced Newer's shoulder, slicing off a piece of flesh. Newer felt like he was going mad, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Lin, unable to understand why. Even though he was willing to talk, the latter still wouldn't spare him. Too slow. Continue talking. Lin withdrew the long sword and continued to heat it to keep it from cooling down. Facing such a fierce and scrupulous demon who would effortlessly turn someone into pieces of meat, Newer completely broke down and began to relate his story in a trembling voice. The story began 5 days earlier when he overheard a few dwarves in the Broken Axe Tavern boasting about constructing a massive alchemical machine that could fly into the skies and required no magic whatsoever. Not just him, but the other tavern patrons also didn't believe it, writing it off as drunken dwarven boasts. After all, when they'd previously helped Lydia build various flying machines, those had all crashed without exception, even though they bragged about them excessively. It wasn't until Lin conducted a breathtaking flight demonstration in full view of everyone that Newer realized it was all true. So, upon learning that a wizard from the Bloodthorn was willing to spend 500 gold coins for the blueprint of the airship, he immediately got tempted and patiently waited every day near the Broken Axe Tavern, knowing those ale-loving dwarves would eventually show up. As Newer spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, he was well aware that once he shared all the information he had, he would be of no further use and would most likely not escape death. But it was better than being slowly carved into a bloody skeletal mess by a scorching blade, Lin said with a cold sneer. A look of regret spread over Newer's face, not for the attack on Ralph, but for not being careful enough to foresee how the antique wine would affect the soporific effects of the withered grass powder. Otherwise, there'd have been no possibility his actions could have been detected. Lin did not easily believe the other party's words, but instead interrogated every detail of the operation, demanding Newer to recount everything he had done these days from beginning to end, then questioning each point separately. Any hint of hesitation or inconsistency was met with a searing long sword hacking down. The blade sliced through skin and flesh, and before the blood even started flowing, the intense heat of hundreds of degrees cauterized the wound. Experiencing such a bitterly thrilling sensation, not even the smartest individual could fabricate a flawless lie. Under these circumstances, by the time Lin finished his interrogation, Newer had already been struck a total of 17 times, and he looked somewhat dazed. He had reached the point where he would say everything he knew, sometimes even learning to blurt out answers to avoid the sword. Looking at Newer with snot and tears covering his face, resembling someone on the verge of a mental breakdown, Lin felt somewhat helpless. Couldn't he have just told the truth from the beginning? Why insist on spouting such lies, forcing him to resort to some unusual methods? For Lin, who was not particularly skilled at psychological warfare, the only way to confirm the truth was to use such a crude method. Lin asked again. The 500 magic gold coins would likely tempt many. Lin wasn't worried about his own safety, as he usually stayed within the Yaida Academy, and outwardly he was still considered a third-ring wizard. It was unlikely that anyone would dare to cause trouble there. But it was different for Lydia and the other half-humans. "No, the bounty has been withdrawn," Neuer stammered in response. Lynn was somewhat surprised. The operation to capture Ralph had failed, hadn't it? Could it be that the other side had completely given up? Lynn held the quenched sword in his hand, constantly swaying it. The scorching blade once again made Neuer's hanging heart rise to his throat. "I don't know, I just heard. I heard that Lord Radak has already obtained some of the airship's construction blueprints from elsewhere." Neuer hurriedly responded, fearing another blow if he was too slow. It was for this reason that he wasn't discarded by Lord Radak as waste for this failed operation. Lynn's brows instantly furrowed. Besides Ralph, the only half-humans who had truly seen the blueprints were Darren and Lydia. Lynn didn't want to suspect them unless it was necessary. Of course, Lynn was also aware that betrayal sometimes depended on whether the price was high enough, and 500 magic gold coins was no small amount. This was why he had previously tried to test those half-humans with the ledger book. "Probably should be." Neuer's expression became hesitant, but seeing Lynn raising the sword in his hand, he spoke very quickly. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.